Saints.
Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Fucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in this live. Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fam. We up in this thing. Game day, Saints, Bucks, live, watch stream, week number 14. Saints trying to get that third win, and at the most right now, all we can do is afford to play spoiler in this one, man. So big ups to you guys. Appreciate you for being in the live. Please feel free to hit the like button. Much love to you and Yearns on this Sunday, man. Big ups to you. All right, popping there first. Shout out to you. Good to see you. OG Jerry, brother Robert, how you doing, my man? Poppy 504, L Dub, V Griffin. Let's see, Robert Landry, Christian Fields, Tim Dunn. Who else we got in this thing, man? Chantel, shout out to the queen. Always good to see her. Black Major, Black Preacher, man. Shout out to all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the live. Debbie, shout out to Debbie as well. Brother John, shout out to you, sir. Appreciate you and all the mighty who that's in the building. Big Easy 504, big ups to you. OG to the third degree, big ups to you, man, as well. Much love to the fam, bro. We understand. What's up, Dudley? Shout out to Dudley. Beauty 393. Shout out to you. Appreciate you as always. And much love. All right. This might, yeah. Thank you, Richard. Richard said this might turn out to be a great game. It could be, man. You know, when you got a team that ain't really doing too much, man, listen, they are dangerous. What's up, Cartel? Well, then again, the Saints, man, it's hard to tell with the Saints because they learn very slow. They're a slow learning team. I mean, they just can't stop making the things like dropping balls. Like last week, the Saints played a half of the Miami game. They had a half of that game and should have won that game. You know what I'm saying? They had a half of that game. If Chris Olave, who wants this big contract, catches that ball, because I heard some of these guys say, well, he was contesting. It wasn't no contest. The guy fell down because he tripped over his thigh. He was running. He tripped over his leg. He fell face forward. Olave, safety wasn't even a part of the play. You catch that ball, the Saints beat the Dolphins. So it's tough, but you have to do the fundamentals, right? You have to block and catch and execute. And this team is learning that very slow. Very slow. And when you have this amount of slow progress and difficulty to learn fundamentals, you never know what's going to happen. And this might be the game it clicks. At first you think it's pressure, it's not pressure, it's something else. You never know with these type of peoples. All right, what's up, Pepper Coloma? Shout out to you as well. Gundam, shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, man, for that comment. Much love. Yeah, Mendoza, bro. I'm gonna talk about that in the broadcast. But I seen, man, I've been watching Mendoza play all season long, and Mendoza is a hell of a quarterback. If you're the New Orleans Saints, it'll be difficult for you to look past Mendoza, especially if Tyler Shuck hasn't proven to you that he can do it. Now, he's still a rookie. There's a lot of stuff to like about Tyler Shuck, but is it all him? You know, a lot of these plays are suspect. A lot of these plays don't take advantage of him throwing the ball down. It's too much east to west stuff, and this guy doesn't seem, this guy I'm talking about, Kellen Moore, doesn't seem to get that. Listen, if you want to take advantage of a cannon on a 6'5" cannon arm quarterback like Tyler Shuck, you have to exhibit a wide open offense where you throw the damn ball down the field and change it up. This draw play stuff is for the birds. Get your ass a fullback and start power eyeing this thing and get some road grade interior offensive linemen and stop playing games. That, sorry to get a little rough that time, but y'all know I'm kind of a little peeved about all this incompetence, man. It ain't hard to run the football, man. This is not quantum physics and astrophysics. This is children style football. Get you some road grade guys and get these other guys out of here. That's the bottom line. Stop playing games and get this together. It's not tough. It's not difficult. We see Chicago ain't won in years, but they winning because they got somebody compliment up there or competent to be doing the job correctly. Anyway, listen, man, I'm just going to hit y'all with this before we get going in the game. This is what's going on in the transaction right now. This is a few things. The Saints elevated wide receiver Kevin Austin Jr. and Charlie Smith to the active roster. There's a few things they did. Also, a few other things to talk about the inactive list coming into this game. Justin Reed, Rajon Wright, Elvin Kamara, Tali Fuaga, Zaire, Pitchell Payton, and John Ridgeway III, along with Christian Boyd. They are inactive. Tampa Bay have their inactives. 2 cornerback, Ben Morrison, safety, Kayvon Merriweather, Tristan Wills, Elijah Klein, defensive lineman Elijah Simmons, and Connor Bazalik has been designated the emergency quarterback or the third QB, right? So that's a few of the situation right now as we get ready to get this game going. The Saints look like they're going to receive the ball, but Baker Mayfield has really been having a pretty decent year. All right, now the Buccaneers are running the NFC South again, and Baker is the top guy. Bucky Irvin, the tough runner, is back. Emeka is there, as long as Chris Godwin Jr. has returned. Tez Johnson, the wide receivers, Cade Otton, and you look at Wilfs is out. So Barton, Brederson, Brederson will be inside with Barton, and then you could probably see guys like Feeney and Godecki on the other side. Maybe Heck or Chikwuemo will probably be the other tackle. We'll see momentarily to see what they got going on. So the Saints, keys to victory for the black and gold is they're going to have to come into this game and they're going to have to do some business as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are kicking the ball off to the black and gold, and the Saints receiving inside of the 10 and then a run all the way out to the 30, to the 35, 40, 45, 50 to the 45 of the Saints. It's Mason Tipton to give the Saints offense a short field to start the broadcast off. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We've been in the Patreon special. We talked about, family, what we got to do to get some help from the special teams when the special teams replied. Great blocking. Mason Tipton was able to reverse the right side of the field and was able to get all the way into right around the 45-yard line and setting up a really short field for the New Orleans Saints offense. Now, can the Saints do something with that? Tyler Shuck comes out from the Tampa Bay's 45-yard line under center. No pump back play action. He taking a shot right away down the field to Chris Olave, and it's just out front of his hands and just off the tips of his fingertips. The Saints take a shot downfield. Chris Olave wanted a pass interference against McCollum, and he did grab Chris Olave, but the referees did not see him. And he was saying that the guy did grab Chris Olave in the field. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the referees did not see the play, but that was pass interference. The guy grabbed his waist, and they missed it on opening drive. But kudos to the Saints taking that shot. All right, Shuck back in the 2nd and 10 in the shotgun. Saints throwing. They have 3 wide receivers to the left, tight end to the right. Look like left tackle jump early, but they didn't get him. Fired it down the center of the field to Valley, and he gets right up to right around the 30-yard line, something like that. We'll see. But yeah, there you go. 1st and 10. Shuck firing the ball down the field. This is what we want. This is what we want. You got a guy. Shuck has a big arm. You have to throw. You have to take advantage of the gun. He has to get vertical. You have to throw the ball down the field to take it. That builds his confidence and all this old east-west dinky donkey do. No, you don't need to do that. Let's just fire on out. Saints under center now is Shuck. He has 2 to the left and right. It appears to be a running play. Bucks lined up, sending the blitz. Let's see. Handoff toward the left side. Neal powers through for a gain of about 3 yards to the left side. It'll bring up 2nd and 7 as the Saints had 3 positive plays coming into this thing. 2nd and 7 as Devin Neal moves out. Remember, Evan Hall is another guy the Saints have been utilizing the last game. Evan Hall came in, had some good games. Taysom Hill is being used as the running back as well. So he's been doing pretty good. Devin Neal, definitely the future for the Saints. 3 right, 1 left. Shotgun Shuck motions Olave from right to left. Lifts his leg, ready for the snap. Left, he got a running back there. It's another snap. Looking down the center, fires at the Juwan Johnson and gets to the Saints 15-yard line, around the 15-yard line, maybe a little closer to the 10, maybe the 12-yard line, depending on where they spotted the ball. So you can see all vertical plays, all this stuff, he's throwing it directly down the center of the field. And this is the kind of football that you want to see. The Saints get into the red zone. Let's see if they can score. They have 3 to the right, man in motion as Juwan from left to right. Is a draw to nope. And Shuck keeps it running to the left side. 5 trying to get in, and he's pushed out around about the 3 or 4 yard line. Saints take blitz in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense with some different runs. Verticality, a QB keeper toward the left side with Tyler Shuck there. And you can see the Saints are hitting them with it. That was a good little play there. Juwan Johnson out front did a good job of kind of pushing the guy out of the way to give the thing. So the Saints inside to the 3-yard line. Shotgun Shuck, 2 to the right, 1 left. Emotions Valley across. And the handoff right here to Devin Neal, and he's in for the touchdown. Is it a score? We're going to see what it is. This is the referee saying it's a touchdown. The Saints, how about that, man? The Saints score a touchdown on their first drive. Touchdown, black and gold.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Long as I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shade for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees are Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a Who Dat. Every day I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, I see you there. Notice there was no east or west stuff there at all. Are we finally learning? We talked about that to start the broadcast off. The guy has a big arm, get the ball up the field. They took a shot to start the game open. Well, Mason Tipton, let's give it first and foremost the respect and the clap for Mason Tipton and the special team setting all that up. I mean, we just want you to fight. You know, we want you to compete, and the Saints did a wonderful job in doing that. The special team set up the short field, and Tyler Shuck took a shot. It was going to be a touchdown. The referees allowed the pass interference because the guy Zion McCullum grabbed Olave's his waist, and he wanted the flag. They blew that. Saints didn't stop. They just kept getting the ball up the field, kept attacking the defense, kept going straight, no a sideline, all this nonsense. Go up the field and attack. Are we finally learning? And it took me a while, man, and to even must remember this, man, but I forgot I had this one. How about this is for the Saints right here?
Now that's how you supposed to drive. From now on, that's how you drive.
Yes, that is how you drive. All right, shout out to you, Big Easy. Appreciate you, man, for the super sticker. Big love, man. Appreciate you.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Saints flashing, man, handling the business, man, against this Bucs club in their building. Let's handle that business. And the Saints went up there. No Tali Fuaga, no Elvin Kamara, no problem. Let's do it. So big ups to them as Charlie Smith getting ready to kick off to the Buccaneers from left to right, kind of pooches it down to the 10, return to the 20, 25, 30, chop down, falls forward to the 34-yard line. So the Saints defense, which has been playing pretty well as of lately, the Saints defense has been doing a pretty good job. Now, with the offense attacking first, and now listen, is this the first time this season that the Saints scored a touchdown on the opening possession? You know, y'all educate me on that, because I forget. We've had so much ineptness that I can't remember if we did or not. Is this the first time all season long? It's been a long time. All right, from their own 33-yard line, Baker Mayfield's under center, little motion there, a double motion play from right to left, play action to the left, going back to the right, Saints on it, and you got Quincy Riley was able to push Emeka out of bounds right around the 38 or 39-yard line, a pick up a 5, 2nd and 5 on the play action to the right. So, like I said, this is going to be in a, remember, they have their burner back in Chris Godwin Jr., who him and Emeka, we know we're missing Evans and Tristan Wilson, and they're still dangerous without those players. Emeka's really been big for him this season, but getting Godwin back to speedster also helps. 3 to the right, 1 left. Saints showing blitz up front. Baker under center. Saints running up there. It's a handoff to the running back, and he's got down in the back. 3-yard loss. As he chopped down in the backfield is Bullard, Jonathan Bullard, the reserve defensive tackle, breaks through the line and causes, they said it's a game, it's no loss at all. I looked like it's a loss at least 2 or 3 yards to me, because he cut sideways. It looked like a loss. They're saying it's not a loss. How's that not a loss? So he lost at least 2 yards. The ref say, oh, no, he didn't. 3rd and 5. All right, 3rd and 5 right there. Bullet got some traction. Shotgun Baker in the backfield. 2 to each side, wide receivers to there. The Saints, oh my goodness, they got a false start left tackle. Let's see what it is. They said Chase pointed at the left tackle, said he moved. They're going to discuss it. They're going to say it's encroachment. Look like it's going to be encroachment, or what they call it. They'll call it encroachment. It's neutral zone infraction. That they call it. So they're gonna call that against the Saints. Chase said it was against the left tackle. The left tackle jumped, forcing him to move. Just what Chase was saying. The left tackle moved, but did he indeed move? No, actually, it was Chase. Chase done it first. To be fair, it looked like Chase moved first. So the referee, that's automatic first down. That's not good, man. We gotta reel it in here. All right, so here we go. Here's some motion here from right to left. You have 2 to the right, 2 left, including the tight end, a little draw action here. Saints coming, ball dumped down to the running back, and he's dragged out of bounds. Good play by Jonas Sanker on the play. Or actually, is that Jordan Howden? Yeah, that's actually Jordan Howden on the play, tackling. 2-yard pickup off the check down by Baker Mayfield. Saints doing a good job of coverage early on. A little problem there with Chase. Chase got to reel that in. The defense has been playing well over the last couple of games, to be honest with you. And if the offense could keep this on, they could probably end up flashing and really knocking off and really hurting this team's chances of doing something. Saints are dangerous, man, when they occupy this type of space. 3 on the left, 1 right, shotgun, Baker, snap. Saints come with the pressure, ball out quick to the tight end, Cade Otton. 3 people tackle him around the 50-yard line. The referee pulls him way up there, like 1 yard shot of the first down. He wasn't that far up, man. Wasn't that far up. Now they're going to try to hurry up and do the hurry up and run a no huddle offense on 3rd and 1. It'd probably be a draw or a QB. Let's see what Baker at. Look like he's in the shotgun right here. That's a snap. It's a draw play to the running back, and he gets forward enough to get the football on the Saints side of the field to the Saints 45-yard line. So good play by the Buccaneers. They knew they needed to hurry up and get, that 1 yard before the Saints defense got set, and they were able to get it. We need the Saints defense to kind of stop the Buccaneers, force them to take a field goal, and kind of feed off that energy that the offense provided, because the offense did what they did. They went up the field, scored the touchdown. We need the defense to handle their business while these people out of field goal range. 9 minutes and counting down. Man in motion is Otten from right to left, two right. Baker under center, motions the guy back across the field. Play action to the left, rolls out to the right, fires the ball to Godwin. Godwin gets all the way down to the Saints 22-yard line. Baker Mayfield seen him scrambling or pulling to the right side and threw the ball, and Godwin caught it and took it all the way down to the Saints 22 or 23-yard line in field position. Come on, defense. 8:30 and counting down. Little play action here. The Saints caught flat-footed here, and you can see the little check down right there. He was in between the zone, and that's what they do. The Buccaneers are smart. They, you can see them reversing Godwin across the Saints zone defense. Nobody picking him up. They guard in space, and he just cut through with his speed and was able to take it up the field. All right, so they down to the Saints 24 in the shotgun play action. Chase Young running for him. They're going to check it down to the running back. It's a block in the back. Referees don't even call it. The running back gets into the end zone easily, man. Touchdown Buccaneers. They respond in kind. I mean, my goodness, the referee's going to call something this game. I mean, the guy blocked the Saints play. I think it was Alontae Taylor. It looked like he got blocked in the back. Once Bucky Irvin got the ball, he positioned himself. Looked like the guy blocked him in his back. And I could be wrong, but let me see. They're about to replay it here. But the defender was there. Did he block him in his back? Yeah, look, the guy blocked. He blocked Alontae Taylor in his back. That's why Alontae Taylor was out of position. Referee said, "I ain't see nothing." And Bucky Irvin gets down for the touchdown. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they get a touchdown on their opening drive too. So there you go, Saints defense. Well, it's not to be too alarmed about, because remember last game against the Miami Dolphins, the same thing happened. The Saints defense looked really stupid and stank on that first drive. Then they locked in and then really did a really solid job for the rest of the game. So this could be a situation where I've seen the Saints have a terrible opening possession, the defensively speaking, and then adjust and then take whatever the Buccaneers are doing away from. Of course, we did see Jonas Sanker miss a tackle around the 4 or 5 yard line where he could have brought Bucky Irvin down. He missed the tackle, which that's unforgivable. If you're the safety, the last line of defense, but let's see the adjustments they make as we going forward. So 7-7. Now it's up to the offense to keep this thing going. Can they execute? We'll see. All right. Big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all. 7-7. It's an eventful game. It's not a boring game. Both offenses are going to each other. I think the Saints defense will adjust. I'm just going to be honest with y'all. I think they will adjust. All right. Big ups to the fam. Appreciate you. What's up, Bev? Shout out to Bev. Clint. Much love to y'all. What's up, Archie? Shout out to Arch. All right. Hello. Shout out to you as well. 858. Bronze. Big ups to you as well. Brother Gundam. Ice Cold. Big ups to you. Nolans. What's up, brother? 504. Big ups to you. Good to see you as well, man. AKZ. Shout out to you, man. American Made. Big ups to you. Says Q. I think this is the first time this season that the team has scored on the opening drive. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. For that information. American Made could be a lady or a sister, whatnot. But appreciate you for dropping that game, because like I said, it's been a lot of stuff going on this season, and I'm like, I don't know, fam. I don't know if if this is the opening one. There's so much ineptness offensively speaking. Prime, shout out to you, fam. Jack Hunter, what's up, Jack? GSB, big ups to you. All right, he said second time Q, but it feels like, yeah, okay. Oh, second time. Okay, thank you, brother. Appreciate you as well. All right. Yes, Chris. What's up, Chris Banks? Shout out to you, Nola Bars. Big ups to you, Backwoods, as well. Much love to you, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all give me a who that. I see you, Marley. Shout out to Marley Mall, aka the scientist, Ronnie Jefferson. Shout out to you, man. That's not my name, B. All right. That's a funny tag there, man. All right. SJW, shout out to you as well. Good to see y'all in the chat, man. Much love as well. Doc54, shout out to you, Christian. TJ Scottzilla. What's up, Dre Marinko? Is that right? Shout out to you, fam. Much love, man. Appreciate y'all for being in this thing, man. All right. And Baker had a nasty gash on his finger, man. Ooh, that looked pretty bad. All right. What's up, Black Preacher, man? Shout out to you, my brother. Rush Out. What's up, Rush Out? Well, big ups to you as they kick off to the Saints right to left return from their 20, and they want not so good this time around. Pettis return. They kicked it. Pettis. Keep it away from that other guy, number 15. Kick it to Pettis. Pettis has been really not that good in returning this year, so it is what it is. Robert Bro, shout out to you, man. Appreciate you as well. What's good, Rush Out, man? Where you been? You been all right, my brother? Good to see you, man. As well. Always good to see some of the day ones in the building, man. What's up, Nodlin? Shout out to Nolans. He says, Q, who do you have for the state championship? St. Augustine, Purple Knights, or I got St. Augustine, bro. I got St. Aug, bro. I like Carr, but I'm gonna go St. Aug, man. Shotgun Saints. This Shuck goes down with the sack at the 15-yard line. He took too much time. Bro. You don't have forever to do this, man. Make a decision and throw the ball away, dog. That's a 7-yard loss there, hurting the team. You had all kind of time. You had to check down. Bro, get rid of the ball. You don't have forever in the day. I mean, throw the damn ball away. Do something. Just don't stand there pity-patting your feet. Check it down, scramble. You got a pair of wheels. 2nd and 17. That's a large loss there. Saints motion a tight end from left to right, 2 left, 2 right. They're blitzing this guy. He's in the shotgun calling out. Look like he's making an adjustment. They send 4 in there, ball out, and it's to Juwan Johnson and maybe a pickup of about 7 yards, and it'll be 3rd and 10 look like. So he just got the yardage. Well, they're saying it's 3rd and 11. So he got 6 of the 7 yards that he lost, so it'll be 3rd and 11. The sack really just destroyed the momentum of the play. Now, the key is, can the Saints retrieve the lost yards because of the poor sack? Because of the sack. Can they retrieve that yardage? That's maturity. If you can do that, if you can make the situation right. Shuck in the shotgun, 3 left, 1 right. They about to send everybody at this kid. There's 6 of them on the line. 6 of them. Shuck look like he's audible and out. They all coming. There it is. Nope. They drop in coverage. The ball is out taking a shot. And this is a poorly thrown football to Divine Valley. He didn't even have an opportunity to get this one here. That was a poorly thrown ball to the left sideline by Tyler Shuck. I don't know how you miss your 6'5" wide receiver. The guy's 6'5", bro. Just drop it in the hat. He looked there the whole time and then threw it and then just threw it totally out of bounds. Dog, what's wrong? The guy's 6'5". Why drop it in the hat? And he had time. So that'll be 4th and 11, a poor throw by Tyler Shuck. And now we'll send the kicker out, Kai Kroger, the punt. So Saints can't get yardage back off the sack. They'll have to punt. And let's see how the defense responds after that touchdown by the Buccaneers. There's the punt all the way back to the 30-yard line. There's a flag come out right away. Right away. Soon as the guy gets the ball, there's a flag out right away on it. So we'll see what the flag is by the referees. The momentum starting to leave the Saints and go to the Bucs, man. The defense, we'll see what happens here, but yeah, that you can't do that, man. You got it. I know your boy ain't known for his accuracy. He's more known for having a gun arm and the quarterback with athleticism. But that's going to be holding that right there. It's against the Buccaneers, so that helps the Saints out right away. So that'll back them up a bit. Baker Mayfield will take possession. And the Saints are just going to have to put some pain on Baker Mayfield. You know how we usually do. We can't allow him to leak out and create problems for us. All right, what's up, Brother Neville? Shout out to you, sir. Appreciate you. Good to see you, my friend. Appreciate Brother Neville as always, man. Always good to see you. All right, in the building. What's up, Troll? Troll Blew It. What's up, my brother? Good to see y'all, man. The Who That's in the building, man. All right, Yoshi. Thank you, Yoshi, for being a member for 32 months.
Very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, fam. Appreciate you, man. As always, man. Saints 7-7. The Buccaneers will get the ball after the break. 6:25 remaining on the clock. We'll see what the Saints could do here. All right. Shout out to Brother Nolan says, Q, who do you have for? Okay, I already answered that. Thank you, bro. St. Aug is my pick, man. Did you see this the game they were against wasn't it against Curtis? Did y'all see that? Well, some of my family members, people that's out there that's been watching some of the high school stuff, but St. Aug had a game against, I think it was Curtis. And boy, did that went down to the wire. That was a hell of a game, man. It was a hell of a game, and St. Aug won on the last play. It was a touchdown. Oh my goodness, it was fire. Did y'all see that? It was fire. All right. Anyway, big ups. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. What's up, Derek? Shout out to brother Derek White in the building as well. What's up, brother Prime? Shout out to brother Prime. Is my dog Scoob in the building? What it do, pimping? Shout out to brother Scoob in this thing as well. All right. Yeah, Clint says props to the O-line on that series. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, the Saints are missing a starting center in McCoy. They're missing a right tackle. And I think they should just shut Tyler Fuaga down for the rest of the year. Him and Elvin Kamara. Let's just be honest. It's nothing to be gained. In turn, we know Tyler's going to be good, but we need to shut Tyler Fuaga down. He had, issues with his ankle. I think it's a different ankle this time. He had a back issue and all this kind of stuff, just banged up to hell. I think you need to just shut him down and get him healthy and ready for next year, right? We know McCoy is coming back next year. We see the left guard position is, we say backups, but the Saints traded Penning, and they have Dylan Redunce, who's there at the left guard position. He's on a 1-year deal. So interiorly, this can all look different once the new season starts. All right, the Bucks at their own 20-yard line. Baker under center. A man motions from right to left as the tight end. The Saints showing and pointing that that's a false start against the right tackle. And that'll back them up some more. So you add that on top of the holding on special teams, and then the false start by the tackle, Luke Gadecki, that will also serve to help. So, yeah, he pointing, and it was like, yeah, this guy moved. And then Brian Bursey snitched on him, said, hey, man, he moving. So it's 1st and 15 now, and the Saints is backing up. Cam Jordan turning up this year. Let Cam get another couple of sacks, man, and do this thing. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers left, 1 right man. Motions is Godwin from left to right, goes around the quarterback and back, and that's a draw play to the running back who's grabbed and down around. He gets picked up maybe about 5 yards or 6 yards. Bucky Irvin on the draw play to bring 2nd and 9. So they got a nice little rush about 6 yards up the center of the field there, man. All right. We'll see how it all works there. All right. What's up, Abraham? Shout out to Abraham, man. Much love. Appreciate you, man, for being in the building, man. All right, here goes shotgun for Mayfield. Looking, fires, darts it right here, and he's automatically ripped down by that's Jonas Sanker. Oh no, Jordan Howden. I'm sorry, Jordan Howden filling in for Justin Reed, who they're not saying he's out for the year, but it could be. But right now, Baker's 5 for 5 for 60 yards and the touchdown. We got to slow him down. Baker and the shotgun, wide receivers both sides set. Saints showing blitz. Alante Taylor was going up there. Baker changed the play at the line, and you see Bucky Irvin trot down to the left side of him. All right, so we'll see what this is. He's pointing out protections where he believes the blitz is coming from. All right, and there he reverses field. They got 4 seconds left on that clock. There's the snap. Saints come with the pressure. Baker ball out quick and incomplete, and a flag is down on the play. That's not going to count. They're saying it's an interception. There's a flag. The guy got there too quick, and the referee, I was looking right at him. They're not going to let the Saints keep that pick. That's a pass interference. I seen the referee throw the flag. He was looking right at the play, and that's true. The cornerback, I don't know if it's Alante Taylor, whoever it is, he hit the wide. He bumped the wide receiver for whatever reason. He bumped him, and that's what happened. Was it Alante? Oh, it's saying this, Quincy Riley. Riley got there early, and he did. He did get there early, and they're gonna pull him off the field. Yeah, but he looked, he turned, fired it, and he got there early. Quincy Riley got there way early. He got there early. Yeah, and that was the thing. He got there early, and the referee wouldn't miss that though. Referee didn't miss that one. All right, so that'll be defensive pass interference on Quincy Riley. It's a 5-yard penalty. That'll give them an automatic first down, put them at the 30-yard line. They're at their own 30. Baker under center, motions tight end from right left. Look like a running play. Toss toward the left side. And they have some room, tripped up by Demario Davis and a gain of maybe 5 yards or so. The Buccaneers removed the Saints defensive line for real. They pushed them off of there, and Bucky Irvin came through. And credit to Demario Davis making that tackle, because that could have set up a big game for the Buccaneers. 2nd and 5. It keeps showing this nasty gash on Baker Mayfield's hand, man. That looks nasty. Ross, what's up, Ross? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah. Appreciate you, man, for being in the building as well. Yeah. Oh, no. Come on, Ice Cold. That is a PI, bro. He got there early. Baker 6 for 6, 64 yards in the touchdown. 3 to the right, man motion from right to left. Ball set up through into Godwin, and Godwin makes a receiver, a defender miss, and gets all the way up to the Buccaneers 47-yard line. They're using Godwin in this situation where they set him up in what appeared to be a wide receiver screen off to the right side. Granderson was involved in the play. 3:42. Right now, the Buccaneers are moving the ball too effortlessly. The defensive coordinator is going to have to do something about this, family. He's going to have to do something about this big time, man. Because to be honest with you, Baker Mayfield is 7 for 7. They can't allow this to happen. They got to ruffle his feathers or something. All right, 3 to the right, 1 left, Baker under center, Saints showing blitz, another double motion play, and it's a play action, and they go back to Godwin. Godwin drops the ball, fumbles the ball, and the Buccaneers, can the Saints jump down on it? Look like the Saints might have retrieved, and a flag is out on the play. They try to throw the ball to Johnson. Johnson didn't get down on the field, and there's a flag here. Let's see what these referees are going to call here. I mean, the Saints were just looking. Why didn't Chase just jump on the ground for the ball? What you looking at it for? Dive on top of it. It's a fumble drill. They're asking what's going on with Kellen Moore. Kellen's pointing at the Buck side. Ineligible man downfield. And they're going to tack on that. It's against the offensive lineman right there. And I guess the Bucks did retrieve the ball back. I guess they neutralized all that with the ineligible man. 3 to the left, man motions from left to right. Watch out, there's a Mecca to the right side. He's the motioning player. Shotgun, Baker running back to his left in the shotgun. Snap, turns right, fires, and number 20 to number 2 on that opposite side is a Mecca. The motion man gets it the majority of the time. You got a motioning player, and of course, the Buccaneers seen the Saints were in zone. And when they motion out, you're like, yeah, these dudes they playing zone. They stay in zone. You know, that's the point. They stay in zone too much. We got to switch this up, man. We got to have some man-to-man and all this kind of stuff, man. They stay in zone too much. 2nd and 6, a pickup of 4 yards on the play, 2:41 at midfield. Baker and the shotgun, wide receivers to the left and right of the formation. Running back is back there, and another player on both sides of the quarterback. There's a draw to the left side, missed tackle. Looked like a block in the back of Demario Davis. Are these referees going to call the blocking in the backs of the Saints players? Demario went to make a play, and the guy blocked him in his back. 3rd and 3. Less than 2 minutes, 2:09 as the clock ticks down here. And you can see Staley trying to call something to stop the Buccaneers in their track. They've been moving the ball pretty effortlessly against the Saints defense for these series. Shotgun. Baker is motioning his wide receiver from left to right. He sees something he wants to attack. Blockers in the back, and there's going to be a timeout called by the Buccaneers because they almost ran out of time and collected a delay of game. So they'll stop it right there. 3rd and 3 with a $1:42 on the first quarter play clock. So Coach Todd said, hey, man, listen, let's stop this, slow this down. They were about to get that delay of game. All right. Yeah, Gundam says, anybody seen Carl Granderson? Yeah, we just seen him. He made the tackle on the wide receiver. If he hadn't tackled him, he'd have picked up a nice chunk of change, if not taking it all the way to the house. You know? All right. What's up, Barbara? Shout out to Barbara. Good to see the queen in here, man. Appreciate Barbara, her insight. All right. Shout out to you guys, man. Appreciate you. All right. Shout out to user No 8 New Orleans. Is that it? All right. Draw play to the running back. Saints stop the play. It's a yard short. It's Jordan Howden. Jordan Howden has been playing pretty good here, man. Besides the missed tackle, of course, but 4th and 1, the Buccaneers are going to go for it here. Watch. This 4th down territory. The Buccaneers are going to go for it. Yep. Baker says, let's go. Let's get it. This is a gut check for the Saints right here. If they could stop them here, right here, this will be big. So it's 4th and 1 at what, 1 minute and 11 seconds. This could be a situation they try to draw you offside. So you have to be mindful of that. Saints lined up like a goal line look here. Power eye look. It's a toss to the side, wrapped up in the backfield. Carl Granderson and the Saints defense stop him. That's what I'm talking about. You know, come on now. That's what I'm talking about. When somebody just asked about Carl Granderson, there you go. Carl Granderson said, oh, yeah. You know, Carl got that nasally voice. You know, he talked true. Here I go. I got it. I can't do the nasally thing, but Carl Granderson stepped up and made it happen, baby. So we stopped him right there. And listen, that's there at the Tampa Bay 48-yard line. The Saints get the ball. The defense stop them. Great field position for the Saints offense. Can we duplicate that first drive? Can we duplicate the first drive? All right. Here we go, fam. Good stop. That's right. And all this powerful say good stop. Yeah, we get it. All right. Yeah, Clint say there go Granderson. Yeah, they doing good, man. This is a good start to the game. The Saints scored on the opening possession. They got that popping and going. The next thing the defense needed to do was kind of, stop that Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense. Baker Mayfield right now is perfect. He's 8 for 8, including that touchdown. He has 84 yards. So at some point, we're going to have to kind of get to him. And you see the defense, they try to do that. And the Saints showed up and stopped them on that play. So that was big. Now we have to make them pay for it. We got to make them pay for doing that stupid play where they wanted to chance as opposed to just punt the ball and let your defense, which has been doing decently on the last drive, do something different. But we have to make them pay for that dumb play. All right. Hemisphere. What's up, fam? Appreciate you as well. American Made says, Q, you the man. Call. Thank you. Nah, you the man. And the family out there, the females out there as well. Appreciate them for being here giving y'all valuable time. All right, Trey, shout out to you, man. We live with purpose. What's up, Doc? Appreciate you for being in the building as well, man. Much love, man. All right. Yeah, he said they went for it on 4th, 0 respect. That's true. You got a 2-win team coming into your building and they 1-5 on the road. The Saints haven't gathered enough respect from anybody yet, right? They've done is just made a ton of errors, and you gotta take it. And the Saints did a really good job. But that's what I was saying over the last couple of games. The defense, if you put it all together, had a very good, I would say a very respectable performance over the last several games or so. The offense just hasn't been there. But you see special teams are doing positive stuff. The offense scored on an opening drive. Can they keep doing what they're doing? Can they keep doing the verticality? So Saints pick up at the 48. Shotgun Shuck. You got wide receiver to the left. Look like that's I can't tell who that is at the top there. Mason Tipton, and that's a fumble. So see that kind of stuff. They got Taysom Hill in there. He fumbles the ball behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 3 yards. That's the type of stuff that I really just despise that Kellen Moore does. He puts Taysom Hill in here. Taysom Hill hadn't done a damn thing. He put him in there and he fumbles the ball. And they lose 4 yards right off the bat. That kind of stuff you don't need Taysom as a runner, as the quarterback. You can use him as a running back. You don't have to pull Shuck off the field. That's the type of stuff I criticize Kellen Moore for doing. Saints shotgun, 2 to the left, 1 to the right shotgun. They send in 4 down. The ball out quick right up to the center to Foster Moreau, picks all of that yardage up and +4. That's what I'm talking about. Get it back. And that should be the last play of the first quarter of the game for Shuck right there. And he didn't realize it's like 3 seconds. You're not going to make it, brother, the play, and that's going to stop you right there. They ain't even paying attention to the clock. Yeah, that'll do it. So that's the end of the first quarter as Audric Estime is out there. So the Saints using their different running backs now with AK deactivated. But that was positive. Taysom Hill comes in, fumbles the ball. I don't care about the rain. You know it was raining when you got there. You know you that's not an excuse. Fumbles the ball on the ground. Tyler Shuck comes in and say, oh, okay, well, let me go ahead and clean this up. Fires it to Foster Moreau. They pick up 14 and then some. You know, they pick up the first down and keep this thing moving. So here we go. All right, what's up, a real Morris? Moose, is that Moose? Yeah, Moose, shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you as well. Yeah, that shows some real maturity. What's up, DJ Philco? What's up, fam? All right, good to see you as well. All right, Doc says, I think Kellen Moore wants to win less than 5 games for drafting reasons, but show us that they can win. You know, Doc, I get you on that, man. What else is the philosophy moving forward, right? You accruing picks. They made some trades. They got some extra picks to come back to them. And this past draft where the Saints had 9 draft picks, drafted all of the picks made the team except for 2 guys who they did activate during early on in the season. Both of the 7-round draft picks, Matavo, which we have yet to see Matavo in this experimental side of things, but we need to see Matavo more. He's a 6'8" weapon. I'm very curious about that. Why he's not getting an opportunity to play, and he's not hurt. He's there. They're just not using him at all. And then there is the other type. What's his name? The defensive end who actually did some positive stuff in preseason, but these guys are not. So anyway, the bottom line is you had 9 players they drafted last year, and the players that they drafted were actually pretty good players. They've done some good stuff. I'm talking about Danny Stutzman, Jonas Sanker, Kelvin Banks Jr. He struggled. He looked terrible in that last game against the Dolphins, but nonetheless, overall, I think he'll be a beast down in his career. But the guys that the Saints did draft, in this last draft that happened, were actually pretty decent players. Quincy Riley is in there as well. So Kellen Moore made some good pickups. So maybe they're looking at that from the perspective of, hey, man, the higher we draft, the better talent we get. But like I was talking to Brother Gundam, I mentioned the comment section about them. Tyler Shuck is trying out right now for the job, right? Even though you take the quarterback in the 2nd round, he's still trying out for the position. It's hard to pass on a guy like Mendoza if he's sitting there when you pick. You know, that it's hard to pass that up. But shotgun Shuck, draw play, looking, rolls out to the right, fires it, and it's a drop pass by Taysom Hill. So Taysom Hill fumbles the ball in the rain and drops it again. Taysom Hill needs to stay on the side until he learns how to catch. Because Tyler Shuck rolls out, fires it right into Taysom Hill's hands, and he drops it. He had a guy right there by him, but you got to drop that, dude. You got to catch that. Maybe you need to put an extra glove on your damn hand, because the hand that you have, he got a glove on his left and a bare hand on the right, like he a quarterback, dude. Why, if that's the case, why don't you have both? I ain't gonna even get into it. But that's 2 negative plays from Taysom Hill. Let him sit on the sideline and think about it. Shotgun, 2 wide receivers to each side of the formation. Shuck there, 2nd and 10 running back there. They send 4, Shuck looking. He's going to scramble around, and he's going to get sacked. He's trying to scramble out to the left side. He got to react faster because he has time. You got time, bro. You got to learn to throw that ball, dog. You take too many sacks. He had time. Just that clock has to speed up. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. If you don't see anything, just throw it away. Throw it away, brother. You got it. That's a sack, 3rd and 13 now, snap, and then a check down throw to the wide receiver that gets nowhere. So that's a give up throw to Chris Olave. They're about 5 yards shy of the first down. 4th and 5, and they'll just trot off the field. I got the completion, you know. But if you watch the play, if you watch this, the play call, if you look at the play call, I didn't see no route go past the first down. That's the stuff I'll be lighting Kellen Moore up on the Patreon. If you 10 yards, if you need 5 or 6 or whatever it is, make sure all your stuff goes past there, right? Make sure all of it, maybe the check down, you clear the guy out if they're in zone. But this sets up a 48-yard attempt by Charlie, and Charlie is going to miss that. He misses that right there. It's to the left of the left upright, and the Saints do not make the Buccaneers pay for anything. So there you go. So they'll pick up where they pick up, and Charlie kicks the ball to the left. And of course, we'll be looking for a kicker coming up in the draft. We'll be looking for a kicker. You know, we'll be looking for a kicker. So that's a miss there, and we'll just defense will have to get it back. But yeah, that's the thing I talk about with the play calling with Kellen Moore, you know, because he's the one calling the play. Him and Nussmeier, you know, they confab, and then he calls the plays. And over the course of the season, when you do the film work, you can go back and see the wide open play calling that they do. And if you need 10 yards, he got 2 or maybe sometimes 3 comeback routes short of the first down. I'm like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? You know, at least have the majority of them passed. You know, at least if you got the verticality, if you're stretching the defense, if they're in zone, that kind of stretches them out and creates more room underneath. But if you have all these guys and they crisscrossing within 10 yards and it's shy of the first down line, then why are you even calling that play? You know, you hoping that their elusiveness, you know, they be able to shake one guy or whatever it is and get. I'm like, no, you just call your stuff past where the first down is. Because that last play, like I said, I'm harping on it because 3 of those routes look like they were shy of that first down. I'm like, why do that, bro? Call your stuff past it. I don't get this stuff sometimes with these guys. It's supposed to be these genius types, but it sure don't look like no genius to me. I'm just saying. All right, shout out to Brent, man. So he says it ain't too early for the sledgehammer.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, Brent. I don't think it's time for the sledgehammer yet. The Saints still in this game, bro. They're up 7, but that's the key to it. What I've noticed by the play calling is, my biggest critique of Kellen Moore is that what I just said, and the fact that his stuff is not vertical enough. His stuff is not, down the field enough. And your quarterback has a big arm. You need to take advantage of that. You got fast receivers. Mason Tipton's fast. Devon Valley's fast and big. You got fast receivers. You need to attack downfield. He's too east to west in my mentality. Too much. Does it way too much. Overuses it. All right, here go the Buccaneers. They get the ball back. Baker under center. Wires 3 of them to the right, 1 left. Man motioning from right to left is Emeka. There's the move. It looked like a chop down right there. And the ball thrown right over the head of the receiver. Emeka on the left sideline, and the offensive tackle. I ain't gonna say that was a chop block, but the way Chase Young on that right side was blitzing, he went down kind of funny, like he kind of fell forward, like the guy might have went low, on him. I don't know the way he fell. All right, shotgun Baker Mayfield running back to his left. He got 3 to the left, wide receiver motioning from left to right, goes to around the quarterback and gets tripped up for the Saints. And he had a run if it wasn't for the Saints defender tripping him up. And there's a flag. Nate Shepard grabbed him, and there's a flag down on the play. Let's see what it is. Is it a call situation? Is it a holding situation? Nate Shepard's mad, man. He mad. He pointing at the Buccaneers. We can get a call from these officials. That would be nice. Look at 69 blocking Granderson in the back. They're blocking him in the back. Referee didn't see that, but he seen the hole against the Saints. And he calls it tripping. He said it was tripping. I didn't see no tripping, man. The only people tripping is these goddamn referees. I didn't see no tripping on that. I didn't see any tripping on that. Was some BS there, man. I didn't see nobody trip them. Only people tripping is these rotten referees. All right, 1st and 10. The ball is on the Saints 44-yard line. Mayfield is under center. Man motions from right to left, and there's the run. And he's tackled in the backfield. It's Carl Granderson again. Granderson is being shown. Granderson gets penetration. It causes a 5-yard loss. And here comes the running back. Bucky Irvin is walking very roughly off the sideline, like his ankle got caught up some kind of way. And some kind of way, number 77, 17 tried to, he ran over that number 17 to get to Bucky Irvin, and Bucky Irvin is having an ankle issue, 2nd and 15, so they'll put the backup in. Shotgun Baker, wide receivers 3 to the right, 1 left. Saints come true. Can they get the sack twisting out? Oh, my goodness, they missed the sack, and Baker was able to pick up 3 yards on the play on a little weak, a slow spin move. Tricked the Saints. Saints had them in the backfield and let them escape. Saints had them in the backfield. And there was some holding going on, and the referees missed that, though. The guy literally grabbed Chase Young and wouldn't let him go. That's how Chase couldn't get to the quarterback. Referees missed that, but seen an imaginary tripping. 3rd and 13 now. 3 wide receivers to the right, tight end on the left side. Baker's in the shotgun with the running back next to him. Man motions. Watch number 15. Ball thrown to the right side and is dropped. Going to, is that Goodwin? Nope, that is Emeka. The ball was thrown slightly outside of his reach, but he was wide open along the sideline and dropped the ball. That'll bring up 4th and 13 and a long field goal, maybe a punt situation. He was over there by himself too. He broke that. He was wide open over there and couldn't bring it in. It was right off the outstretched fingers, his fingertips. He was by himself over there too. So they'll punt the ball. Credit to them having a rough stay. Baker Mayfield 8 for 10 now. Starting to have some incompletions here. All right, there's the punt. Ball away high. And it'll be fair caught at the 20 or at the 16-yard line by Pettis. So that'll give the Saints an opportunity to pick up on the play. No sacks, no penalties. Let's get this stuff together. No sacks, please, Tyler Shuck. No sacks, no fumbles, an execution of a drive that doesn't include you screwing it up, not Tyler, but the offense making mistakes. Fumble by Taysom, drop pass by Taysom, sack taken, just throw the ball away. You know, let's have a drive without all the mistakes involved. Let's try that for something. All right. What's up, Professor? Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the Who Dat Perfection. Much love to you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Means a lot, man. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Beauty says you can see somebody tripping, but but not the illegal blocks. You can't make this. I know. That's why I be like, man, fam, listen, I'm not trying to throw cold water on my sports loving folk out there, but at some point it's going to get so bad. And I was having this discussion. I was talking to my boy DC about this. I was like, sooner or later, because I've been watching college football and pro basket. Y'all know I cover all that. And I'm sitting up here watching all this stuff, and I'm noticing all the commonalities and the weird calls and all this kind of stuff that goes on. I said it's going to get to a point where people stop watching this stuff because they're going to see the obvious corruption. Because as they get greedier and greedier, you're starting to see more of it, to the point where it's destroying the experience of watching it, because you're starting to see the corruption in it. And you're going to see a lot of it tanking. It's going to be a time in this country when it happens, and it's going to happen during your lifetime. Watch. Just remember what I said. Just remember what I said, because we know the money's involved. We know that's a part of it. We know they have some chicanery that happens, to put it lightly. But it's getting to the point where they're making so much money off of it that you can start to really see it, and it will destroy how this stuff operate and create a whole revolution of what people are willing to watch. Watch. And remember I said that, and remember it's going to happen in your lifetime. Watch. You're going to see. Because like I said, we're watching pro basketball, watching pro football, you watching pro basketball and all this stuff, and you see it happen in the game. Like, what? And then they have cameras where you can go back and fix it, and they totally do the same. They so stupid when you get caught. Just go and do the right thing. But they keep the stuff going. That's going to hurt. Shotgun, here goes Shuck under center, hands the ball off. Flag comes out right away after that, and the Buccaneers is a pickup of maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. Devin Neal wrestled backwards. Play blown dead. It's going to be a call. Look like it's against the Buccaneers. Offside against the Bucks. So the Saints will pick up a 5-yard. It's on Logan Hall, the big interior defensive lineman. A pretty good one, him and Vita Vea. Tough running inside that stuff when you got Vita Vea and Logan Hall there. All right, they got the camera aimed up at the sky. They got nothing but overcast and some rain sprinkling down, but that may usually make good football. 1st and 5 now. Shucks in the shot. No, he's under center now with Devin Neal back there, and the Saints look like a running play to me. And nope, it's a pass play. And he takes a shot toward the right side of the field, and what is he throwing at? What the hell is Tyler Shuck literally just threw the ball to nobody but he literally looked up and fired the ball downfield, and there was nobody there. What are you even doing? The dude turned and fired to nothingness, threw the ball to McCullum. What was that about? How do you not see your wide receiver there? You have to look out there. He just turns and fires it out there. He ain't watching. He wasn't even watching what he was doing. See, that goes to show you what's going on. This guy wasn't even watching the play. Even if the guy broke off and you see him breaking off, how do you still complete that play? He just threw the ball out. He wasn't even watching. Even the commentator mentioned that. So there you go. So the Saints with these stupid plays. And then the next play, the guy gets a 12, 13-yard pickup. Bucky Irvin back in there and pounds the Saints. I mean, you can't make it up. The incompetence of these folks. The incompetence. How you playing quarterback? You're not paying attention what you're throwing to. So the next play, they hand the ball right off. Look, the guy I can run in that lane. Bucky Irvin, look, they got a whole lane there, and Bucky Irvin gets 12 plus yards into it. He picked up a 12-yard run as he marching into it. They're at their 20, the Saints 29-yard line, 28-yard line. Baker under center, hands the ball up the center. Bucky cuts left, right, falls forward, and still gets 5 yards. They'll bring up 2nd and 5. Yep, 2nd and 5. And that, like I said, the offense can't get out of his own way because you got guys out there that even know they ain't looking at what they doing. Guy just hauled off and just threw that shit out there. Shotgun Baker. Wide receivers 2 to the right, 1 left. It's a draw play to Bucky Irvin. Twists and turns, but Chris Rumph gets him behind the line of scrimmage for 1 yard loss. The referee doesn't even account for the loss. He just keeps walking down the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 5. The guy literally gets stopped a yard behind the line of scrimmage. Referee says no. 3rd and 5. I mean, these referees, they don't even spot well, man. That was a loss. It should be at least 3rd and 6. Guy got stopped behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 5 now for the Buccaneers. Let's see if the defense can make it right here, man, to force them to take a field goal. 3 to the right, 1 left. Shotgun Baker running back to his left side. Saints sent 5. Ball out and incomplete. Alontae Taylor on Goodwin stops him. That'll bring up 4th and 5. Baker wants a pass interference. He will not get it. They have to send up the special teams in to kick a field goal. So that's the thing. Baker wanted a pass interference. No, sir, you will not get it. That was a really good play by Alontae Taylor. No, that was a great play by Alontae Taylor. Shut up, commentator up there talking about you had a hand on that. Shut up. But you don't say nothing about the blocks in the backs, the 3 or 4 blocks in the backs on players. 22 of 26 for Chase McLaughlin. Longest is a 65-yard. Let's hope the Saints can get in there and block it. Maybe Brian Brissett can get penetration and get a field goal block. It's 51 yards out. If the Bucs hit it, they go up by 3. And there's the kick. It is right down the center, and the Bucs up 10-7. 9-11 on the second quarter clock. Saints will get an opportunity. So the defense did stop the Saints, stop the Buccaneers, rather, of getting a touchdown there, and they'll keep it close. Let's see if the Saints offense, which had a really good starting possession, to come back in. The rest of them have been injury filled. We've seen the guy throw an interception. He wasn't even looking, knowing what he was looking at. We've seen the fumble play. We've seen the mistakes the Saints make through these last several drives. Is just these mistakes over and over by the offense, whether it's a penalty, miscues, drop passes, this sort of like, we just seeing quarterback taking a sack. This kind of foolishness, man. Let's not do that. Let's just see if we can get back to getting the ball up the field and reseeking here. My goodness. All right. Yeah. So, yeah, it was off his fingertips. If you go back and watch that play with Emeka, that he was wide open over there because the Saints was in the zone. They did not have that area covered at all. And he made an attempt on it. It was thrown just slightly, off his fingertips, but it benefits us. All right. Brian says Fernando struggled versus Ohio State. We were watching the same game. He played well. Yeah, but Ohio State, that's probably, I'm going to say that's, people talked about him this season that the knock was he hadn't played anybody. Well, they played Ohio State, who's obviously the best team in the country. And Ohio State, that's an upset in his own right, because I didn't have Indiana winning that game. I didn't have that. I'll be honest with you. I thought Ohio State all the way. That's what I thought. Right now, they seem to be the standard. Is either Ohio State or Georgia. We see them pop in there. But that was a big surprise for me to see Indiana get that. Now, are they the best team in the country? They beat Ohio State. People are mad that they're ranked number 1 in the nation because you set up your college football playoff based off what the AP 25 is telling you. But the only way to figure that out is when you got to line them up and let them go at it. But it's still, they're getting better in how they, do this based on dumb committees and all this other stuff before. I still say they need to mimic the model that we see the FCS and all these other people use, where they don't have any of this nonsense. They just line up a playoff system and they talk about they can't do it. That's balderdash. If they can do it, and these are universities, then you can do it up there. It's all about, sinking the money. I think eventually people are kind of getting tired of that too. They putting pressure on them to change this stuff. So we see them doing 12 this year. Ultimately, it'll gain and gain and gain till we ultimately eliminate this. All right, here go the kick return back opposite side. Pettis is trying to get out of bounds, and he does toward the left side on the return, and we'll see what that puts the Saints up at. I think it's somewhere. We'll see what he come back. Couldn't tell where he got pushed out of bounds at. All right. So anyway, the Saints will pick up 9-11 on the clock. We'll see what goes on. Can the Saints kind of get back into this thing? We had a missed field goal by Charlie Smith, by the way. He missed the field goal, and that hurt. So we had a touchdown, a punt, a field goal, and an interception. Can the Saints sink back in and get back to business? They got Taysom Hill out there as the running back with Tyler Shuck. This guy's learning. Kellen Moore's learning. Don't put Taysom out as a quarterback. But if you want to use him as a runner. They toss him to the right side, and oh my God, he got depleted and about 4-yard pickup though, but they knocked his ass back. I don't know who he ran into. Was that Logan Ryan? He ran into something. It looked like he got knocked back. He depleted them, but he still gained 4 on the play. But the interesting part of it is, like I said, Taysom is versatile. You can use him as a running back or a wide receiver. Don't take Tyler off to put Taysom on. Shotgun, Shuck, 2 wide receivers left. They motioning Taysom, and he goes back, and then there's a guy that jumped, and they're going to say a false start against the Saints. See, we just can't get it right. Come on, man. It's against the right tackle, Asim Richards, filling in for Tali Fuaga. Come on, man, get it together. Sink in. We need to execute. So that's 2nd and 13 now, backing us up. Always these last several drives, we just been in a hole. We gotta get this right. 4 penalties for 30 yards right now. Shotgun Shuck. 3 to the left, 1 right. Running back next to him in the shotgun. Man motions from left to right is Chris Olave. Buck sending press. He checks it down to Evan Hall. Out the backfield, powers his way forward. And let's see what he gets. He gets past the let's say I can't see how much it was on the play. The check down to Evan Hall, maybe a pickup of 4 or 5 yards. It's 3rd and 6 now. 7:53 and counting down. More manageable 3rd and 6. Can the Saints convert here? This is a manageable 3rd down. Evan Hall is in there. Shotgun Shuck. Let's see what he do. 3 wide receivers left, 1 right. Shuck's changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Plenty of time. Goes back, changing it again. All right, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers sending the kitchen sink. They send in the kitchen sink. No, they send it for Tyler Shuck looking, rolls out, and he'll get sacked down again. Bro, you can't. I mean, it's just this guy. Bro, throw the ball away. You do all of that. You got to get rid of the ball. Stop taking these sacks. Just throw the ball away. It don't make a difference anyway. Nah, I mean, we can't seem to climb forward. We get rawed back. I mean, you know the blitz is coming because you're looking. You can see it checking. Bro, just throw it away. Throw the damn thing away. Throw it away. 4th and 20. And now the Saints will have to punt from inside their 5. Stop taking them hits, man. Stop taking them damn hits. He gonna turn into a den in a minute. There's the kick. It gets all the way down to the Buccaneers 28-yard line. Looked like the guy was gonna let it go. Then Johnson picked it up dangerously, and he was able to hold on to it. But boy, that was dangerous. If they'd hit him and he knocked it loose. Throw that damn ball away. Like I said, man, I don't know. We still, but to get back to the college football point about it, like Mendoza, when you break his game down, and I don't know a lot of people know too much about Mendoza, but he's seen as one of the top college football prospects. And based on what the Saints record is going to be, they could very well be in play for Mendoza. But how much of the and it's yet to be determined, family. We still have games left to be played, right? We still have games that's remaining to be played, right? We do have that. So we have to be able to figure out if Tyler Shuck, now will he, he's doing an audition, but are the Saints competent in Tyler Shuck to the point where they see him as the future franchise quarterback? The highest quarterback they took since Archie Manning. Does that mean anything? I mean, to them. Is he the guy that you're going to take it to the future? Is he the guy that you're going to build around? Is it? Because the quarterback position is very important. And do the Saints say, okay, yeah, we're going to pivot to this guy or that guy? Because if you do take Mendoza or any other quarterback that you see high, you basically are resetting the team. So whatever happened this year in terms of what you're doing with Tyler Shuck, that repeats itself with the new quarterback, right? So there's that additive to it. So he passed on your boy from Colorado, Sanders. He likes Shuck. It's a huge gamble when they draft him. I was like, I mean, the guy is big and he's fast, and his athleticism is ridiculous because he gets from 0 to 60 very fast. His acceleration shocks people. Like he'll peel off and run, and he takes off extremely fast. I think that's the thing about his athleticism that really shocks people when you're playing him, because he has that first step, that fast first step. He can get fast. He gets into it really quick, right? He got that athleticism to him. But outside of that, it's a mix of his talents, and he's going to struggle. He's going to hold on to the ball. He did this in college, by the way. He held on to the ball too long. Most of them do. Shador did the same thing. They don't have the clock yet. They don't have the clock thing going on. They thinking they could just stand there. No. You got 3 offensive linemen that are backups. You have to speed it up. This is what this rookie got to figure out. And it happens in time. All right, here go the next play. The Saints get the running back, and it's a draw to, let's see, White. Rashad White gets the run, and he gets nothing. It'll be 2nd and 10 right there. The Saints defense still locking in despite the inadequacies of our offense, struggling, bumbling, mistake-prone football, sack-taking, penalties. This has happened since the first drive, and this is the culmination of what the Saints had. Total, difference than what we see in the initial drive. 2nd and 10. Baker in the shotgun, running back to his left, 2 wide receivers right, 2 left. There's a snap. Hand off the ball to the running back on a draw play, a gain of 3. That'll bring up 3rd and 7 now for the Buccaneers. So there you go right there. We'll see what the Buccaneers got doing, man. To be honest with you here, 3rd and 8 now. 5:29 and counting down. Baker Mayfield is 8 for 11 for 84 yards right now. Brian Bresee on the stop. All right. So anyway, as we keep this thing going, 3rd and 8, Baker in the shotgun now. Motions his wide receiver further out. 3 right, 1 left. Saints showing blitz. They come in with it. Baker steps right through it and scrambles and goes and get the first down himself. I mean, you can't make it up. Baker Mayfield went right through that dumb blitz. Like it was Ghost at dawn. He ran right through the blitz. And it's just par for the course. How do you let the man escape that you're trying to get at? I mean, they stunted and went right up and missed everything. Missed everything. And Baker Mayfield's not fast, but he did enough to not only pick up the first down and talk shit to Kool-Aid McKinstry. I wouldn't have nothing to say to him. 1st and 10, Baker picks up the first down at their own 43-yard line, I want to say. Under center, turns, hands the ball to the running back to the right side, and he picks up about 3 or 4 yards to get upended by number 4 Kool-Aid McKinstry. Rashad White with the run. So a pickup of 3 yards on the playoff to the left. 4 minutes remaining there before the halftime. Baker's in a shotgun, running back to his right side. 2 wide receivers right, 1 left. Saints have 5 on the line. There's a draw play to the running back. The guy gets almost all of it. He's about a yard shy of the first down. Saints get blown off the line again. They're just pushing the Saints line off. They just push them up. They just resituated the furniture that was the Saints defensive line. 3rd and 1 now. Because Saints, instead of being multiple yards, it's now 3rd and 1. And the Saints, and they showed the graph. I did not know the Saints have not converted a 3rd down yet since that original drive, the first one. 3rd and 1 now as Bucky Irvin is in the game. Can the Saints stop a man in motion from left to right? Turn, handoff to Bucky Irvin. He chopped down at the line of scrimmage, and he will be short of the first down. So the Saints and Cam is joined at the tight end. And you got a big offensive lineman now calling for help. He called it for help, so it's 4th and 1. And 2:48 on the clock. They stop it. Number 68 on the ground, waving for somebody to help him, holding up his knee. It's Ben Bredesen, who's playing center, is on the ground. And he got forward there. And, a guy fell on his leg, DeMario. DeMario was knocked on his leg. He got rolled up on. Oh, man. Yeah, he got rolled up on. He got rolled up on. That's too bad, man. So offensive lineman number 60, Jordan, comes in the game. It's 4th and 1. And will the Buccaneers go for it there? We'll see what they do. Too bad. I hate to see people get rolled up off like that. All right. Rewind the time says, I like, he said, Reuben Baines Jr. over. Yeah. We'll see what they do, man. But resetting like the quarterback conversation, resetting the room. We still have to see what Tyler Shuck is, man. And he could very well not show you everything in his rookie year. You might have to wait a couple years to see what he looks like. Like he's a rookie. He played half the year. He's been playing now. So allowing him to do that, and I really don't think the Saints have done enough to build the offense around him, like to completely wrap the offense around him, signature style it to him. I don't think they've done enough of that. I think Kellen Moore's just calling plays just to see what works. And at this point of the season, we just far in, and the team still doesn't have much of an identity. They can't get it. They're terribly undisciplined, as you guys can see, except for one drive. All right, they're going for it again on 4th and 1 here. Can the Saints stop them? This is very disrespectful. Or maybe they're trying to draw them offside. Nope, it's a snap. They do it again. Saints stop them, and that's going to be a 4th down stop again. DeMario Davis. And the Saints defense stopped them again. Shout out to the Saints defense on this one. That's disrespectful. They're like, we're going to do it again. The Saints take over at midfield. 2:36 on the clock. We need a touchdown to go into halftime, rather. To go into halftime up 14-10 would be cool. Would be awesome. Would be super cool. So they got great field, and that's been happening for the Saints mostly all this game. They've been having fantastic field position. We have to take care of that. The last time we didn't make them pay for doing this fourth and 1 nonsense, we have to make them pay this time. You got to make them pay for that. They'll feel like, hey, man, we can do it all damn game. We got to make them pay for this. The Saints need to go down there and do something and get a touchdown. But this was great play. DeMario got penetration and got in there and made the play. Saints take over at midfield. Actually, they're at their own 49. Shotgun, Shuck, wide receivers, both side formation, tipped in motions from left to right. There's a snap. Draw to Hall. Hall right up the center and picks up about maybe 4 yards, maybe 3 or 4 yards. Can't tell. So 226, a gain of 4 by Evan Hall, the backup running back. 2nd and 6, 221 and counting down. The Saints doesn't seem to be in a rush for it right now. They're just going to let it tick on down, it appears. They're going to just let it tick to the 2 minute. Nope. I mean, they're not in a rush to snap the ball at all. All right, snap. Here we go. Shotgun. Are they going to snap it? Nope. They're going to let it tick on out. I don't know what he's doing. He don't know what he's doing. I mean, he said, well, let's get it. He ain't know he lifted his leg. People turning around looking. He ain't know what he's doing. Hell, I don't know what he's doing. They just let it go to the 2 minute warning. And there it is. So we right now are trailing by 3, 10-7. The Saints let it tick to 2 minutes. They still have all 3 of their timeouts to operate from. And we'll see what they got going on here. If they can get the ball out downfield, man, and the guy actually pay attention to what he's throwing to, that would help as well. All right. Yeah, but they paid the price that time around. Brother Prime says Q, Shuck is the new Taysom. I can't call him that, bro, because Shuck can actually throw the ball. Taysom can't. Shuck can actually throw the ball. Now, he can move. He can get up and run and do all this kind of stuff. But in terms of him, Taysom Hill cannot throw the football. We said that when he does throw, it's inaccurate. The ball don't have any touch because the man don't practice being a quarterback. He's mostly doing all this other stuff. You know that old saying about being a jack of all trades, but a master of none? Well, one of those none is the QB spot for him. But now Tyler Shuck can actually throw the football. His biggest gift is throwing it down the field, which, I would like him to throw it down the field, but at least be wide receivers who will benefit from it on your team, not the opposite team. All right, Clint says, what's up, Big Valley? Shout out to Big Valley. Says Staley should be coaching and bring Kubiak back. I don't know if I want him back, but he's doing a good job. Shout out to Kubiak in Seattle. So it's like I said, it's a different culture. It's a culture thing. The culture is accountability. They don't have any of that over there, obviously. You think Mickey Loomis down there telling them, hey, man, why your team so undisciplined? If these guys won't listen, we got to get them on up out of. You think Mickey Loomis doing that? He ain't doing none of that. He talking about he got 100 things to do every day. Man, you're not doing nothing, man. What are you talking about? Abbott says we got 55 total yards on offense. The positive thing was the first drive. That was it. The Saints have failed to do anything since then. You know, this is what we're seeing. This is a terrible executing football team. They're a terrible executing football team. You know, and the problem, like we talked about with the QB, the guy doesn't have a clock. You don't have a QB clock to say, okay, we need to get rid of this and do that. He simply doesn't have that. Okay, his next play is another penalty as a running back breaks through, and we got another penalty pointing against the Saints. Here you go. The penalty is a false start penalty. They cannot get, these people can't stay out of their own play, out of their own way here. Dylan Radummy is hit with the false start play, backing the Saints up. Then you get the defense benefits you on a short field, and then the offense gets in there, and every play, every drive, except for the first drive, is always somebody doing something they're not supposed to do. If it's not drops or miscues, it's always something. Backing the Saints up, 2nd and 11 now. 2 to the left and right, Shuck in the shotgun. Bucks look like they're bringing the blitz. They are bringing the blitz. The Saints don't know what they're doing. There's a snap, blitz coming. Shuck firing it. There's a flag down on the play. Chris Olave to the right side catches it, and he's just shy of the first down. I want to say, was it? The flag is down on the play, and who's it going to be against? Chris Olave is trying to make a play, and it's against the Saints. Is that a legal shift, they saying? It's an illegal shift against the Saints. It's against Chris. They said illegal shift on Chris Olave, and that backs the Saints up again. I mean, they can't. I mean, my goodness. I'm sorry, I didn't see it, man. I didn't see what they're talking about. All right, so here we go. 3 to right, and that's nope, they reset. He didn't snap the ball. All right, that's the snap. Shuck firing it to Juwan Johnson, who gets all the way down to, I guess, the 40-yard line or 45-yard line. I can't tell exactly where he landed at. They got a player down on the field, laying flat on his stomach. He looks shook up. He might have led with his helmet, but he's slow getting up. 3rd and 4, pickup, almost got all of it back, but it's a manageable game. I think he might have stuck his helmet in there. Yep, that's what happened. He caught Juwan Johnson's knee to the head. That's what happened. No, his thigh to the head. Kind of yanked his head back in a weird motion. Stunned him a little bit. Looked like he's all right, though. He's walking off slow. Tyke Smith, a defensive back from the University of Georgia in his second year. Pretty decent DB for him. Walking off slow. At least he walking off the field, though. They might have gave him a smell of juice, some of that smelling juice. And the DB coach tried to go in on him, man. Man told him, chill out. 3rd and 4. Saints, manageable 3rd and 4 for the Saints, and they draw it to Devin Neal. The Saints trying to push Neal forward. He'll be a yard shy of the first down. So the Saints, instead of throwing it, they just drew it to Devin Neal and look like Kellen Moore is going to go for it here. 4th and 1. He ain't going to trust it. He ain't going to put Charlie Smith back out there. That's for certain, man. He ain't going to put Charlie Smith out there. So the Saints are going for it. The clock is still ticking. Tyler Shuck under center. They got a power eye look right there. And would they try to run into this? They are. They're going to toss it. And that man that was terrible, man. He didn't get nowhere near that. He lost 5 yards on the play. And there it is right there. Defense stopped. Could we control the ball? I mean, we couldn't throw the ball, Kellen Moore. I mean, we couldn't throw the ball, but we had to run against this team, and that defensive line is actually pretty decent. We couldn't throw the ball, and they missing Tyke Smith out there. We couldn't throw the ball. Defense stopped and looked like they lost 5 yards. He didn't get nowhere close to it on the toss to the left side. I mean, Kellen Moore, my goodness, this dude here, man, is so detached from the rhythm and the flow of the game, man. How do you literally take yourself seriously calling these type of plays, bro? I mean, if anything, I wouldn't have attacked I know their defensive line is strong. It's the best part of the team. I would at least try to throw at them. They just lost the starting defensive back. Just saying. This dude is nowhere close to it. We couldn't throw the ball. Couldn't spread them out, do something different. Anyway, 1st and 10, 53 seconds. Saints blow an opportunity to convert. Let's see what the defense have. They're showing blitz as Baker's in the shotgun, looking center, stand center. Ball batted up in the air and incomplete. It's Carl Granderson. Looked like he got a hand on it. So Carl Granderson is making plays. I know we haven't seen Carl too much in these previous games. He's been kind of quiet, but he's flashing in this game. Carl has multiple tackles. He deflected that ball and stopped the clock at 49 seconds. The Saints still have 3 full timeouts. Buccaneers 1. So if the defense can force the Buccaneers offense to punt, we could perhaps the offense can try to do something. I don't know. All right, let's see what they can do. Shotgun, Baker, man motions from left to right, 3 left, 1 right. Saints come with pressure, trying to set up the draw, and Baker says, that's messed up. So the Saints forced them to throw it incomplete, and that will stop it at 3rd and 10, 46 seconds. Carl Granderson was there again. Carl smelt it out and forced Baker to just throw the ball at the feet of the running back for an incompletion. Saints are doing something. They found out something here because Baker Mayfield was 8 for 8, and all of a sudden he 8 for 13. So they kind of adjusting here. 2 of 6 on 3rd down conversion. Saints 0 for 4. Shotgun Baker. Can they stop him here? They got 2 guys on each side of him in the backfield, 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 tight end at the bottom to the right. Baker motions his wide receiver to the left and drew it to the running back. Can the Saints stop him? And they do stop him, but they will stop him a yard shy. But that with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are just going to probably go for it there. Should they punt it? If I'm Todd, I'm saying just punt it, man. Don't give him a chance. But if he disrespects the Saints on that 4th and 1, because he drew it to him, and Saints, that man didn't get touched till he was almost at the 1st down marker. So that's 4th and 1. Do they do it again? Do they do it again? The Saints burn the timeout to stop the clock at 40 seconds. It's 4th and 1. The Buccaneers are going to go for it. Baker Mayfield's running back out there. Buccaneers will go for it. See, this is what I've been saying. When you don't do what you're supposed to do, this is what happens. Nobody respects you because you don't make them pay for the last times that they were 4th and 1 they ran on and you stop them. You didn't force them. You didn't do anything. You didn't punish them for it. You didn't take it and score. They're in a shotgun now. Instead of trying to run, you're going to try to, and look, Baker Mayfield goes and get it. He goes and get it easily. It's a QB keeper, and Baker kept it. Nobody, the Saints defense didn't account for him. Why? Because they're probably in the zone. No, he just faked out. I don't know, man. It's just crazy. All right, so it's Baker Mayfield rolling around, firing up the center, incomplete, bounces up off the turf, and it's incomplete. So they'll bring up 16 seconds, 2nd and 10. And the Saints just trying to just end the quarter, man. Let's just end the quarter. Ball was thrown poorly by Baker Mayfield to his wide receiver. 2nd and 10. He's not been doing a good job passing the last several plays since then. I mean, he has like 6. They're showing this graph right now, 6 straight incompletions. So whatever's happening, the Saints found something out to turn them off. 2nd and 10 now. 3 wide receivers, bunch look to the right. Ball thrown out quickly, and it's caught by number 7, the running back, and it'll put them in field goal range with 3rd and 5. Quincy Riley on the stop as Shepard made the grab there. So the Buccaneers burn the clock, 10 seconds remaining. They're just trying to set up a first down, a field goal attempt. And yes, Tampa Bay will get the ball back at half. So they score at half potentially, and then get the ball back at halftime again. So they have an opportunity to kind of to get two of them things. We'll see what happens, man. They put a second back on the clock. 11 seconds, 3rd and 5 now. They're still trying to get something going on. And there's a flag down on the play. No, it's a timeout by the Saints. Saints burn the timeout. Kellen Moore burns the timeout. I must say, up to this point, I'm not really impressed at all with Kellen Moore as a coach right now. We were week 14. We're 14 weeks into this thing. And I'm not really impressed with what he's doing. I'm not impressed with his play calling. I think he has a terrible feel for the game and what's going on with this stuff. I don't think he knows how to use his best weapons. He don't know these players like that, and that's his problem. I mean, what the hell are you doing? If you're getting paid full time to be the coach, I'm just not impressed with what I'm seeing from him up to this point. 3rd and 5, shotgun Bucks, 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 at the right. There's a snap. Looking left is Baker, firing left, and it's a catch to number 2. And there's a flag down on the play. And they're saying it's against the Buccaneers. This could be coming back with 7 seconds on the clock. And there's some pushing going on. Carl Granderson here is getting pushing it. It's against the Buccaneers. This could be big. This is a personal foul. Let's see what the call is. Okay, pass interference, a little push off work going on by Mecca. They're passing an offensive pass interference, they call. All right. Yeah, that's definitely that. He pushed them off. Credit to the referees for calling that. So it's 3rd and 15 now for the team. So that'll bring it up 3rd and 15. That backs them up out of field goal position. They got 7 seconds. Bucks have no timeout. Saints have 1. That was a huge, huge penalty by Mecca, because what it does is it forces them out of field goal range, and that's huge. So the Saints will have to kind of try to stop them from keeping the ball inbounds, right? Tackling the guy inbounds, and then the Saints going to burn the timeout. Saints burn a final timeout to get the proper look laid up here. So if the Saints got to play the sidelines, play deep, not give them up the deep shot, not allowing them to get to the sidelines, because if they make the completion and fail, you tackle them there. I don't think they have enough time to then hurry up and run and spike the ball with 7 seconds left. So we can't allow them to catch something that gets their kicker in field goal position, then dart out of bounds. You get what I'm saying? Let's see how the Saints defense deal with that. 3 wide receiver look on the left side. Baker and a shotgun tight in there. A quick snap right here, and Baker's going to take a shot up the field, and it's almost intercepted here, and it's incomplete. And I bring up a 4th and 15. 2 seconds remaining. The ball was deflected. Looked like somebody got some hands on it or tried to catch it. But that ball was snapped early. Good thing Baker, he wasn't ready for it, but he was able to sink into it. That ball was snapped early, and Baker played it cool, man. 4th and 15, 2 seconds remaining. Ain't nothing that can happen here. They're going to try to maybe they take a shot here. Downfield, the Saints just have to play back. That's all, because there's no way they can do anything else. They probably just draw it to the running back and get it off into halftime. There's the play. Baker looking. He's going to take a shot toward the field. This dude taking a shot in the end zone, and the Saints can't come down with it. They knock it down. Kool-Aid McKinstry. That'll bring up halftime. I can't believe the Buccaneers just took a shot like it was the end of the game. They don't have no respect for the Saints, man. They have zero respect for the Saints defense. They just took a shot like it was at the end of the game at halftime. Oh, man, we got you. When you don't make them pay, they'll keep doing this type of stuff. So we at halftime, fam. Let's kind of go right into our halftime statistics here. So what we see from the team right now, let's get right off into it at halftime. All right, 7-10 currently, man. Right now, like I said, I'm not really impressed with Kellen Moore, what he's doing here, man. This team is very miscue prone team. it's just offensively speaking, it's just ineptness. All right, so at halftime, the Saints 5 first downs so far. We are a laughable 0-4 in third down. 0-4, 0-1 on the fourth down. The Buccaneers are 2-8 and 1 for 4. A lot of this is just disrespectful to the Saints on third and fourth down situations. And you got to make them pay. You can see the total plays. The Buccaneers have ran 39 to the Saints 22. Yet the game is still 10-7 thanks to the defense. Total yards, 153 yards for the for the Buccaneers currently. Saints have 74. 6 all in drives. Saints are averaging 3.4 yards per play versus 4 yards by the Buccaneers. The Saints have 53 passing yards in the entire first half versus 89 by the Bucs. Running attack, 64 rushing yards right here by the Bucs on 22 carries. That's 3-yard average. Versus the Saints 21 yards off of 8 rushes. They have 8 rushes for the entire first half in this game for 21 yards. The Saints are 1-1 in red zone. That's because of the benefit of the first drive of the game, which was a positive. Ever since then, it has been a complete joke. The penalties, Saints have collected 6 penalties for 40 yards. The Bucs 5 for 35, and the Saints have a turnover, an interception by Shuck. You look at the time of possession, Bucs are ruling that thing 18 minutes and 25 seconds versus 11:35 by the Saints, right? That's where we are currently in terms of team statistics. Individually speaking right now, taking a look at it, Shuck is 7 of 11 for 76 yards. He's averaging 7 yards per throw, has an interception. He's been sacked 3 times and his rating is 46.0. He is the top rusher. 1 scramble for 11 yards is the best we can do from the running attack, which is very minimal. 8 rushes for 21 yards is laughable. The passing attack, Juwan Johnson, 3 catches off of 3 targets for 30 yards, 10 yards per catch, right? Nobody else is doing anything else. Foss Monroe did have 1 for 16. Chris Olave's been thrown at 3 times, has 1 for 8. Devon Valley has 1 out of 2 for 16 yards. Not much else is happening here. Taysom Hill was a guy that they had an opportunity. Remember, he was thrown at and dropped the ball, this sort of thing. He also had a fumble. And of course he recovered it. But Granderson, 5 total tackles in the game. People asking about Granderson. Granderson showing up. Jordan Howden showing up with Justin Reed out. Both of those guys have 5 tackles so far. Kool-Aid McKinstry is in the top 3. He has 4. No sacks from the Saints today. No sacks at all. No interceptions, none of that so far, right? We've seen Mason Tipton have a really good return to start the game off of 54 yards that helped set up that first drive where the Saints scored. It has been nothing since then. Charlie Smith did miss a field goal that would have tied the game at 10-10, but that is where we are currently. On the opposite side, Baker Mayfield's 9 of 17 for 89 yards. He has a touchdown, over 5 yards per throw with an 87.6 rating. His last several attempts have not been good. The Saints have found something from a defensive standpoint where they've kind of upset Baker, showing him some different looks because he's been making moves with his feet. He scrambled 3 times for 18 yards. That really helped them in that capacity. The Saints have done credit to them, really neutralizing Bucky Irvin defensively. 11 carries for 18 yards. That's less than 2 yards a carry. That's pretty good. They're trying to mix it up with Rashad White, who has 7 for 28 with a 4-yard average, trying to mix these runners up. But the issue is with the Saints on some of those runs where they really gain a little traction is because Baker Mayfield broke free and scrambled to pick up. We have to shut that off. Chris Godwin is 3 catches off of 5 targets for 36 yards, averaging 12 yards. Maybe they go to Godwin in the second half. We have to watch out for that. Emeka's doing a pretty decent job. He's actually the Saints secondary doing a decent job against Emeka. They've thrown at him 7 times, and he only has 2 catches right there. So the secondary is playing well. The defense is playing well enough, to be honest with you, of keeping this team to a 1 touchdown game, right? 1 touchdown. They scored offensively. The first one, just like the Saints did. The Saints went up the field, got a touchdown. The Bucs did the same thing when they got the ball for the first time. And since then, both defenses have really shut each other down. Not to mention, it's really been the Saints. The Saints make too many mistakes. They do all of this craziness on offense. They have all these penalties, all these miscues. It's just what they've been all year long, which is a mess. It's a mess. You should not forget how to play football and be fundamental, to be smart, to understand the snap count, this sort of thing. It's just laughable that this man has not established this. But anyway, the sacks in the game, Levante David is the top tackler, and there are 3 Buccaneers with sacks. Vita Vea has 1, Greg Gaines has 1, and Braswell has 1 for them. Interception was Zion McCullum, who was able to pick off an easy interception because Tyler Shuck had some big communication issues with Chris Olave and literally didn't watch and just threw the ball up there, and the guy just picked it off. So we got to turn around and do it a little bit better than what we've been doing in the second half, right? All right, and of course, and other stuff is going on right now in the NFL, fam. A quick halftime scoreboard look at some of this stuff right now. Seattle is beating the Falcons 13-6 right now, and they might fire your boy today. All right, 48 in the third. They just started the third quarter off, the Battle of the Birds in the Falcon country. Seattle's beating them 13-6. Remember, they lost to the Jets last week. The Bengals up on the Bills 21-11. Joey Burrow is back, and the Bengals got some bite. They're up 21-11 on the Bills at the start of the third. Halftime, Titans trailing to Shador, who's 9-14 for 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. The word on the street for the Browns is that you'll see what's your name? Watkins, the brother, next year. He's supposed to make his appearance next year. So right now, the Browns are up on the Titans 17-14, the battle of Shador and Cam Ward, that is. And of course, in the middle of the third right now, the Commanders trail the Vikings 14-0. Dolphins at halftime beating the Jets 24-7. We know our score. The Jaguars all over the Colts 28-10. They're looking at the fact that Daniel Jones went down. Steelers are leading the Ravens 17-9 at halftime. And of course, some of the late games, Broncos, Raiders, Bears, Packers, Rams, Cardinals, and of course, Texans and Chiefs later on. So anyway, this is some of it right here at halftime. And in terms of what we got going on heading into the second half, it's going to be interesting, man, because what's the keys to doing what we need to do to get the game back? Just get out of our own way, just get out of our own way. That's what we need to stop doing. We'd rather start doing. We need to stay out of, get out of our own way, whether it's drop passes or false starts or whatever the case might be. We just need to get out of our own way, man. Get out of our own way and stop complicating things, right? Offensively speaking, it's just a mess. We got to get out of our own way, man. It's too many. They make way too many mistakes. Way too many mistakes. I just don't understand. And they practice all the time. And how is this? How I don't understand how this message is not sticking in these players' head. You're paying them all this money. They make way too many problems. I mean, this man has to see these mistakes in practice. How you play is how you practice. So how are you even letting these guys get on the field if they look like this? I don't understand how. That's why I don't have any respect for Kellen Moore as a coach, because I know whatever you see on the practice field is what they're showing on the pro field. I mean, it's no two separate teams. You're a workout warrior in practice, and then you get out here and make all these mistakes. I don't understand with this late in the game how he hasn't ironed out at least half of this stuff. Because you at least with all of the losing, you develop and find yourself. Like you understand, okay, this is what kind of team we are. This is what we're going to do moving forward. I don't see none of that happening in the losing. All of the losing has to count for something, is what I'm saying, right? If you're going to lose and you're a 2-win team, something has to give right here where you're saying to yourself, hey, man, we losing all these games, but at least we develop an offensive identity. At least we found the quarterback of the future. At least we felt like we've developed this and that. So we're going to be setting ourselves up for success next year or into the future, right? At least that sort of stuff. I'm not seeing any of that. It's just losing, and it's just dumb losing with no benefit to it. It's nothing that you taking right now that you can benefit from and taking into the future. I don't see it. That's just my analysis. All right. So anyway, what do you guys think? Y'all put it in the comment section. Let me know how y'all feel about it. What are y'all guys' key to victory for the Saints in the second half? Give me 3 keys that you think the Saints need to do to have success against the Buccaneers, because by all accounts, these Florida teams, we should have beat the Miami team, and today we have enough to beat the Buccaneers. If they just get out of their own way and stop, just keep making mistakes all the time. All right, what's up, T Mama? Shout out to the Queen, man. Good to see T Mama in the building. Much love, Queen. Hemisphere says, I don't know what's going on with Kellen Moore. I was hoping he could show he's ready for the head coach spot, but seeing them hasn't performed a lot better now. I question if the Saints got the right head coach. And not everybody's supposed to be a head coach. Like we've seen, that's some of my hesitancy early on when it was like, hey, y'all know I wasn't all in on the Kellen Moore thing. When they first mentioned, I was like, man, I think we can do better. The reason why I was saying that is because when you're a team that had a defensive coordinator who was on the team, and then the guy comes in and he had coaching experience, but that didn't count. And you make this guy the coach for 4 years he incenses the family base, the support base to force him to, it was an ugly break. Not because Mickey Loomis did it, because he was forced to do it by ownership, because we put pressure on Gil to fire him. Mickey was trying to keep the man. So when you split, you find another guy that doesn't have any head coach experience. You don't know if he can be a head coach in the league. Could he possess the qualities to be a head coach? Right? He done good in previous stop as an OC, but that don't necessarily mean that you would translate as a head coach, because you got to have a little bit of meanness in you. You got to have a little bit of upsetness. You got to be a disciplinarian. And some of that stuff I was really asking about Kellen Moore. Is this guy a tough guy? He smiles all the time, got these big fucking teeth, and he smiles all the time. Like, can this dude check anybody? Is anybody going to take him seriously? You know, if anybody going to take him seriously and say, hey, man, listen, we're going to do this, that, and third, it just appears like it's not. You know, you got to have a little upsetness like Ben Johnson with the Chicago Bears. You can't go up there skinning and grinning and showing every bit of all of your teeth and think that's going to change things. No, you got to, when you coming to a culture where the people are, or where the team is used to failure. That's why I said they're contaminated by failure. You got to find out who the guys are still buying into that, and you got to get them out of here. You got to bring in mean players on the line and set the tone. He hasn't done that. When he came in, he didn't do all the research on these players. Even up to 2 or 3 weeks ago, he still didn't know how to use his players, right? He didn't know how to use all these guys. Bringing in guys that's mismatches, and everybody knew it. Like Brandon Cooks, you're wasting time. Why is Cooks on the team? Then they got rid of the man. I'm like, what? You have no idea of what you're doing. And it showed. So at some point, his learning process, and I ain't trying, and listen, I like Kellen Moore. I'm just keeping it real. This is my thoughts about it. Real deal. Studying the film and being a Saints man for all of these years. This is what I see. Not everybody is made for this type of stuff. You got to have a little upsetness. That look what Peyton doing. Coach Peyton's doing that. Coach Peyton's up in there, and he's causing all kind of hell up there in Denver. He an asshole, and he's proud of it. Saints kicked the ball into the end zone. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will bring it out where they do, and then of course they'll get an opportunity to kind of put something together. Saints defense stopped them from doing it, so the Bucs come out with the ball, and we'll see what they got going on. Offense got to do something. They got to make adjustments. But what I'm saying is it takes a certain level of discipline. You don't have to cuss players out, but I'm saying you have to set the tone. You got to fire guys. You got to cut guys. You got to make moves to establish the fact that I ain't going to yell at you. I'm going to ask you to do it. And if you don't do it, I'm going to ask you again. And if I ask you after that and you don't do it, then I'm just going to get you up out of here and find somebody to do it. That has to be established, right? So anyway, here we go. Baker Mayfield from the Bucs 20-yard line, under center, looks like a running play. They motion the tight end from left to right, hand the ball off directly up the center of the line, and it is a number 58 is Chris Rump. The second gets in there and makes the tackle, and there's no gain by the Buccaneers, so they'll bring up 2nd and 10. Yeah, so that opens up the drive. But all I'm saying is at the end of the day, I have not seen this fantastic, brilliant offense that we've seen him run before. Say, Q, he don't have the talent. Man, they got a lot of talented players on this team. If you know what to do with your talent, Chris Olave, Kamara, all these guys were healthy for the majority of the season. Shotgun for the Buccaneers, wide receivers 2 to the right, 1 left, snap looking left, firing center, and caught for a first down at the 32-yard line to Chris Godwin. Easy pickings as they keep this thing on Kool-Aid McKinstry. All right, anyway, big ups to y'all. Appreciate you. All right, Professor says it ain't too late for the.
Say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, we still only three points off with this, Brett. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right, man, the most from right to left, two right. Baker's on the center. Motion's the second guy from left to right. Here, play action. Ducks it off to the tight end, missed tackle, pushes forward and falls forward for the first down, and it's wrapped up by Pete Werner and Jonas Sankers. The rain is falling on the Saints, and perhaps their hopes is getting kind of dirty out there. They're going to say it's a 2nd and 1 now that he didn't get the yard. Look like he got it, but they say no. So a double motion by the Buccaneers, and you can see them just kind of just doing a good job right here, just moving people on out of the way. And they were able to set up the tight end screen to Cade Otton to get 9 yards, 2nd and 1. Here come the quarterback, Baker, in shotgun, 2 to the right, 1 left, running back to him in his right side in the shotgun. Audibling out of the play, and we'll see what he got going on. There's a snap, looking center, stand center, pump fakes, fire down the center. It's intercepted by Alontae Taylor. Alontae Taylor is there and makes the play. I don't know why Kool-Aid McKinstry standing up there. If he would have blocked the player, Alontae would have got behind him and kept running up the field. For whatever reason, Kool-Aid McKinstry standing up there watching the play. Why was he just standing up there? Why didn't he block that wide receiver that was trying to tackle him? Tackle Alontae Taylor. He's just standing up there. Anyway, pick off by Alontae, man. The Saints defense gets the interception off of Baker. And like I said, Baker Mayfield, man, who's been struggling over these last several drives here. Saints found something to just, something happened there. They found out a way to take away from him what he was doing. The man had like 8 for 8 to start the game. Since then, he's now 11 for 20, and how he has an interception. It's up for now. Tyler Shuck, bro. If you're trying to make your name and your game present in the minds, you got to take this interception and turn it into points, man. You got to turn this stuff into points, man. So that's a good one. All right. Baker Mayfield. All right. That's right. Jet Black, shout out to you. Yeah. Baker Pickfield. Yes. Yeah. I like Baker Mayfield. I like that one. That's one of my favorite parody names for him. All right. Yeah, we get it. So let's see can we now turn? There you go, Ice Cold. Can the Saints now score now? Can we? That's the point. What's up, Trey? Yeah. He got picked off. Rose, shout out to you. All right, good to see y'all, man. Hit that like button for your boy. All right. Yeah. Okay. H Hello says I live here at Charity Hospital. I'm a Bucks fan. All my people, friends are Saints fans. It's all good. Yeah, indeed. And I like it like that, man. No hard feelings. No hard feelings at all. What's up, Dedrick? Dedrick said, I understand when an offense looks this bad, easy to scream QB change, but I think it's deeper than that. Yeah, and you got a point on that. And I don't want people to get their impression that I'm saying this is a Tyler Shuck issue. I am not saying it. I'm saying that you have to take your offense, Kellen Moore, and wrap it around what your quarterback do best. Right? He has to listen instead of saying, hey, I want you to do this. He needs to start saying at 2-10 and week 14, what do you do well? What do you like to do? That's what I'm saying. That's when you start signaturizing that offense and start catering it to with the quarterback. Like talk to your quarterback and ask him what he likes to do. What kind of stuff that you did well at in college that you would like to do here? What can we do? And just based on what I've seen from Tyler, he likes to throw the ball downfield. If you can give him space and get verticality, then he loves that. And I think that would be his best bet. 7 for 11 for 76 yards in the pick. Saints pick up the ball at the Bucks 47-yard line. Double motion by the Saints. There's a shotgun. The Bucks lined up there. There's a snap. They drew it right up the center. They went right back to the same play they did before the turnover, and he picked up about 5 or 6 yards on the play. That rain starting to fall here, but Alontae Taylor picking off the ball is big right here. Because Baker Mayfield threw the ball, and he just threw it. It was a badly thrown ball, is what it was. It was a poor thrown ball. A very poor thrown. You can see a good shot right here. It's rain. That rain coming down out there. They got a filter where you can't see it on this thing, but if you get close, you can see it. All right, here's the handoff right here, back to the left side, and Devin Neal trying to turn the corner. He gets the first down and gets shoved out of bounds. Nice run by Devin Neal to the left side. Do we got a player here, family, in Devin Neal? I think we got a player in Devin Neal, fam. They're showing the update. Tyke Smith had a stinger. Hassan Reddick has an ankle issue, and Bretterson is out with a knee problem. He got rolled up on. So they're missing some starters here, man. Saints need to start attacking that defense. All right, good run. They had 2 runs there. They're setting up a shot downfield by the Saints with the rain twisting. Here's a motion in play. Audrey Estimix there. They draw it to him. No, but Shuck keeps it, and Shuck is gone. 20-10-5 in the end zone. Tyler Shuck kept the ball, scrambled down for a touchdown, and the Saints get it off the feet of the quarterback, Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Long as I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, running like this and I'm a Who Dat. Every day I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 Boogie like this and I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Now that's how you supposed to drive. From now on, that's how you drive.
Indeed. That's how you drive. Saints didn't throw the ball at all. They just hit the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense with run after run, ultimately culminating with Tyler Shuck doing what he did and running that ball for 34 yards into the end zone for a score. The Saints take the lead 14-10 off of an interception by Alontae Taylor as the rain falls on the Buccaneers. This could be a huge loss for the Buccaneers, a big win to help the Carolina Panthers because we got them next week. So this is going to be interesting to see how this goes with the Saints. And like I said, it's some consistency, man. Let's get some consistency here and turn this thing around, or at least get some wins. So big ups to the Saints converting there, man, just powering on through, using the feet, or rather the legs of Tyler Shuck. Like I told you, he gets the guy gets 0 to 60. His acceleration in terms of when he takes off, it shocks the hell out of people. Like it's not like a slow process. When he take off, it's very quick. Got a very quick first step, and he gets up to speed very quick. So yeah, he gets to turning and twisting. All right, big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream, man. The Saints trying to close this game. It's raining out there, and them trying to do it. Now, the defense is playing well enough to get this going, but we still need another touchdown by the offense to kind of seal the deal. I think another touchdown by the Saints will seal the deal on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think the defense have found something that is that troubling, that's causing Baker Mayfield problems because he's, like I said, he was 8 for 8 with a touchdown early on. Since then, numbers done dropped. 11 for 20, got a pick now. So the Saints have found something that is kind of ruffling his feathers, so to speak. Saints kicking off to the Bucs from right to left. It goes into the end zone. They retrieve it at the 20. All right, so there it is right there, the Saints. But Baker Mayfield coming right back on out as he's counting people to see how many people that's coming with him on the field. The Saints could keep this thing going here, and we could force some more turnovers. We need to get to Baker Mayfield and sack him. And I got to think here with the rain falling down on them like this, is that they're going to probably lean on the running attack a little more and maybe short yardage passing or dipping or whatever they got to do. But something the Saints defense with Coach Staley has done something that's kind of caused some issue with Baker Mayfield. Let's see if they can continue it. All right, 1st and 10 at their own, actually at the 35. I'm sorry, I said 20 at the 35. Play action, handoff to the next running back here. He gets about 5 yards pickup on the play. Jonah Williams had him and then didn't have him. Then grabbed onto him and he dragged him for at least a 6 yards, they're saying. So they'll pick up 2nd and 4. So a 6-yard pickup with Tucker in the game. So they're using 3 different running backs. If it's not Sean Tucker, it's it's Rashad White. If it's not White, it's the other guy, number 7. So they're using different running backs now. But shotgun for Baker, 1 wide receiver left, 2 right. There's the snap. It's another draw to Sean Tucker, and the Saints can't stop. They stop him just shy of the first down. He almost picked it all up. He almost got it all up. So the Buccaneers are pushing and moving the ball against the Saints. Danny Stutzman was involved on the stop as well. 3rd and 1. So they're going to try to work this thing up the field. The Saints got to get some kind of penetration. They can't let them push the ball down the field like this and run it down it. Is another move, a draw play to Tucker again, breaks through and picks up the first down plus initial 5. He gets to center of the field. There's a flag down. I think this is coming back. It's against them. It's a holding play that'll back the Bucs up. Good call by the refs. It'll back them up. It's against Barton, the center. So that'll back them on up. Back your tail on up. And you can see Barton right here. Oh my goodness. Come on. He got Stutzman under the shoulder pads. Just literally, come on. Referee caught it. I mean, they hold their asses off, man. It should be a lot more than this, but I appreciate the refs for even seeing that much. Now it's 3rd and 11. It forces them to throw the ball right now. They really don't want to throw the ball in this rain. So Baker Mayfield is in the shotgun. 0 for 3 on 3rd down passing. 3 wide receivers right. They got 1 to the left, running back to his side, left side. Saints come with the blitz. Baker standing, taking a dart down the side of the field, ball knocked away. Great play. All late pass in there. It's against Jonas Sanker. It's going to be a pass interference against number 33. It was late, but it came in, and they're going to hit Sanker with a pass interference, and that'll give the Buccaneers the pass interference call against Sanker. He got up so unconfidently that the referee was like, yeah, you did it. His language was so bad how he did it. He would just get up and just threw up his hands like Taylor does and put the 2 thumbs down. But the way you could look at his body language like it was guilty. I don't see it, but maybe he gets him in with the opposite hand. I didn't see maybe the inside hand. I didn't see on that play where it was, but his body language, he ain't refuting it. You know, that's something you got to do. I ain't do it. You know, you got to put a little Hollywood in that shit. All right, so anyway, that's a big penalty. It puts them into Saints territory right around the 37. It's a handoff to the running back, and this dude gets all of it. He hits it and gets about 10 yards on the run. The Saints defense all of a sudden turning into wet cardboard. They're turning into wet cardboard. The Buccaneers have absolutely no problem moving the ball with the running attack. We got to do something, man. The defensive line's got to do better than this up front. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 left. Baker in the shotgun. It's another draw play to number 1 this time. Saints don't touch that man till he gets 7 yards downfield. Can we get some guys out here? Can we start getting some people out here on that line? You can't let them walk down on us like this, man. That's a 7-yard pickup on the same run. They're just doing the same play, the draw play. And look at them. They're just moving the Saints. And that's another hole right there that they miss. Another hole. Guy had the man's shoulder pads tied up. 2nd and 3. Boy, that was a big blown hole right there. I mean, the guy was literally holding that guy. I shotgun. And there's a same draw play to Tucker. Tucker gets the first down plus 3 or 4 more yards. It's the same play they're running on the Saints. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time they hand the ball off to Rachaad White. Then they get him out and they'll circulate the other running back in, Tucker, and they'll just keep mixing it up like that. And I mean, at some point we got to adjust, right? We got to change it up and send some blitz in there to stop this from happening. Do something different. Don't let them walk it down like this on us. Come on, Staley. All right, Baker in the shotgun. Got 2 backs blockers next to him back there. That thing's showing blitz here. It's another draw play. And the guy gets it, breaks a tackle, and gets wrestled down to the 1 yard line. Saints getting walked back, man. They're getting walked on. They're walking the Saints down. They're on the goal line. 1st and goal, and he's in easy. That was terrible drive by the Saints defense. Terrible drive. Tampa Bay Buccaneers literally stepped on the Saints defensive line and pushed them down the field with a draw play. That's basically what they did. With 3 different runners, they just basically did draw plays all the way down the field. And they finish it off at the goal line and dominate the Saints on the run, and they were able to get into the end zone on the play. I don't know what Demario Davis standing up there doing. He sees as a run play. Why is he still standing flat-footed in the end zone, 2 yards in the end zone? Why not go up to the line? So anyway, they score. That's 7 plays, 65 yards, almost 4 minutes, and they take the lead back from the Saints. And that'll make it 17-14 right here. Now, the next question I have is, can the Saints score another touchdown? It took them a quarter to do it the last time. So the Buccaneers just manhandled the Saints. They manhandled the Saints down the field. 17-14. 7 plays, 65 yards, almost 4 minutes. And man had pushed the Saints down the field for a score. All right. So still in all, even though that was a terrible drive, that was, fam, the defense is still doing an okay job, right? They're only they only allowed the Buccaneers to score 2 touchdowns at this point. The field goal by the special teams make it 17. It's still in play. Despite, that was the first drive of the game was awful. This drive was awful. But outside of that, they still have done a pretty decent job up to this point. But we need the offense to kind of activate here and score another touchdown right here. That was just mano-a-mano right there. It's mano-a-mano right there. All right. So anyway. All right. Abby says, can't blame the defense, Q. Bucks led the time of possession, 23 minutes, 12 minutes. They're getting tired. Indeed, bro. Yeah, I mean, but that wasn't the case before that, was it? Didn't the Saints score? No, I don't know, Abby. You can't say they was tired that time. They just got that was a manhandling, bro. Because the Saints scored that prior possession, didn't they? So they had time to rest. If it was them getting tired, it's because they got their ass handed to them on that last drive. Because I don't know about that one, my brother. Me and you see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. But I don't know about that one, brother, man. Because like I said, the Saints had scored on a long drive before. What was the time? Let me go back and check that previous possession. Hold on. Let me check it out. All right. Let me see if I can find the one with Tyler Shuck. How long was that drive? Okay, it was 3 plays. Okay, you might have a point, bro. You might have a point. It was 3 plays, 47 yards with the Tyler Shuck 34-yard rush. So they set for 1:19. You might have a point on that, bro. It felt longer, but you might be right on that, bro. They scored a little too fast, right? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. You might have a point, bro. You might have a point on that. Yeah, you might have a point. It took 1:19 for them to get that Tyler Shuck scramble for a touchdown. They might have scored a little too early. So you might you might have a point on that. All right, here's the Saints kicking off. Right, I mean, them Bucks kicking off to the Saints, return to the 20, 25, 30, runs into a pile of people and gets tackled at the 35-yard line. Pettis runs right to a pile. Saints will pick it up at the 35, 7:32 remaining in the third quarter. There it is. All right. All right, you think so? Jet Black said this will be Shuck's breakout legacy game. Okay, okay. Red Game says NFC South needs the Bucks to lose. Let's help them this one. Yeah, the Bucks been dominating, man. But a win today helps Carolina out. But remember, you got Carolina the week after this. So, all right, shotgun Shuck, man in motion from right to left. It's another draw play to Devin Neal right up the center, twists and turns for a pickup of 4 yards before the safety says, you're going to have to get down on the ground. All right. I like Devin Neal. You don't have enough wiggle, though. I mean, wish he had a little bit more wiggle to his game. 2nd and 6 for the Saints. Manageable second down. 7:13 and counting down. Saints been running the ball. Do they finally switch it up and start throwing the ball now? Because they've been running it a lot lately. Man in motion from right to left is Belly. No, they go right back to the same draw play. Bucks defense stop them at the line of scrimmage, puts them down. Maybe a pickup of 1 if it's a gain at all. So it's now 3rd and 5 now. Saints have ran the ball at least like 8, 9 times straight now. There's no throw. Kellen Moore is like almost, is he abandoning the pass? Is Kellen Moore abandoning the pass? I mean, he's ran the ball like 7 times in a row. So, I mean, at some point, you're going to have to throw the ball, man. Is this the time the Saints throw the ball? Let's see if Shuck can do. We got 3 to the right, 1 left. This miscommunication going on here. Bucks showing blitz. There's a snap, 4 coming. Ball out, thrown, caught by Juwan Johnson for the first down plus 4 yards. Got to give Juwan Johnson credit, man, in the clap, because Juwan Johnson is doing really well over this last couple of games. He's stepping up. Shout out to Juwan Johnson. Shotgun Shuck. Wide receivers, 2 to the left, 2 right. They motion Juwan from right to left. There's a snap, draw play to Neal right up the center and gets about 5, about 5 yards on the run right up the center. And you can see the field is nasty. Devin Neal, half his jersey on the left side is muddy as hell. All right, so there it is. So Shuck right there makes the throw to his security blanket tight end, and Juwan Johnson's played well over the last few games. Got to give Juwan that. He's been playing really well. He's been making all his catches. His blocking has improved. Y'all know I've been tough on Juwan, but he's stepped up. 2 to the left and right after the motion and tight end from left to right. Motion and tipped and left, right. Hand off the Neal up the center. Powers through, gets the first down. No, that's Audrey Estime who gets his first carry. The former Denver Bronco back, Audrey Estime, gets the carry, picks up the first down and then some. So the Saints running the ball and nice hole by the Saints on that time. He actually that was a nice hole created by the Saints on the left side. Saints, that looked good there. Saints, that running lane, we got a tight end, a Tampa Bay player, number 8, is talking about his knee, is flexing his knee. They're going to walk him off the field. All right, so that the Saints moving the ball, running the ball against the Buccaneers, and they're eating clock right now. 5 plays, 26 yards, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Now, Saints score here. Question to my guy Abby out there. If what it's no excuses now. It's been over 2 minutes now, right? So they shouldn't be tied on defense, right? It shouldn't be tied. Look like number 8. Yeah, he went down like somebody blew a building up. He just went down by itself. Then I guess he had something wrong with his knee. Phantom play. Shotgun Shuck running back to his left, man motions. It's another draw to number 30, and he goes nowhere. He falls forward for a pickup of maybe 2 yards, not much, probably a yard or so on the play. Vita Vea did not go anywhere. Vita Vea is like Mount Fiji out there. He didn't go anywhere. He just standing up there. They ain't move him, push him, do nothing with him. 2nd and 9, pickup of 1. We got to throw the ball at some point, family. I know the turf is bad, but we gotta We got to kind of throw the ball at some point, right, to kind of keep this thing balanced. So the Buccaneers just going to pile up front there, like they're doing right now. There's 8 of them in the box currently. Saints under center, motions Tipton from right to left, handoff to the right side. He turned. Devin Neal has space there, 25-20 down to the 16-yard line as Devin Neal turns the corner and goes north to south, showing a little wiggle. I asked for wiggle, and he gave some wiggle on that one there. Saints offensive line is doing a good job. Because you see a guy flexes inside, he jumps in on a stunt and then leaves all the outside open, and Devin Neal had none but space and opportunity there. All right, shotgun for the Saints. They motion belly from right to left, two right, and there's a draw play to Neal again, dances around and is twist down for a pickup of maybe 3 yards. 2nd and 7 as the Saints eat the clock. They're already in field goal range. They're saying it's a game to 2. As Lavonda David makes the tackle. Drive right now, Saints over 4 minutes on 8 plays. There's a toss toward the left side. Devin Neal finding a little room, picks up a 9-yard run, an 8 or 9-yard run, setting up a 3rd and short play for the Saints. Luke Fortner and Dylan Reduce on that left side pushing. They say it's 3rd and 2, very manageable. Game is very simple in the rain. Saints leaning on a rushing attack to eat clock and finish strong. All right, let's see what the Saints do. 3rd and 2 with 2:42 counting down. Saints 1 of 5 on 3rd downs today. Can we convert here on 3rd and short? Shotgun Shuck, 2 to each side. Motioning man is Audric Estime. They draw it to Estime, powers through, push forward, and gets the 1st down, and the Saints keep it going. They convert their 2nd, 3rd down of the game. Saints setting up power moves now. The running attack pushing downfield, and we're doing to the Buccaneers what they did to us on their last scoring play. Saints defense getting plenty of rest now. 9 plays, 56 yards, 4.5 minutes current drive. No, they said they didn't get the 1st down. It's 4th and 1. Shotgun. Who is it? Taysom. There's a snap. They hand it off. Nope. Look, he's going. He does a good play by Tyler Shuck. He threw it to Chris Olave. It looked like a running play. It fooled the defense. Shuck scrambled to the right. There's a flag down on the play. Buccaneers pointing at the Saints. Kellen Moore's mad. Is it a holding situation? We'll see what the call is. Ineligible man downfield again. It's Olave. Are they saying it's Olave? It got to be Olave. No, they're saying Cesar Ruiz. Ruiz has been having a decent game up to this point. So there you go. So it's against Cesar. Number 51 makes his presence felt at the wrong time, as usual. So that penalty right there cost the Saints the 1st down, and it'll back them up. So where do we go from now? Will we go from that? Yeah. Why is Cesar Ruiz way up there anyway? All right, so this will set up a field goal. Saints will just kick it just tie the game up. 30-yard attempt. Charlie Smith boots it right through the center. It'll tie the game up 17-17. Right now, Cesar Ruiz on the play, killed the Saints situation. 10 plays, 53 yards, almost 6 minutes just to score a field goal and tie the game. They had an opportunity to kind of really change this whole thing around. Too bad. Too bad. All right. Y'all hold on just a second, fam. All right, we back at it, fam. It's interesting, man. If you see how it's going, we just gotta. I don't know what's going on here with the with the thing. It's just I'm looking now like, man, listen, we doing a good job, we moving it, and then a miscue pops up at the wrong situation. I went back, had to look at that play. I'm like, why is Cesar Ruiz that far upfield? He was like, he wasn't even doing nothing. He was just out there in the end zone saying, wow, this is how I feel to be in there. I mean, he was just, why was he that far out there? I don't know. Saints even up the game 17-17. It's going down to it, man. It almost feels like one of those games, like whoever has the football last will be the person that wins the game. And I think that's pretty much what this is shaping up to be. Saints force Baker into an interception. How is this game looking as we move forward? Saints have to be able to stop the Buccaneers from running the football and force them to throw the ball. Baker doesn't have it right now. We can't let them get off the hook by running the football. So they saying the scoring drive was over 6 minutes. For the Saints, it was 11 plays, 53 yards, over 6 minutes with a Charlie Smith 30-yard field goal. Ties the game up 17-all. It's up to the defense now. No excuses. I'm pretty sure they got enough rush to stop this. It's a muddy game going on. It's still raining. As the kick drops right at the 11-yard line, picks them up, gets to 15, 20, 25 to the 23-yard line before the Saints, Danny Stutzman and other wrap up Johnson and pull them down. All right. Yeah, Gundam says, why is Cesar Ruiz? Why was he way up there like that? People like, yeah, I was like, okay, I didn't get that part, why he was so far up there. But anyway, it is what it is, man. We'll study it on tape when we get an opportunity to look in this week's film study. All right, but right now the Saints defense is doing well enough along right now, to be honest with you, to keep them to just 17 points. It's very manageable. Can they stop them now? Shotgun Baker Mayfield, 2 to the left, 1 right, man motioning around the back of Baker. It's the same draw play, and the Saints stop them at the line, about 2 yard, maybe 3 yard pickup, depending on where they spot the ball. Somebody blasted them down. It was Pete Werner. Pete Werner blasted them down in the play, a pickup of maybe 2 or 3, depending on where they spot the ball. We got to stop them from running the ball. We got to force them to make Baker throw it. Baker's struggling right now. Let's force him to put the game in Baker's hands, not let him scramble around. Let's force him to throw the ball. Let's see what Coach Staley got set up. 2nd and 8, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 right, motioning from the left to the right side of the quarterback, back, then motions back around. And then this is the play. Cam almost intercepted the ball. Cam seen that he was trying to check it down. Cam deflected it and almost intercepted it. And that's a 3rd and 8. Cam almost intercepted. He put his hands up, batted it down, was trying to grab. He put 2 hands on it, couldn't bring it in. Cam almost intercepted the ball. Almost intercept. Smart play by Cam on that. He's seen him. He put his hand up, knocked it away, almost picked it off. 3rd and 8, Saints stopping him. 44 seconds on the clock, the third quarter clock remaining. What can the Saints defense do right now? They're showing blitz. 2 wide receivers each side of the field, and the shotgun is Baker. There's a snap. Saints come with pressure. Baker steps up. It's going to run, and he's going to pick up the first down, gets down to the 40 and to the 46-yard line and runs out of bounds. This is what I just said. You cannot pressure Baker and then allow him to leak out and pick up the first down. You want to contain him and force him to be the passer. Look what the Saints do. They do the same crap they've been doing. They allow the lane to leak out. And Nate Shepard was complaining about that should have been a flag, by the way. I just seen what happened. Nate Shepard had the lane right there. He was complaining to the referees that the guy was holding on him, and the referees just looked at him. I just seen why he got so free on that replay there. Nate Shepard got badly held. It's amazing what these referees see and what they don't see. It's amazing to me what they see and they don't see. That'll end the third quarter and bring up the fourth quarter players. Baker Mayfield was allowed to scramble for 16 yards for a first down. Yeah, I just seen it. The replay with Nate Shepard. The guy grabbed Nate Shepard and held him, and Nate Shepard was throwing his hands and complaining to the referee. Referee looking at him like he don't know what he's talking about. I see how he got loose. I see how he got loose. Nate Shepard was pumping his hands, mad. It's amazing with these referees seeing what they don't see. It's amazing to me what they see and what they don't see. So anyway, we'll bring up that's fourth. So it's 17-17. We hit the fourth quarter. We'll see what's going on. What's up, Des? It says they don't know how to win. Yeah, it's the issue was, fam, if you didn't see it, like when they replayed, I was like, hold on, what happened there? What happened was the hole where Baker Mayfield escaped out of, that hole was there because Nate Shepard was trying to fill it and he got grabbed by the offensive player. The offensive guard grabbed him and held him, and that created a situation where Baker had all that room. Because if he had not done that, Shep would have caught him there and brung him down. So that's what happened. If you go back and look at the replay, you'll see it. And he was mad. He was pumping his fist, throwing and bitching at the referee. Referee standing there looking, just like, what happened there? But it's like I said, it's amazing what they see, what they don't see. It's just, it's amazing. You are paid to be calling penalties and all this kind of stuff. And when a guy get that much room to run and a guy complaining about it, you don't do nothing about it. It's just strange. And that's why I was asked the question. It's amazing. It's amazing that what they see and what they don't see. It's amazing what they see. Well, I mean, how do you not catch that guy? I seen him grab Shepard. It was so egregious that Shepard was pissed off by it. So if you Kellen Moore, how does Kellen Moore have a conversation with the ref about, is he smiling at him, showing all the bottom of his teeth and everything, his gums and everything, all his dental work when he talking to the ref? Come on, ref, this is a foul. Come on, ref. Is this a foul? How Sean Payton talk to the ref? Hey, man, call the damn play, something to this degree, put them on game. 1st and 10 now for the Bucs at their own 44, handoff to the right side. Tucker, Saints trip them up. It looked like about 3 yards shy of the first down, bring up 3rd and 3 as they started the fourth quarter. Kool-Aid McKinstry on the stop. Going to be interesting to see how they work this thing. Atlanta, man, is Atlanta going down in flames, man. They might fire your boy today. They probably fire him tomorrow. Atlanta they getting ran. They lost to the Jets and then they turn around and they lose into the Seahawks. Raheem Morris probably going to be gone by Monday. Shotgun for the Bucs. 3 wide receivers left, 1 right. They're going to draw it to Tucker. Tucker gets stopped. It'll bring up second. Actually, was second, third down, and now it's 3rd down and 3. It was 2nd and 7 before, so it's 3rd and 4 now. So Tucker, they're hitting them with Rashad White. They're putting in Tucker. They're mixing all 3 of them running backs up, trying to throw the Saints defense off here, getting all the runners involved in this sloppy game. They know that the Saints can lock down and stop them from running the game and contain Baker Mayfield, and the referees can call the cheating when they do, because this is a nasty, muddy game right here. 2 to the left and right, shotgun. It's probably going to be another draw play, 3rd and 4. We'll see. Saints showing blitz. Demario Davis coming right on through. Baker Mayfield steps right on up and goes down, and he's shy of the first down. It'll be 4th and 2. He's shy of the first down. Nate Shepard playing his ass off on the interior, man. 4th and 3 now. They called it. They're going to try to go for it again on the Saints. This is totally disrespectful for the Saints, but we got to put them in their place. 4th and 3, and they're going for it. It ain't like their defense. The Buccaneers defense is not playing good. This is just being disrespectful. 4th and 3. Now we have to be careful here because they 1 and 4 on 4th down, and this could be a play. Now, and they quickly snap the ball. Baker Mayfield looking, trying to twist around, turn, ball thrown, and it's a first down. No, incomplete, says the ref. Ref says he was out of bounds, and it'll be Saints ball on the play. Ref said he was bobbling the ball. Good call by the referee. Got a little get back. God damn it. 17-17 said that 14 was bobbling the ball when he caught the ball. Yeah, and that's true. He did. Referee, great call by that referee because he hit him. Good, tough hit Was that Alontae Taylor? Hit him and Godwin bobbled it as he was falling out of bounds. Referee, that was a great call by the referee. And that's what it, and good shot. I think that was that Alontae Taylor on the play? That was big time on the play right there. I'm saying that's pretty good. Pretty good. If you're the Saints, you can get it. Man, I'll tell you what, man. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. All right. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all. Hit that like button, man. The Saints putting on the show, and we ain't perfect, but let's fight for this thing. Let's get this right. Let's fight for this thing. Let's get this all right here. All right. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. Yeah, Ref says go back to that holding play. Yeah, no catching, but indeed. What's up, Gary? Shout out to you. No, he's in. I think Veli's okay, bro, unless I missed something. I just seen him in there not too long ago. The Saints right now with all of the rain, because I don't the view that they're showing us that's going on right now, like that filter they have on the camera is not showing you the rain coming down. And then when you see from the field view, that the field view camera doesn't have the filter on it where it hides the rain, right? And it's actually raining pretty good out there. And that's why the field looks like a mess right now. And you can see the Saints players' jerseys getting real muddy and stuff like that. But they're trying to avoid throwing the football. So that's why you see the Buccaneers doing all these draws. They're setting up 3 wide receiver looks and spreading out the defense, set up the draw, the sanctity of the draw. But Nate Shepard and Brian Bresee interiorly are doing a phenomenal job in stopping these plays from happening. The scramble that set up Baker Mayfield getting the first down was an egregious 9-hole call that wasn't made. But the play that was made along the sideline by the Saints DB to pop Chris Godwin and pop him hard to the point where he juggled the ball falling out of bounds, created the play where the referee seen that he did not have possession of the ball, which that was a huge play. Not only that, but it sets the Saints up in good field position. They're almost at midfield. And look at the Buccaneers defense have 5 on that line. The Saints, I hope they don't run into it. They just take advantage of it and try to throw the ball. Play action. Yep, Saints going to try to take a shot. Ball checked down. It's knocked down by number 0. Zero. The blitzing defensive lineman, Diaby. Yaya Diaby gets in there and knocks the ball down. Looked like he almost had a pick on the play. And they're going back. Gene Tessitore is Stratatori is actually trying to do it. And that was a great call by the referee. He was right on top of it and showed the guy was, not in possession of the football, bobbling it. And that was a terrific call by the ref. I got to give him credit when the credit due. Shotgun Saints, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 left, draw play to Devin Neal, dances inside. He's wrapped up immediately. And by number 95, the big defensive lineman broke free Roberts and stopped the ball. So they bring up 3rd and 10 for the Saints. No gain on the play. The Saints going to have to throw the ball, man. If fans are butts about it, you got to throw it. You got to throw it. You got to get creative, Mr. Big Teeth is and all this genius. You got to get creative with what you got going on. Saints 2 of 6 on 3rd down. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers left as a snap. Shuck firing it. It's caught by Chris Olave to the 40-yard line downfield. There you go. We got to throw it. Throw that ball out there. So it's 12 minutes, a little less than 12 minutes right here. Good dial up that time. That's what I'm saying. You get something positive when you go vertical. And you can see Veli play right there where Veli was going deep, but he took the proper shot. Shotgun, it's probably going to be another draw play, fam. They're going to go right back to the draw. And there it is, went right back to the draw. Nothing there, pushing through, no gain at all. And he gets stood up and stopped for maybe about 4? Did he push for like 3 or 4 yards? I'm not certain. But they say 2 yards is all they giving them. There ain't much going on there. Them big suckers in the middle there saying, 2nd and 8. Everything is back to the draw. 1 pass, and then we go back to the draw. Saints trying to win this thing on a field goal, man. They're trying to tie. eat the clock and win this thing on the field goal. All right, 2 to the left, 2 right in wide receivers. Shotgun Shuck is another draw play. They motion Taysom from left to right, 3 to the right, 1 left. Clock type ticking down. There's the snap. Shuck looking right, looking center, throws it to Chris Olave. Olave falls forward to the 28-yard line, maybe the 27, and pick up another first down for the Saints up the center of the field. Good play. Saints moving the offense vertically. Good play by the Saints in the offensive line. Credit the line giving them time. The line giving them time to find Chris Olave. Shotgun, 2 to the left, 1 right. Man motion is Taysom from right to left. Back to the draw. Devin Neal fights forward and picks up 4 yards on the play. He gets pushed back, but it looks like a pickup of 4 or 5 yards. They're saying 4, 2nd and 6. Right now, Neal has 60 yards on 14 carries and a touchdown for Devin Neal. That's probably about what we see Elvin have. I think one of Elvin's best performances with 83 yards or 83, 86 yards, on a rough game where he just had to fight for everything. Devin Neal right now, 15 carries, 64 yards and a touchdown. Shotgun Shuck, 2 wide receivers left, 1 right. Taysom. Man in motion is Valley from left to right. Is Tyler Shuck keeps the ball and is trying to run, and the defense gets him for a loss of maybe a couple of yards behind there. The defensive back did a good job of picking up the play. Shuck had nowhere to go. Izine was there to bring him down. It'll bring up 3rd and 8. Saints lose a few on that one. Can Shuck dial up and get the 8 yards for the first down, right? 3 for 3 on 3rd down conversions, man. Since the 0-4 start, the Saints are turning something on right now. 9-14 and counting down. Buccaneers supporters in the stands are getting loud. Shuck in the shotgun, 3 to the left, 1 right. 1 motions further left. He's looking left, looking right, checks it down to Neal. Neal's trying to find some, trips up, gets the first down and into the 15-yard line. Devin Neal on the check down, breaks the tackle and gets into up the field into the red zone for the Saints. This is a phenomenal drive right here. And Tyler Shuck pump fakes right, then sees his guy there, then goes left, and Devin Neal breaks the tackle and gets down to the 15-yard line on the run. All right, here we go. Shotgun Shuck motions Valley from right to left, 2 left and right. And is there a timeout? Something's going on here. There's a timeout. The Buccaneers, Saints about to try to run him. The Bucs call a timeout to get some breathing going on. Saints was about to run that sucker. Buccaneers tired. They need a Gatorade. They called the timeout, burned the timeout at 8:34 on the clock. Saints marching. Let's go. Let's go. The Saints trying to take this game away from these folks. 8 plays, 40 yards, 4 minutes, and 14 seconds is the current drive. Can Tyler Shuck build upon his legacy by coming and getting this win and beating the Buccaneers here? Levante Davis called that thing. He said, man, this ain't right. All this messed up. Called the timeout here. 17 all, 8:34 on a standing clock. 3 to the right, 2 or 3 to the left, 1 right. Man motions left to right is the tight end. Shuck shotgun, snap, looking. Shuck is almost sacked. He reverses, goes left on his feet to the 10, 5, in, touchdown. Tyler Shuck is in using his feet on the play. Was almost sacked. And Tyler reversed the field and got a touchdown. That's 2 for Mr. Shuck.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers difference ain't much. Touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, money like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that at. Where we do that at. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that at. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Now that's how you supposed to drive. From now on, that's how you drive.
All right, shout out to Shuck, man. Scrambling. That's how you do it, man. That's 2 scrambling touchdown runs by Tyler Shuck, man. On the play, it's a 13-yarder. Gets him in the end zone, and they go up 24-17. The Saints defense is playing well enough alone to seal this day. Right? We just seen what the defense did by getting the Bucs off the field the last time very disrespectfully. That'll make them think about it. Time at 8:26. Saints 9 plays, 53 yards, 4 minutes and 22 seconds into that drive. Plenty of time for the defense to lock in. And Baker Mayfield has struggled. Since that 8-for-8 performance, the Saints defense is giving them fits now. The only thing he's really good at right now is breaking down and scrambling with the help of 9 officials calling the calls on the holding calls. But as it stands right now, the Saints are in the driver's seat for this game. The Saints defense has done more than enough to hold back the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Saints put up 20 plus points. If they get that touchdown, in which they did, 24-17, this should be enough to do it with the defense having another maybe a stand or two, and maybe a longer drive by the Saints offense once we get the ball back. We'll see how they finish it. We still have 8:26 on the clock. We can't, it's still a lot of time left in this game. We're up right now, but that does not mean that we're going to win. We got to finish strong. We have to finish strong. 11. Let's see what Tyler Shuck is doing, running and using his legs. And we knew he got, like I said, the guy has his thing that's really amazing to me about Tyler Shuck is his ability to when he takes off. I mean, his acceleration, he accelerates fast, and that throws people off. Like, damn, that guy can move. Because when he makes his mind up to take off, it's not a slow build up. You know what I'm saying? It's instant. It's like he has a first step that's fast. He got them long legs, and he started getting them moving. So we seeing that happen there. That was pretty positive. As we see a flag down by the on the special teams there, and we'll see what's going on here. So the Buccaneers get it at their own 40-yard line. Baker Mayfield is going to hand the ball off. Saints defense, oh my God, it's a big hole there. He reverses to the 50, to the 45, to the 35, down to the 35. What is you doing, Holden? What are you doing? Push him out of bounds. Holden is jogging with him toward the back end. Push him out of bounds. What you doing? So 8-4. The last run right there by Bucky Irvin gets all the way down into Saints territory. On the run, he pulls inside. There was nothing there. It was nothing but space and opportunity. And Howden is sitting there running with him. Push him out. The guy grabs Howden's face mask. And then he started hopping. Looked like he might have stepped on his foot. I'm not certain. But he gets all the way down with one run into Saints territory. 32-yard run to the Saints 28-yard line. And there's the quick toss to number 1 around the back of the end. He gets popped out of bounds and knocked on his ass out of bounds. A pickup of maybe a yard or 2 yards, the referee is saying. Actually saying it's 3. It looked like 2, but they're saying 2nd and 7. 7:30 and ticking down. Saints defense right now, that was a huge run that they allowed happen right there to get in Saints territory. Defense have to lock in. You can't allow them to go skull for skull. Defense, you have to put your foot in the saw. We got to stop the Buccaneers on this drive, force them into a field goal or a turnover. Man in motion from left to right, 2 on each side of the line. There's a snap. Baker looking right, looking center. He's taking a shot downfield, and it's overthrown. Going toward Emeka's side, Kool-Aid McKinstry is in coverage. That'll bring up 3rd and 7. Something tell me the Buccaneers are going to try to go. They might. I hope they do try to go 4th and 1, so they don't get anything out of it. But we'll see. But he's getting protection. It's just Baker Mayfield makes a terrible throw to the right side. 3rd and 7 now. 24-17. Saints up. Baker Mayfield is huddled up with the team to see if they can do. The Saints might just do what they did to Carolina, go in there and knock them off. 2 to each side of the line. There's a snap. Baker looking left, staying left, firing left, finds it to number 14. He'll be a yard shy of the first down. Demario Davis on the stop, finds Chris Godwin. That'll bring up 4th down. Do the Buccaneers go for it here? Do you take the points? There's plenty of time. You got 2 timeouts left. Do they do it? Do the Buccaneers learn from their mistakes? They do not. They're going for it again. 4th and 1. Saints on the line. Let's see what they can do. Shotgun. It's going to be a draw play, no doubt about it. It's a draw play. He gets there, and he gets the first down on the play. There's a miss. Somebody missed the tackle. Did Demario Davis miss the tackle? Demario saying it's against them, like it's a flag or something down. He's pointing like it's them. Demario, did he miss the tackle? Demario Davis missed the piss out that tackle. And the guy gets the first down, but Demario was in there and missed the tackle. That's a first down for the Bucs. First down, 1st and 10 on the play. 6 minutes and counting down. Come on, Saints. All right, shotgun Baker. Got 2 guys in the backfield with him. Look like a running play to me. Pulling tight end. It's a flag down on the play. Or is it a timeout? No, it's a flag. False start Buccaneers. It'll back them up. Pushing the Bucs back. Michael Jordan, who's the offensive lineman, gets hit with the flag. He's filling in for the other guy who's hurt, who got rolled up on. Ben Bretterson, I want to say his name is, if that's the correct one. All right, so 1st and 15, 24-7 Saints, 5:52 remaining. That pushes the Bucs back. 1st and 15, 7 penalties for 49 yards. The Bucs have Saints 9 for 72 on penalties. Shotgun Baker, motioning this man from right to left. Is 3 to the left, 1 right. Saints showing blitz. He got a running back by him for blocking purposes. Pressure comes. Baker takes a shot to the right side and off the outstretched hands of Emeka. It was a toughly thrown ball, but if you're a big-time wide receiver, you got to catch that. They had a guy in the end zone wide open. Saints on some blown coverage stuff. Some kind of way Emeka was able to get back there. He just smoked the piss out of Quincy Riley and the ball right up off his hands. That's a touchdown right there. That would have helped right there. That's a big gift that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just wrapped and gave to the Saints. 2nd and 15, man in motion. You got the motion play. They're going to draw it. And right here, how did he get 4 yards? The guy had him in the backfield. He put the fake on him. He was able to get 3 or 4 yards on the play to bring up 3rd and long. Carl Granderson involved. So that's 3rd and 13 now. We know that the Buccaneers are going to go for it on 4th down. So this is 4th down territory regardless, right? Then they're trying to win this game. They're trying to win this game on this drive. I think this is incredibly gambly or risky, rather, but we got to watch out for Shepard and Emeka. He won't drop too many more of those. 3rd and 13, shotgun Baker, 2 to the left and right. Running back to his left for blocking purposes. Watch out, Saints. Snap, pressure coming. Ball out toward the left side is uncatchable and incomplete. And the Saints will hold them all on the 4th down right there. Good play by number 43, Baker Mayfield, holding his hands out like he's looking for spare change. But no, this ball right here is outside the outstretched hands of Cade Otton. And the guy was actually looking back, number 43, on the play. That's the veteran. And he might have got away with a little something, but it's all good, man. Whatever. They've been cheap for your ass all game, Baker, so cut it out. 4th and 13. Now they're going to send Chase McLaughlin out, who made a 41-yard field goal, and try to make it 24-20. The game is in the Saints' favor with 5 minutes remaining. There's the kick. It's up and right down the middle. Buccaneers make it 24-20. 4:54 remaining on the clock. Saints have possession of this game. 3 full timeouts, Bucks with 2. Saints can eat up this clock, go down there and get another field goal, go down there and get a touchdown. If I'm the Saints, I'm not playing cautious. I'm going to try to do my best to score again and eat as much clock as I possibly can. That's what this is about. All right, so defense holds them all from getting the touchdown, and now they force the field goal there. They need a touchdown to beat the Saints going for the rest of the game. We need the Saints to keep on keeping on, eat clock, get a touchdown, and lock the game away. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. All right. Yeah.
I want to say thank you.
Oh, shucks.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Hey, listen, what's really good, and congratulations to Tyler Shuck, man. Young quarterback using 2 things, right? We know Tyler Shuck has a cannon for an arm. We already know this, but his athleticism, using his athleticism to create problems for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. They're not spying him, right? He's more athletic than Baker Mayfield is. And using his ability to scramble and pick up yards on runs is a good call by Kellen Moore. Got to give Kellen Moore that. You're using the athleticism of your quarterback, so credit to Kellen Moore. Y'all know I'll be getting on Kellen Moore. Thank you, bro. But this is a good call by him using the quarterback's athleticism in a game where the field is junk. There's the kickoff to the Saints. They pick it up at the 6-yard line, 10, 15, 25, 25, 30, down to the 34-yard line before he's thrown on the field by Bullock and a couple other players. They got a flag down on the play. We'll see what it is. We'll see what the call is as a referees. A lot of flags on the field, man. Calls in this game, period. A lot of calls in this game by these officials. We're going to see what the call is. It's probably holding. Let's see. It's a holding against the Saints, which will back them up 10 yards. So Chris Rump II gets hit with the holding call on the special teams that'll back the Saints offense up, which is fine. That's okay, which is fine. But like getting back to the point is Tyler Shuck is a guy, like if you watch Tyler Shuck, like they're showing this montage of him running around, flushed out of the pocket. He reverse field, didn't throw that shoulder because you remember he had a shoulder issue that hurt him. So you can see a little bit timid to making contact there. But using this athleticism is a very smart thing. All right, 4:48 on the clock. Tyler Shuck is in the shotgun, running back to his right, 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 left as Olave motions from left to right. Hand off to Devin Neal, who picks up about 4 yards right up the center of the offensive line. So this is the thing as well, is Devin Neal, and this is the thing, like we know what we got with Devin Neal, as Akeem Richards has an ankle, and they're putting in Sherman now. Sherman, who we just picked up off the, well, we didn't just pick him up, but he was on the practice squad. Sherman, the offensive lineman, is in for Akeem Richards now, who is questionable for the rest of the game. We just got that buzz on the TV. 2nd and 6, shotgun Saints right now. 2 wide receivers each side of the formation, running back to his left. There's the motioning man from left to right is Taysom. Ready for the snap. There's the snap. Pressure, ball out quick to Taysom. Another drop pass by Taysom Hill. It was a little out front of Taysom, but Taysom is really, that's his 2nd drop of the game that'll bring up 3rd and 6. It wasn't a perfect ball, but Taysom Hill need to go put up on another goddamn glove, man. Go put another glove on, dog. I mean, go put another glove on, bro. What you got 1 glove on for in the rain? What's the purpose? And then he just drops the ball. Dude, why do you have 1 glove on and you're a receiver? 3rd and 6. The Saints are now, they've been doing it after the half. They're 4 for 4. Can the Saints convert? Man in motion from right to left is Chris Olave. Shotgun. There's the snap. Pressure coming. There he is, firing the ball up the center. Caught by Valley. Down to the 34-yard line. Saints get the first down, and it's 3:53 as Devon Valley makes a really solid catch up the center of the field. First down, Saints, and they're keeping the clock turning. They try to come with the blitz on the outside, but Valley fills the space. They left a huge space up the center, and that ball, Valley was able to figure it out and find it right there. Perfect throw on a rope by Shuck put it on the rope, man. Put it right on the rope, and Veli got it. And all right, Shuck, there it is. Man in motion out there is Devin Neal. They're going to draw it to Devin again. No, Shuck is keeping it and turns and it picks up about 5 yards. This time around, a little RPO. Shuck is like 2 yards ahead of where the referees are spotting him at. Shuck is telling them, what are you doing? I'm up here. Referee took 2 yards away from him. Shuck was talking to him like, I'm up here. How you put me back here? And Mr. Teeth has got to go and get on them guys when they be doing that. Go talk to the ref. Hey, man, what you doing? Challenge their stuff. Look like they might have changed it. We'll see what it is. 2nd and 6, a pickup of 4. Look like the guy put him 2 yards shy where he landed at. They put, 2nd and 8. They said he picked up 2. He picked up more than 2 yards. 3rd is 3:14 on the play. That man picked up more than 2 yards, bro. Come on now. I don't know why the clock is not turning. Why the clock stuck? All right, shotgun right here for Shuck. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the right, 1 left. Man motion is Taysom from left to right. There's the handoff by Devin Neal, forcing himself forward. Maybe a pickup of 3, and it brings up 3rd down and maybe 5 or something. We'll see. Yes, 3rd and 5 as the clock is turning. Saints about to win this thing. It's 3 minutes. The Bucs have 1 timeout plus the 2-minute warning. Saints have 3 timeouts. A conversion here. If the Saints convert here, this game is pretty much in the bag. We can take it from them. Who Dat Nation? We should have took the Dolphins game. We could take this one. Shotgun, Shuck, 2 wide receivers to the right. Man motion is Taysom. He goes back to where he came from. This is going to probably be a draw situation. No, it's a throw. Shuck looking, firing toward the right side, and is it caught? There's a flag down. Veli reels it in for a catch. There's a flag down on the play. Let's see what dirtiness about to happen here. Yeah, what kind of stuff this is? He picked up the 1st down on the catch. The flag is up. What's the call? It's on the defense. It's declined, and we're marching. The penalty declined because Veli, man, let me get another look at that one. Veli scooped it, held it, and converted. Man, what a throw and what a catch. Veli and Shuck is really coming along, man. And all it took was to get Brandon Cooks, who never should have been here, out the way. We'd have been seeing Veli. 2:29. 1 timeout by the Bucs. The Saints have this game in their hands. They got a new set of downs, 2:29. We just got to run on it and run it out. Buccaneers looking plastered. Saints about to steal one away from the Buccaneers, the division leading Saints, and McKellen is telling them about the clock. And I was saying that earlier. Clock stopped for whatever reason. Here's Shuck under center. They're just going to hand the ball, toss toward the left. Devin Neal holds on to it, runs into a brick wall called Vita Vea. He didn't go anywhere. He ran into a mountain called Vita Vea, and he stopped instantly. And speaking of stopping instantly, the clock stopped too because they burned a timeout. Last timeout for the Bucs, 24 seconds before the 2-minute warning. The Saints on the verge of a third victory of the season. Could have been a 2-game winning streak. Yeah, I ain't gonna keep going back to that. But we on the verge of taking it from them. All right, black and gold. All right, shout out to you. What's up, Gene? Thank you, brother. Appreciate that super chat, my friend. Thank you, man. Appreciate you
very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for that.
Donations.
All right, here's the handoff by the Saints to the same side, the left side. They're just trying to turn the clock with Devin Neal. Nothing ain't popping on that. Another stop there to bring up 3rd and 10. Saints going to run that ball down to the 2-minute warning. And we need another 1st down to seal the deal. If the Saints can convert, it's 3rd and 10. That'll stop at the 2-minute warning. If the Saints can convert another conversion, family, we can get a first down. If we can get a first down here, this will definitely take the game away from the Buccaneers, and this is an upset. Like I said, the Saints should have beaten the Dolphins. It was a drop touchdown by Chris Olave last week that gave the Dolphins the game. This time around, the Saints are doing just enough to keep the game in place. The offense is scoring touchdowns, which is a positive. We got a couple of runs here by Tyler Shuck to kind of handle the day. We got Devin Neal had a touchdown run today. We had Tyler Shuck had 2 rushing touchdowns or scrambling touchdowns to help out today. 21 points put up by our offense today. The defense suppressed the Buccaneers to 2 touchdowns today. Forced them into 2 touchdowns. Special teams added 2 field goals, but the offense did not score but twice. And the Saints offense is doing enough. 2 minutes remaining. We have to finish strong. Buccaneers leading the division. We got to finish strong. This will be a big win for the Saints insofar as it's a confidence building win, right? Out of all the ineptness, out of all of the mistakes that we made, still being able to lock into the second half and do it. Positives in this game, striking first on the first drive, not allowing the red zone to be a scary Godzilla-sized monster, zombies coming up out of the turf in the end zone with vampire teeth, just rethinking it. It's not the red zone anymore. It's the green zone as far as in terms of money. How about that? That's what I did. I like it. Stop calling it the red, call it the green, because that's where the money at, baby. All right. So 8 plays, 32 yards, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Shout out to Toy J Productions for becoming a member. Thank you,
Thank you very much for picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you. Valley coming up big, bro, with a couple of solid catches in the back end of the game. We still need another big play to seal this game. 3rd and 10 for the Saints. This will be big because this can crush the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and sink their ship literally and figuratively if we can come up with it. 3rd and 11 now for the Saints. Shotgun Shuck. And no running backs. He's going to motion Devin Neal. Hope this is not a give up play. No, it ain't. They're going to move the ball strong to Veli, and oh my goodness, he drops it. It was almost an interception. Veli was hit as he was trying to catch the ball. Very dangerous pass because what it did was if he would have caught it, it wouldn't really done anything for us. It would have kept the clock running. That would have helped. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, credit to the Buccaneers, man. The Buccaneers were able to keep this to play that ball well, and your boy had a chance at it, Jones, but Butterfingers with the grip. So the Saints will settle for just punting the ball off with Kai Kroger, and the Saints defense, which has been playing well, will have to just ratchet it up. And you can see right here, they're going to try to go for the block here. There's the punt. It's away. It's high, and it'll be caught. It'll bounce into the end zone, and this will give the Buccaneers, who have no timeouts left, an offense a chance because they need a field goal ain't gonna cut it. They have to score a touchdown. So the Saints are going to rely on the defense to make a stance. The defense, which been doing pretty well, it is in their hands here to get Baker Mayfield off the field and to get a turnover to stop the Buccaneers. This is for all the marbles right here. If you want to change your culture and get back to winning and being respectable, you got to start here by stopping the Buccaneers, the NFC South division leading Buccaneers on this drive right here, kicking them in the nuts and stumping them down in their own building and stopping them and denying them the win. They were disrespectful, and we can shut them down here. 2 wide receivers left and the right, shotgun Baker Mayfield running back to his right side of the snap. Saints come with 5. They're not getting to him. Plenty of time. Baker Mayfield moving, and then he throws the ball incomplete as he was close to being in the grass. But they're going to let it play through 2nd and 10. With $1:48 remaining on the clock, Baker Mayfield was close to being in the grass on this play. He was close. And you can see Nate Shepard on the play breaking through and getting to him. Nate Shepard has been playing a solid game for the Saints today. 2nd and 10 now. Can Coach Staley's defense stifle him out? 2 to the left and right shotgun. Baker with the running back to his right side. Saints showing 5. They sending pressure. Baker standing tall, firing the ball tip. Intercepted! No, Yankees jump. Damn it. Sanker dropped the damn ball on his back. He had the interception. It brings up 3rd and 10. Sanker had the damn ball, then hit the ground and it came loose. He made the play and bobbled the damn thing. Ball came right to him. We got to put him in the interception drills. And Shepard got held again, face mask. I mean, my goodness, man. Referees are not calling this stuff. Shepard is manhandling the guard, and they're not calling. They took Sanker's ass off the field. Shotgun, Baker Mayfield, 3 wide receivers right. Saints come with pressure, and Baker scrambling out, pushed out, trying to run, scrambling, and he gets pushed out of bounds right around, maybe about 5-yard pickup. You would think Baker Mayfield is fast the way he be scrambling around there. Cam chased him down. Old man Cam chased him down and pushed him out. That'll bring up 4th and 4. Buccaneers they got to go for it here. Now this is the final play that we got going on with a $1:27 on the clock. Baker Mayfield scrambled and picked up a good chunk of it, but they still need 4 more yards. This is for the Muffins. Can the Saints stop them here? 4th and 4. Coach Staley calling the play. 3 wide receiver, 2 to the left and right in the shotgun, running back to his left. Saints showing blitz. There's the snap. They come with 4. Pressure. Baker quickly throws the ball. It's close, and the referee running up, and he's going to put him shy of the 1st down, and that's going to be a turnover on downs by the Saints. Let's make sure they spot the ball. They might be calling for, but it looks short to me. Referees ran up close. They look short to me. That's going to be a turnover on downs, and it is. And the Saints complete the day. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They were disrespectful all damn game long. The Saints did what they had to do, came into Tampa Bay, kicked the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not only in their teeth, they kicked them in their nuts. And this is the NFC South leading team, and the Saints went in there and smacked them down 24-20 and will take the game away from them. Multiple holdings along the defensive line that the referees did not call, but that's a tough win. The Saints got the Carolina win. They got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win. Let's see what the Saints do. They're going to get in the victory formation and shut this game down. That's the first one. No way they can stop the clock. That keeps it going for the Saints. And the Saints are going to come into here and knock the Tampa Bay Buccaneers down a peg or 2 or 3. So there you go. The Saints came in Tampa Bay. That's a big give them credit, man. That's tough to do. When you're fumbling, stumbling, and jumbling all over yourself, and you collect yourself and says, hey, man, somewhere along the line, we got to change the culture and the mentality too. That's what it happened in games like this against an NFC South leading rival. Let's go in there and pop these people upside their head and take the victory from them. And the Saints have done more than that, as they are in the victory formation, and that will seal the deal. The Saints, your Saints, get their 3rd win of the season. Very respectable. Baker Mayfield got his head down as the Saints go in there and slap the piss out of him and knock him down. 3rd and 12, this over with. Saints win 24-20, and that is good. That's all we can ask for. They came in the game and played well enough and won the game. How about the black and gold today, fam? How about the black and gold today? That's all right, man. That's beautiful. That's lovely. We just want you to play hard and play smart most of the time, you know? All right, big win by the Saints. Big win by the Saints, because what it does do is you need something to turn around the losing culture that you are constantly dealing with. You need wins like this in gutty performances. It's raining and the Saints went in there and they took it away from these folks. That's what I'm talking about. You won't find one Who Dat in the entire Who Dat Nation that do not want to see something like this happen when your team is looking for something, searching for an identity, and you grittily go in there and knock the Buccaneers off, and they needed a win, and you do it. I got nothing but respect today for this team. Let's give them a round of applause, fam. Come on. Come on. It wasn't perfect, but goddamn it. The way they did it, you deserve respect for that. You deserve respect for that. All right, big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream, man. We did that. That was a nice. That was a very. I'm very encouraged by that. I thought that was very good. The way they did it. The way they did it. The rookie quarterback scrambled around, got 2 touchdowns. The rookie running back got a touchdown. The young people on the team contributed to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in their building. That is very respectful. That's a respectful win. You got to turn your culture some kind of way. You got to turn it around, and you do it with wins like that. You can build on this today. All right, anyway, let's keep it going, man. We about to get into the broadcast here. Let's hit this halftime, or this actually halftime, the final, end of the game or post game. We'll have Coach Kellen Moore. You probably have about 12 Saints that run up to the podium when they get a win. You know how this goes. We'll probably get 20, but that's all right, man. As this was a good performance by the Saints. Like I said, we'll have the post game press conference from Coach Moore and all the rest of the Saints family members as they tune this thing up. But let's hit some of these stats. We'll bring in Pops Q right after we finish getting the stat breakdown, man, and we'll go into it because this was a really phenomenal way they did it with Tyler Shuck scrambling around and making plays happen. Final stats: Saints finished with 16 first downs against the Bucs 19. Saints were 5 of 11 on third down. Remember, the first half they could not convert. They had a respectable 5 of 11 on third down toward the back of the game that helped change it. You got to win on the money quarter, and they did convert and started converting in the second half. Made the adjustments in the second half. The Saints scored 17 points in the second half to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They did a lot of the goodness on the third down, finishing 5 of 11. The Buccaneers were 3 of 13. It flipped itself. They were 2 of 7 on fourth down. They played themselves with all that stupid fourth quarter stuff. Let's just be honest with you. They did it too much, and it cost them the game. 69 total plays versus 55 here. The Saints, 260 on total yards versus the Buccaneers, 301, 11 total drives there. Saints average went up to almost 5 yards per play versus the Buccaneers, 4.5. The passing yards, the Saints almost got as much as the Buccaneers passing, 121 to 122. With that, remember, in a lot of the weather dip, kind of stipulated it. The Saints badly had, 20, 30 something yards at halftime. Look what they did in the second half to add on top of this. The rushing attack became the game for the Saints. 32 rush attempts for 139 yards. That was Devin Neal and Tyler Shuck doing this. They averaged over 4 yards per run, and that really changed the complexity of the game in the second half. 179 rushing yards on 39 attempts, 4.6 yard average by the Buccaneers. The Saints in the red zone, no red zone Godzilla, no red zone zombies, no red zone killer skeleton men from the bottom of the Caribbean. None of this other stuff happening. There was nothing but positive stuff in the red zone. Saints were 2 of 3 in the red zone right there. They did have 10 penalties for 82 yards, but despite that, they still was able to secure a win against the Bucs despite the turnover. 32-12 versus 27-48 on the time of possession for the Saints against the Bucs, and individually speaking, Tyler Shuck, 13 of 20 for 144 yards, 7.2 yards on the throw. He did have an interception. He was sacked 3 times, 65.4 yards, but he did his work in the running attack. Devin Neal finished for a very respectable 19 carries for 70 yards, almost 4 yards a run. He had a rushing touchdown. Tyler Shuck scrambled 7 times for 55 yards and averaged 8 yards per rush and had 2 rushing touchdowns or scrambling touchdowns, however you want to say it. Audric Estime got a little opportunity to get in there, 3 carries for 11 yards, and Evan Hall had 1 for 4. The Saints had a 4.3 yard average and put up a combined 139 yards worth of rushing attack with Neal and Tyler Shuck there. And that's the additive of Tyler Shuck game. A scramble, you ain't gonna call him a scrambling quarterback, but the guy has the ability to move around and could be used in that capacity. And it was good to see him in a game while it was rainy to use Tyler Shuck in this capacity. So that was a good adjustment. Devon Velli, 5 targets. He had 3 catches for 40 yards. He wasn't quite what he was in the Miami game, but he made several really good catches to keep drives around. Jawan Johnson was perfect in this game. 4 catches off of 4 targets for 38 yards. He moved the pile almost 10 yards a catch. Chris Olave, 3 catches off of 5 targets for 30 yards. Helped things keep it going. Outside of that, Foster, Devin Neal, and Evan Hall each had a catch in the game. All right, and then, of course, on the defensive side, 2 guys, Kool-Aid McKinstry and Demario Davis was tied, 4 tackles, 7 apiece. No sacks in this game for the Saints defense, right? No sacks, but Alontae Taylor did have an interception. Jonas Sanker almost had an interception in the matchup. Charlie Smith went 1 for 2 in this game, and Kai Kroger was 3 for 152, averaged 51 yards per catch, put 1 of the 3 on the touchback in the game, and the longest was a 54. So a good special teams play that helped set the Saints up on the first score. Special teams overall was very positive. The defense overall did what they were supposed to do, suppress the Buccaneers with 2 touchdowns in this game, and the rest was field goals. And then the Saints offense came alive and did what they were supposed to do. If they couldn't pass, they ran the ball against a tough Buck defense. They put up 139 yards against a tough front by the Buccaneers defense and beat them at a strength by running up against that D-line. And that says a lot about the Saints. They did a really wonderful job today. This type of stuff you want to bottle and then keep moving ahead and pressing on if you want to have success and build something going forward for the rest of the way. All right. So anyway, with that being said, shout out to y'all. Y'all hit the like button on there. Abby says, CQ, my brother, if the offense gives the defense. Okay. All right. I hear you, Abby. Shout out to you as well. All right. Anyway, man, we're going to bring Pops Q into the building as well, man. And he going to get his word. Pops, man, what do you think about this win tonight against the Buccaneers? They're leading the NFC South. Saints go in there and kick them in the nuts and stick away from you. What do you think about that?
Not only they kick him in the nuts, they kick him back behind the nuts. They really played an efficient, outstanding game. I like the steadiness of Tyler Shuck, the quarterback. I think they got to him a couple of times, but for the most part, he played a steady game for them Saints, and he's finally learning how to play the game as a young quarterback. And actually, he's starting to win. But to get his first win against Tampa Bay, one of the toughest teams in the NFL. That says a lot about how the young man played, and they had the offense working. There was and the defense had a pick, so they had everything working today. This is hopefully they can keep it going, finish the season out in a positive. I know they're not going nowhere in the playoffs, but they can. That's a good way to start, because I think the new coaching philosophy has set in, and so you see it on the play. That the players are playing on the field. They're playing with what they're being taught, with their philosophy of the coaching staff.
Yeah, Pops, I agree, man. I think, like I said, man, that you step in here, you handle your business, and you build on something going forward for the team to kind of rely on. In this game, we've seen a lot of our young players. Devin Neal had said in this without our, Elvin Kamara. Devin Neal came in there, gave you 70-something yards. Then you throw Tyler Shuck's athleticism in there, 2 rush touchdowns. 21 points from the running attack, 139 yards against the Tampa Bay run defense.
Yeah.
Very tough to beat Tampa Bay that way in their building. Saints went in there and did that to them. This is something going forward. Now we have the Carolina Panthers up.
And they played that way in the rain. And it rained throughout that game until I think the last parts of the fourth quarter, they finally looked like it slacked up. But they were doing this in the rain, like the pouring down rain. You could see it on television, how much rain. But they played an outstanding game. There's no turnovers. Nobody fumbled the ball. They did an excellent job. They got, who would give credit to that too? Only thing I can do is that, the players decide either to play or the coaching staff, the coaching staff philosophy is starting to take hold on the team.
Yeah, that's something that's very positive, man, because, with all of the losing, you're not going anywhere. We know the Saints don't have a postseason future this year. So at some point you're playing the games to iron out wrinkles, to figure out identity, so that whatever we get, the best thing that we can get for the rest of this season is for the New Orleans Saints to develop a sense of identity, something that they can use going forward in this game, and really step up and did a phenomenal job. What do you talk about the Saints defense? We know the offense, I mean, the special team did some great stuff. What about the Saints defense? The line
played outstanding. They didn't give up any big plays. So they overall, the defense played a hell of a game, even though they gave up some touchdowns, to Tampa. But Tampa's got a hell of an offense themselves. So just for them to hold Tampa to two, to 2 touchdowns and a couple of field goals, that was saying a lot to them. Saying a lot to us. That they really did. They really played a hell of a game today. I got to give it to them. They really did. And they show, like I say, I think they're picking up on what the coaching staff is trying to teach them, and start believing in themselves. Because nobody gave them an opportunity nobody gave them any opportunity to win this game. They were predicted to lose this game. They didn't give them nobody that I was able to look at say give the Saints any odds to win this game the way they did. They went to Tampa and took the game away from them in their own stadium, and that's not easy to do when you're playing in Raymond James. Raymond James is with that Camden in the end zone back there behind the end zone, making all that noise and people shouting at you, and the stadium is kind of close around the field. I just it was an enjoyable game to watch.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good too, Pops, and just seeing it, seeing how the Saints won this game. Like, they did not allow some of the, and I'm proud of them. Like in most games, like we didn't skirt through. The Carolina game was a good out front win. But this was one of the gritty. It's a gritty game. It was raining. The Saints, the offense's first drive helped set up the first drive in the game, in which they were able to march and score on the initial drive. The special teams did a good job. Now we know Charlie Smith did miss a field goal, but overall, special teams were solid. The defense did a very good job. Once again, Nate Shepard had a very solid game. He was getting held in the game. They did what they got to do, despite the fact that they gave up all the yardage. But I'm saying when it mattered, the Saints did what they needed to do. The defense did, creating turnovers. They didn't get a sack today. But in the end, the offense, defense, and special teams in a gritty game, you can see they're still struggling with identity issues, this sort of thing. But they did a phenomenal game, changing this thing around. What does this say about Tyler Shuck, the way he won this game? And not him winning it, but how he played in the game, rather. What does it say for some of the family members that still don't know what they have in a quarterback?
He can turn out to be our quarterback. He knows how to play. He knows how to win. He just, because I mean the previous games he had, they had different issues coming up. Even though they had some of them that still had them foolish penalties, them 5 yards, give it to Tampa Bay penalty yards, giving to Tampa 10 yards for holding. But for the most part, the young quarterback was able to overcome that. So the team overcame that, which they didn't do in Miami. They didn't execute. This game, it's showing them they executed in this game, and this is the result. They got this victory, and I'm so happy for him, son. I really am. I'm happy for him because I'm happy with him because he kept turning the ball over. I mean, come on. You're not going to win the game if you the simplest formula is you have a chance to win if you don't turn over the football. It's just that simple. If you throw interceptions or fumble the ball, then you have to put your defense back. We have a chance to start bringing some winning back to the Saints team.
Yeah, I kind of seen the way they won today was very respectable, man. How the Saints won today. And like I said, it's no postseason future this year, but finding out what you have is very important. The Saints offensive line today, there was some issues and some problems. We got 3 guys in there that was hurt. Asim Richards got hurt in the game. They had to put in Sherman, the third string offensive lineman, or the backup, however you look at it. He came in for him missing because Tolly's out. Probably for a few games, if not, I'll probably return later, but I'll probably shut Tolly down with all the injuries that keep happening. But missing him, and have Luke Fortner at the center position, having Dylan Redunce play at the left guard position, Saints was still able to, for the most of the game, be able to get a positive push on a running attack to do these things, to be able to set up the scores for the touchdown. What do you think about the way the offensive line played today?
That makeshift offensive line played its butt off. It really did. I mean, even though Tyler got sacked a few times, for the most part, they gave him the time to throw the football. They gave him the time to find the gaps and running lanes that he was able to take advantage of a couple of running lanes and ran the ball into the end zone. And he had time to throw the football. And that's all you ask for your offensive line to do, give you time where you can make plays with your feet or you can pass the football, get the football out to the right people so we can get some scores in here. And they did that today. They really played good. They had a couple of false starts, and I think we had a couple of false starts and a hold or 2 here. But for the most part, they came back and they executed beautifully. They did.
Yeah, that's a part of the game too. I'm looking at too, Pops. When we talk about our offensive line, we kind of banged up there, but it's good to see that we did enough on it. Here's Kellen Moore, family, with what he had to say at post press conference. Put one of you check it.
Just our guys' mindset and the way they prepared this week. Obviously, when you've only won a couple games during the season, there's a lot of adversity you face. And so for our guys to come out and have the energy and the physicality that they played with, I thought was credit to our guys. They're a special group, a group that keeps playing. And all three phases I felt contributed to this game back and forth. And so it was a really challenging game for both teams. And so it was big for our guys to come away with the win.
Can you walk us through your view of that second touchdown for Tyler?
Yeah, the longer one, the short one. Yeah, the scramble. Yeah, that was a big time play by Tyler. Pass play on first down, trying to get ourselves an opportunity. They did a good job jamming the receivers, and so we kind of got caught up. It got a little messy on the backside, and so for him to scramble and make a play like that, it seemed like there's scrambles a lot of times on the touchdowns against these guys on film, and lo and behold, another one showed up.
And I mean, just considering the conditions today, I'm sure you were assuming rain was going to be part of the forecast.
Yeah.
But when it gets the way it is, did y'all have to kind of change things on the fly and lean more into the run game?
Yeah, second half for sure. The rain was substantial. It reached a point where, obviously it was going to impact the game much more. First half was kind of off and on. That was good for us to get the first possession of the game, to have the ball right there right before it rained, because obviously we knew the rain was coming quick. So that was a big drive for us. And then I thought our guys ran the football really well in that second half. I thought it was a good response by our guys, and the physicality showed up.
You guys have now beat both teams that are tied for first in the division. You have both on the road. Just make the record. How much does that tell you how close you guys are to that record?
Yeah, our guys have faced a lot of adversity this year. They've grown a lot as we've gone through this journey. And so, I think for our guys to keep battling, keep giving ourselves opportunities like this, I think division games are important no matter what. Every single year, it's important. You play these guys multiple times every single year. There's going to be big battles in the future and future years too. And so, it's every opportunity in a division game is huge.
This is just like one data point out of a lot of them for Tyler. You see put together that game. We did game when we got in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I thought resiliency was awesome. Really good first drive for us. I thought we kind of got stuck there for a while. Much of the second quarter was a little lethargic there, and we just weren't executing at a very high level. And so then for our guys to respond, I thought in the second half, certainly with the run game, but then making plays when he had to. Some big third downs. I thought Vele and CO made some big-time third downs. Jawan made some third downs in there. Seemed like there's timely plays by those guys.
I think you guys had 5 stops on fourth down today. A couple of them big late in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, just credit to our defense, big time. Fourth downs, big time plays, whether it's the run game or the pass game, run game, big time stops. Grando made the big tackle for loss. Kool-Aid on the sideline. There's the play where, there's a catch and he's physical at the catch point and makes it a bobble catch. And so, credit to our guys. They made some big time plays.
What do you think Devin did today?
Yeah, Devin was awesome. Really cool to see him go out there and play the way he did. Really lead that run game, the physicality he played with, the finish that he played with. And then even on the third downs, I thought the check down completion, he makes a play there and gets a first down. That was huge in this game.
Just the physicality in general.
Yeah, just proud of our guys, the way they played. The resiliency. There's not everything is going to be perfect in a football game. You just keep battling, keep going through it. I thought that drive to start the second half was really, really important for us. And the way, it's pretty much a run every time. And they came off the ball and made some plays.
Touch on this a little bit, but is a game like this can it be pivotal or turning points for a rookie's confidence going forward, meaning Shuck? Just all the things that were stacked against him, the weather, it's a tough team.
Yeah.
Do you look at it like that?
these are great opportunities for him to learn. You're going to play on the road, a really good opponent. This opponent's going to be battling all the way to the end, and then the weather obviously became a little bit of a factor, and so we had to face that. And so, I thought his resiliency was really special.
Did you guys consider challenging it? It was estimated that they're down line, maybe goal line.
Yeah. It was a little bit of a tricky thing because initially we viewed it the way it came in. It looked like, it was being reported as a first down. And so we tried to go tempo in the reverse scenario to try and make sure we can snap the football fast because they, initially it looked like it was a first down and then they kind of pulled it back and turned it into 4th and 1. And then we weren't able to get the replay there. And so that was a little bit of a challenging situation for us. And so, we weren't able to get it done.
It was like a game clock issue then.
Assumed it was first down, went tempo because obviously, felt like it was close either way. Then it got pulled back to a fourth and short, and we weren't able to get the camera just because we were already in tempo, and so usually TV is going to go right to the live action in those scenarios. So, a little bit tricky.
You know what happened on the interception between communication and Shuck and a lot of it?
Yeah, just not on the same page. Obviously, something for those two guys to work through. Didn't get done.
Just for you personally, having been through the challenging season, what's it like in the experience of the game locker room?
Yeah, it's a good win for our guys. It's awesome. Again, for our guys to be battling, playing December football, still playing meaningful December football, maybe in a little bit of a different way than you hope. Obviously, I think our guys are battling for each other. They're playing for each other. They want to win all these. And, I thought just the way our guys responded for 4 quarters was really special. Tyler? I got down there pretty far, yeah.
Any update on Austin Richards?
Yeah, we'll see. He's got an ankle. So he wasn't able to return. We'll get the update tomorrow.
You touched on the shorter touchdown run by Tyler, but can you take the play call behind the design run on the third?
The longer one was a read option play where, we're using some motion to create some lead blockers for him. Used the play a couple times. He pulled and, it was really a special run by him. I mean, for him to open up and run away from some people, and it was really a big time play.
It's the same play as the one that worked in the first quarter, right?
Similar, very similar. We used a few read option plays for him this game. And so, a couple different variations, but certainly showed up a number of times in this game.
Does that, y'all ran for like 148 yards today. Does Tyler and his ability as a runner open things up for guys in the game?
I think it's a big part, especially when you play Todd and the way Tampa's going to play defense. He does a phenomenal job stopping the run. Can't remember how many times I feel like we've played Tampa, and it's been really, really brutal to try and run the football. And so big time credit to our guys. I thought Tyler having that ability to run the football obviously played a factor into it. And so big time plays by our guys.
The 4-minute offense, obviously, you're on the clock today, you're moving all the midfield. Just how important is that for closing a game?
Yeah, the 4-minute offense is obviously big. It's not all run game. There's going to be hard third downs in there. You got to get conversions. I thought our guys did some really good stuff. We got it bleed down a little bit. Obviously, we would have loved to get one more first down and finish it off the right way, but credit to our defense. They responded really well, and to get that 4th down stop was big time.
Would you make it? I mean, obviously, you got to watch film, but like personalized calls, so you make a couple big plays for the
Granderson. Yeah, big time. Two tackles for loss, game ball worthy, big time plays. I thought our guys were relentless. Baker made some big time plays on 3rd down using his legs, and I think that's the challenge when you play these guys is Baker can make those extended plays, and so that showed up in the game. That was a challenge for our guys, but our guys just to keep battling was really cool. All right, okay.
All right, that's Kellen Moore on the mic, man, talking about some positive stuff right there. Hearing from what he had to say about the Saints, man, we'll have another one, probably Tyler Shuck. I have 10 Saints up on this press conference, man. When we win, a lot of people like stepping up there and talking. But Pop's thoughts on Kellen Moore before the next guy step up.
Well, the guys are starting to figure out his offensive system, or maybe they decided to play. You come to play instead of just come for a paycheck. because they really did perform excellently out there today. They had their moments, but they performed excellent.
Go Alante Taylor.
Go ahead, Luke.
Aren't they, I think you guys had 5 stops on 4th down today. How crazy is it just to be out there so much on that down and you know, that position?
Man, I think coming into it, man, we just knew, they were going to be aggressive. And, with those 4th down plays, we were expecting them to go for them. And so I think Coach Staley came up with the right game plan throughout the week. We communicated on the back end and throughout the whole defense, and we were just able to just, get the stops. I think we've kind of been doing that all year. Every now and then we might lose one here or there, but I think we've done really good with getting stops.
Does that change anything mentality-wise when you go into a game figuring you're going to be on the field?
Nah, I think, when our numbers called, I think we've done really good in situational football. I think we've done really good with, sudden change. And so that just kind of just an extra play. If we have to play 6 downs, we got to play 6 downs. I think we held each other's backs today.
And you walk through your pick.
Yeah, Coach Staley making a really good call, seeing the formation, and just playmakers going to make plays, and just jumped the route, knew what it was, seen it, and just went for it.
It was kind of the vibe when you guys punted the ball to him, 2 minutes left in the game, you got a lead.
Man, just play sound defense. Nobody has to do anything special. Put our eyes in the right place, do our job. And I think if we do that, I told the guys, if we do that, we'll be fine. And that's what we did. Flew around. Everybody had their eyes in the right place. Could have ended it there with the pick. But just getting us another down, another chance was what we was looking for. I think he just hit his hands and he just dropped it. So we'll get him throughout the week.
Which make a Kool-Aid's play on that 4th down?
Oh my goodness. Man, I went up to him and told him, I was like, bro, I don't think you realize how big of a play that was. Because some guys, in that situation, they kind of be like, oh man, he kind of just caught the ball 1st down, but he came up and finished him to the ground, and it gave our offense the ball in a really good situation and spot. And those guys got to do something with that. And so I just told him, like, bro, that play was huge. To me, that's just as big as an interception. And I think he started to realize, like, yeah, that is a big play. But Kool-Aid's been making plays, man, all year long. So super excited for him. And his growth is going in a good place.
Putting together a win against a team that's won the last 4 division titles, doing a good place in national division.
Yeah, we had a blast, man. I just kept telling them boys in the huddle, it's like being a kid again, out there in the rain. A lot of people will say that we don't have nothing to play for, but I think we do. I know within this defense, we still trying to be a top 10 defense, and we're right there, man. And so, we go out there every single play, just trying to earn our respect, man. And I think that's what we're doing. And I think, the other side of the ball, they did good today. Tyler running the ball really well, Devin running the ball really well, offensive lineman blocking, guys finding ways to get open, and Tyler just keeping his eyes downfield. So tight ends catching the ball. I mean, I think today we did a really good job, and especially, with that kickoff at the beginning of the game with Tipton running the ball. And so I think we just played complimentary football today, and I think all 3 levels play good.
Did you have an advantage point at all with go-ahead touchdown run?
Say that one time.
Were you able to see that go-ahead run by Tyler?
Yeah, I seen it. I told him, I said, boy, I'm so glad he didn't go out of bounds or do anything like that. He put his head down, he got in there. But Tyler's a tough guy, man. Super excited about what he's doing now, and what he'll do for the future. Okay, cool, bet. Thank y'all.
All right, Alante Taylor, man. Shout out to Alante Taylor. He had an interception.
Yes, he did.
He played well today, man. Shout out to Alante Taylor, man. Did a few positive things for the Saints, defensively speaking, Pop. And the thing that I really like about this game is, like, it was a few plays where, from a defensive standpoint that I seen that we needed to improve upon. Like, we needed to, with the running attack, eventually. But from a defensive standpoint, like you mentioned, the top 10 defense, we got something to play for. I hear what you're saying on that, brother. I know one of the biggest things. Hold on just a second. Let me kind of mute them. That might be it. We know Tyler Shuck is going to be coming up next, so should be talking. We'll probably get that interview. Mm-hmm. But because he should kind of bask in the glow of him getting this win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers the way the Saints did it was highly respectable. In my estimation, the way they played in the game, this to me was a good win, even though I like the Carolina game, go into Carolina and beat the Carolina Panthers in their building. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers going in there do the same way, but beating them in a way where Buccaneers needed a win. They couldn't overlook the Saints. This wasn't an overlooked Saints game. Saints still took it from his Tyler Shuck.
All right, well, let's hear from the quarterback, Tyler Shuck.
Like you experience a win. Obviously, you get the Carolina one, but like coming in this one 4 straight, you get the go-ahead score like that.
I mean, this is why you play football. You know, you come in here in the elements, just with all your boys, with all your teammates, and we fought really hard. And, you know, was really proud of the O-line, just kind of chugging along the whole way. Did a really good job in protection. The defense was making huge stops. You know, I think we did a better job of being a little bit more complimentary, and was just proud of all of our guys. You know, they kind of took everybody, so it was just a lot of fun. That's the kind of thing I'm kind of resonate with me right now. It was just a lot of fun, and I think it just shows kind of how we are as a team. He was awesome. He was his usual self. You know, I think, you know, what we love about him is he's the same dude, you know, win or loss. I think obviously, you know, it stings a lot more when you lose. But at the end of the day, you know, you look back on how you can get better, you know, how you can improve, and same thing with a win. So, you know, it was hard fought, and but a win's a win, and you know, it's awesome, you know, being there with all the guys. And
Can you walk us through the go-ahead touchdown?
Yeah, no, you know, we were getting, you know, Taysom on their linebacker for, you know, maybe a pylon wheel shot, and, you know, it kind of got all muddied up at the end. So was just trying to get out of there, make a play, and you know, just saw green grass and went for it. So, you know, it was a really good job just driving the whole way down the field, and, you know, getting down there. So, you know, stuff like that happens, and you got to go for it.
When you're making plays with legs like that, did you feel that maybe softened up stuff for that end?
100%. I mean, I think anytime we can be balanced, throwing the ball, you know, me, you know, running it as well, and then it opens up. You know, they did a really good job. Devin ran his butt off, and all those guys kind of came in and stepped up big time, especially just because the grass was so beat up. You know, running, and that was tough for those guys, and they were getting dirty yards, and I was really proud of them. You know, they played their butts off.
And tough weather conditions today. I mean,
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, you sank, you know, a few inches into the grass quite a bit, so it was pretty rough. But it's part of it, you know. I mean, that's why you do it, and, you know, everybody was prepared. So it was a lot of fun. You know, there's no excuses. You know, we got out there, and, you know, you got to drive the football.
But I mean, I'm assuming you all had planned for weather today, but that made it seemed like you leaned really heavy into the run game, and probably made the football a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, especially when it's pouring down like that, you know, it's tough to hang on to the ball when you're throwing it like that, and you know, especially when you're driving. But, you know, they did a good job switching them out when we could, and but yeah, you got to get those dirty yards, and then throw it when you need to, and it's just part of it, you know. That's why you do it.
You feel the confidence grow with each game, each start?
100%. Yeah, I feel every single practice. You know, I've said it, you know, every single week. You know, I feel my confidence growing, you know, more and more. Just the ability to go out there, you know, put points on the board any way we can. So, you know, there's a lot of plays that, you know, we can look at, and, you know, I can look at and continue to grow with. But we're just really proud of everybody, especially against a defense like that and in those conditions to kind of turn out a win.
How do you feel to do some damage with your legs? You're known for your arm, but you guys a couple big plays with your legs.
Yeah, my mindset is, you know, get it done any way I can. You know, that's why you play football. So, you know, I'll kind of continue to look back how we can continue to grow as a team and an offense. But, you know, I think we all played well together, and, you know, that was a lot of fun.
I feel like we've asked guys a billion times those slow starts, so the big return and then capitalize.
Yeah.
On that right away. How important does that feel?
It was great. You know, it was a great feeling just driving down the field, you know, just operating our game plan, you know, playing fast, playing clean. And that was our whole message, you know. And whenever we were slowed up, you know, we had the penalties, and I think it was self-inflicted wounds. So, you know, we can look back, and, you know, it starts with me, just clear communication, getting everybody lined up, getting everybody's feet set. So I think that's, you know, we look back at it, and that's when we had those drives stall out. So, you know, I was proud of how we came out of the gate, you know, hot, and we just got to continue to sustain that the whole game.
I'm assuming it was a miscommunication with Chris on that.
Yeah. I was just thought he was going to keep going, you know, converting as well, and on converting it. But ultimately, you know, it's my fault. So we'll get to a better play, and that's on me. Just miscommunication and part of it. But I think was really proud of him. Just kind of, especially all those guys running routes, staying friendly in some of their zones, winning versus man. So he did a great job all game, and we'll kind of continue to just develop that chemistry. And ultimately, it's on me.
And then you walked through the 34-yarders too, the long the read option.
Yeah, ran it previously in the game and tried to circle it, with Juwan wrapped around. I knew if we got that look again and there was a seam, I was going to try and hit it. So just kind of blacked out at that point, to be honest.
And then obviously, like, you guys want to be able to close it off in the 4-minute offense.
Yeah.
But to have the defense go.
Yeah, it was huge. That's the worst feeling as an offense when you have the game in your hands like that and you can run it out. What we were doing. Felt Bailey was open. It kind of got tipped, and it was an awkward play. Looking back, if it's close at all, could just just slide there and run the clock out as much as we could. So it's tough, bang play, but I think it just kind of shows the resiliency of our defense. Their mindset. It's unbelievable. They're showing up. They're on the field way too much. So they stepped up big at the end.
Out of two teams that you beat on the road are playing it for first place in the division, you guys will be watching them in the playoffs. Does that give you a sense of how close you could be in carrying some of that momentum?
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing I'm learning, every single week playing in the NFL is it's anybody's game. It doesn't matter the record. It doesn't matter, who you're going against. There's going to be some of the greatest guys you've ever played against on their defense, and they have a really great scheme. So we got to be prepared for the challenge. So that's my mindset is just go out there. We can beat anybody. Whenever we're stalling out, we're beating ourselves. But I think that's why you play the game and knowing just how close we have been on some of those losses and how we can kind of flip it on its head and keep producing those big plays and get those wins.
Devin, first rushing touchdown today. I think it's probably career high in rushing, but I think your go-ahead touchdown run, I think that was set up by that short dump and the return upfield on 3rd and 7.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just like, what do you think of his overall game?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best running backs I've ever played with, just from a mindset standpoint, his knowledge of the game, protections, running the football, getting north and south. He's such a great, pass catcher as well. So I think he's just an all down back that, and obviously I'm really close with him off the field. So have complete trust in him. And we were talking to each other the whole game. Hey, we're going to win this thing. Me and you, let's put it on our backs, go out there and win it. Talking the O-line, let's put those drives together. So just a lot of fun, and was really proud of him.
Does it mean anything to you at all to like open up some eyes to you as an NFL football player this year being playing for? Like, do you people would say that it's pretty good, or you just like focus on
Man, I really care about what the guys in the locker room think of me and my coaches. So I mean, for me, I want to instill that belief that we can win every single game, because we can. So however we can get it done, I just love playing football. I said it last week. This is why you do it. So I think there's going to be highs and lows with everything, and but for me, it was just a great win to go out there with all the guys.
Any concrete season objectives as you wrap up your rookie season to just win every game?
Yeah, I mean, we that's our goal week to week. I think we got to go out there and we know what we can put together as a team, and just kind of keep getting better, and the wins are going to happen. Thank you.
All right, shout out to Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tyler Shuck, man. All right, here we go. We're gonna bring in this play.
Got you. For sure. All good. I did. That was special. It was a special moment, for me, and not only for me, but for this team, and I just think it's a representation of who we are. We could easily just be down in the dumps, go about it in the wrong way and not focus on getting wins, and everyone focus on themselves and how they can continue to elevate their stats. But, at the end of the day, we fight for each other. And I think that represents our culture as a whole. And I'm just excited to keep on building with this team for sure.
Tyler was just saying that he kind of went to you and said, like, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, I just think we kind of just play off each other in a weird way. Like, we have that connection, especially off the field. I think that helps on the field as well, and I remember saying to him and a bunch of the other offensive guys, like, it starts and ends with us. I think, coming out of that half, it was big for us to get the ground game running and I think we did that. I think it's going to come down to who can do it the best, and especially with the elements is what they were. So it was really cool to see how we were staying ahead of sticks, being efficient, and really just playing winning football.
I think your 21-yarder today, man, the first 20+ yard.
Yeah.
Running back this year, I guess the lead into that, does Tyler being so mobile open things up for everybody else? Like you see more lanes because you got to consider him as a runner?
Honestly, I think it could be a part of it. I'm not 100% sure, but I just think, him as a player, he's so very versatile, and everyone kind of counts out his wheels, but he takes two, whatever it was, 20+ yard touchdowns, and that's another part of his game that's very underrated, and that people are, I think, hopefully they're starting to notice that, he deserves to be in this league. He deserves to be a starter. He deserves to get all the recognition that he deserves because he's a really well-built quarterback, and he's really good in this league. And you can just see him keep growing with more confidence and taking over the team, taking over the huddle. And, those are things you want to see out your quarterback. So it's been really cool to watch this continue to develop. And, there's still things we got to clean up, and we know we got to be better. But, there was no better feeling than coming to the locker room and winning this game today.
Does it matter for a team, for the locker room, or whatever, to have a quarterback go out and make a play in the fourth quarter for the team head? Is that just that it needs to be overemphasized?
Yeah, not necessarily overemphasized, but, I think there's another confidence there that, when the defense makes a pivotal stop, that they have the confidence that our offense is well ran and that we're going to be efficient, that we're going to do the right thing, we're going to stay ahead of the sticks and, ultimately win the game for the team. I just think that just continues to build on the confidence of the entire team. And that's why we're in this position now to where we can continue to fight, continue to battle, and hopefully continue to win down the line.
I think it might have been on that last step on that touchdown drive, the last one.
Mm-hmm.
The third and seventh play, Tyler knocked it off.
Yeah.
What you see after the catch? Did you see a lane there? Or?
Make a play. Honestly, make a play, get the first down because I knew how big that moment was in the game. And I'm just glad Tyler, saw me in time. Had enough trust in me. And that's another thing. Like I said earlier, is our connection. He just has a natural feel. Is like, the pocket's collapsing. Let me dump it down to my running back and let's just make a play. Whatever happens, happens. And, I'm glad he trusts me in that situation. And, ultimately I was glad I was able to make a play for the team in a very pivotal moment.
What were the conditions like out there today?
Oh, it was muddy, wet, and that's why, coming out of the first half, it was really important to get the ground game running because it was extremely hard to throw the football. Even though, when we did throw the ball, our receivers came up huge. Tyler's throwing the ball in the money under pressure. And, those are things you see from winning teams. And it was really positive to see that for sure. And yeah, it was the field was extremely muddy. And I'm glad, the O-line, they probably have the hardest job in that position. It's like stepping in quicksand every time you're trying to block a guy. So especially with that type of D-line, they were really talented and we know what they can do. So it was really cool that we were able to battle those elements for sure. Yeah, I wasn't really slipping and sliding per se, but the one thing that's obviously the most important is ball security. It's wet, especially a team like that who has two and plus guys that have multiple forced fumbles throughout their career. Some of the best to do it in the league. So it was definitely a focus for us. We're talking about it each time we're going on the field, ball security. And yeah, that's the one thing you definitely have to focus on even more than normal.
We talked about y'all having slow starts over and over and over again this year, to have a big return from Tiff and then finish that drive.
Yeah.
How important was that to y'all?
Yeah, we talked about it all week, and Kellen kind of talked about in the locker room, let's start off fast. It's important to start off fast, and I think that first initial punch in the mouth, they're like, okay, they're here, and I think the whole team kind of built confidence off that, and then you've seen multiple stops by the defense when they needed it, and today felt like one of the first times throughout the season where we played football together, where special teams and offense and defense were all connected to win a game. And, that's the important thing. And you continue to see those strides being taken each and every week to continue to get better. And that's the most important thing about this team and why there's such a bright future for this team as well.
It's kind of a late touchdown call on yours. Were you like, did I get my first touchdown?
Yeah. So I was on the ground. I almost reached it. I think I slightly did. And, they talk about not reaching ball for obviously ball security purposes, but I really wanted to get my first. And, I didn't know. They picked me up and then they said touchdown. So then I had to celebrate I lost the ball. I think they told me they got it, so that's a good thing, I guess. But yeah, I don't know if I dropped it, whatever. I kind of just blanked out after that. Just wanted to celebrate. Okay. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, shout out to Devin Neal, man. Young running back, putting in work for the Saints, man.
Yep.
I mean, got to give it to him. Pops with Elvin Kamara out. Devin Neal stepped in there and made it work today for the Saints, man, and helped balance this team. So, man, you can never have too much great things to say about the Saints and what they're doing. Here go DeMario. Reverend DeMario is on the mic. Here we go.
Have you ever been a part of a team that had 5 touchdowns?
Oh, wow. That's how many it was? Yeah, man. We have a high standard for how we play the game defensively. We call it style of play. And I think when it's 4th and 1, that's really where you get a chance to show it. I think we should have had one more. It was real close. I'm just saying, I'm a little biased. But, man, I'm proud of our guys. It really shows our culture. I think nobody wants to be 3-10. Is that where we are now? 3-10. Nobody wants to be there, but not all 3-10s look the same. And what I mean by that is nobody wants to be in adversity. Nobody wants to be in a storm. Nobody wants to be in situations where things aren't going the way that you want them. But you can either lay down in those times or you can show up. And I think when you look at how we play the game defensively, just go back and look at our entire season, but especially these last 3 and 4 weeks where the odds were stacked against us. Like when you turn the tape on, if there's no commentating, just go watch the film. And what it shows is like you would not think you're looking at a 3-10 defense. And that's a testament to our front. That's a testament to our second level guys. That's a testament to our back end guys. That's a testament to our coaches. That's a testament to the culture that's being built here. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
I don't want to take anything away from past coaching staffs or rosters, but does that feel different than it did in some Decembers past when you guys were not necessarily high in the season?
Man, I've been in this game for 14 years. And so in 14 years, I've seen 14 different seasons. And the thing that I can tell anybody, young, old, is you play the season that's in front of you. You play the game that's in front of you. You play the play that's in front of you. And I think we're doing a good job of that. All the breaks haven't gone our way. But as a whole, as a unit, we're continuing to show up. We're continuing to put the work in. And like I said, nobody wants to be in this situation. And this isn't the hand that you want to be dealt or the hand that you want to deal yourself. But as far as our coaches, as far as the players on this team, man, I couldn't be more proud to be a part of a group and coming out and fighting the way that we did. On the road, you got to bring your defense. You got to bring your special teams. I thought our special teams did outstanding. You know, they started us off fast, gave us advantageous field position most of the day. Defensively, being able to get 5 fourth down stops. And I'm going to just keep saying it should have been 6. And then our offense, man, just running the ball well, making some big third down plays, scoring in the red zone, putting some big drives together, closing out the game. It was just great complimentary football. And that's to be the type of team that we want to be. That's how we have to play football. Man, that was fun. I think it starts with the front. Anytime you get a 4th and 1, it's really just when you hear the game is won in the trenches, that's what it's talking about. It's our defensive line versus their offensive line. It's like who gets that first strike. And I think because our D-line got such a good push, the lineman couldn't come off, and I was able to shoot through, and it's just, one-on-one with the running back is like a layup. So that was a fun play.
Do you
call on us, or do you get to make an educated guess about?
You never want to be guessing in football. It's not going to be good. But generally, as a middle linebacker, I'm going to be fitting somewhere between the tight end and the running back on the play. I think that just simplifies it. So find the tight end, find the running back, and as a middle linebacker, generally I'm going to be fitting somewhere in between there. And I think on that play they end up creating a 3-by-1. So 3-by-1 just means a tight end and 2 receivers. And so at that point, I got to keep my eye on the tight end. I got to keep my eye on the running back. And I seen the running back going downhill, and it was just a little bit of a crease that I could get through there. And like I said, because our defensive line, who's been playing outstanding, our interior defensive line, I think if you just watched them over the past couple of weeks, they have literally shut down all running between the B gaps, and teams are forced to throw screens and run tosses and X, Y, Z. And so there was a little sliver of opportunity, and I was able to get through there and make a play.
I'm not trying to put too much on this. I know there's 40 guys who had an impact on today's game.
Yep.
But when a quarterback makes like a really spectacular play late in the game to give y'all a lead, does that mean something to the team?
Oh my gosh, quarterback play in the NFL is premium, it's paramount. That's why those quarterbacks who get those big contracts, they deserve every dollar that they get. Quarterback play is the deciding factor when offenses and defenses are evenly matched. I think it's very hard for a quarterback to just stand in the pocket and just try to beat defensively, beat defensive like the game of old. I have a ton of respect for all those quarterbacks that did that, but I just think the pass rush is too dominant today, and the schemes are too complex for a quarterback to just be able to beat you in the pocket. And so the quarterback has to be able to read the defense, of course, and think quickly and do all those things, but the quarterback got to have some extra sauce too. They have to be able to keep plays alive with their legs, and they got to know how and when to run. It may be a run to keep the play alive. It may be a run to get the first down. And it may be, I mean, when you look at the team we're going against, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Baker Mayfield. And what separates him is that he knows how and when to run. And I think that's why their team has been successful. I think you look at the past 3 or 4 years, they won the division is because of quarterback play. And I think that was a difference maker for us today. We had high quarterback play. Very, very proud of the way, and I thought Shuck did an unbelievable job, and to date, that's who he's been. So.
The ball gets punted, minute 56 left, double on the field. Like, what's the messaging? Like, what are you telling people at that point? Like, what was the kind of mission for that person to go on the field?
We've been waiting for it as a defense. We've been waiting for a 2-minute drive to be on us the whole year. That was the first one we got. And so we were ready for it. It's just been a long time coming. And it was interesting that it ended as fast as it did, because most times 2-minute drives don't end that quickly. And so, kudos to us. We've been able to execute, but we've been looking forward to it. So it really wasn't, it was like a dog licking his chops. Well, it ended on 4 plays. Was it just a 4 and out? Man, so you gotta understand, like, coming off the field, a lot of times, you just dialed in 1 play at a time, and I don't never look at the stats and all of that. So, man, that's interesting that it was just 4 and done. Yes, that's the ideal situation, or take the ball away. But that just doesn't that rarely happens in the NFL. We know how close of a league we play in, that any Sunday it can come down to any play, and especially in those 1-score games, it goes down to the wire. So we've been, like I said, we've been waiting on a situation like that as a defense the entire year. And it's great that our first one went so well.
Going back to Tyler, what impresses you the most about him as a rookie quarterback?
I think he has that. He's shown to have that it factor. What is the it factor? I don't know what is that thing that separates, some of our top quarterbacks in the league from the rest of the guys. It's that savviness to make heads up plays. Like one of my favorite plays with him last week, it didn't go that far, but he was about to get sacked and he dumped the ball off to the tight end. Like, to have that level of ice in your veins to make plays when, plays are could be dead in essence, to save a play, to extend a play, to make big runs and big moments, big third downs, to be able to turn into that pocket passer that can read the defense quick and get the ball out. To have that diversity is what I believe that any franchise needs to be successful in today's game. I just don't think if you don't have that guy yet at that position that you're gonna succeed. And so it's been great to see him make those plays, and we need him to continue to make those plays.
Carried over today, whether it was a confidence thing or just like a blueprint for.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
How much of the work that you guys did in the first meeting with like the goal line stops do you think carried over to the game today, whether it was like confidence in your guys to stop them in those situations or an intimidation factor or anything like that?
I don't know. I think we take a lot of pride in our style of play, no matter who the opponent is. It just so happened to be that the last time we played them, that we stopped them on a 4th and goal, and we had them on another 4th and goal where they probably got in by some inches. And then today, it was 6 opportunities on 4th down to pull off a stop. And so, you could say they drew the short straw, I guess. But we don't, it's not necessarily them. You can pull out tape and see us doing that against other teams as well. And that's a testament to the guys. I think you don't make 4th down stops without great interior defensive line play. And a lot of those plays, like, we're getting great, play on the edges. Grando with 2 TFLs. Last week it was Kool-Aid came up with a big 4th down stop. So that's just the style of play. That's just how we, I take a lot of pride in teams not being able to go straight ahead. Like, you're going to have to figure out a wrinkle on the outside to get yards.
Do you like playing in the ring?
It's like being a kid. One of my favorite football memories was I was in probably like the 4th or 5th grade, and it was me and my cousins playing 2-on-2 football in the rain. And every time you tackled, it just felt like a highlight because somebody would go and slide 3 or 4 yards and the water would go everywhere. And it just felt like you knocked somebody out and their helmet came off and their pads was flying everywhere. That's what it looked like because the rain was splashing. And I just remembered, like, I wanted to savor that moment because that was like one of the most fun moments that I had had in my life. And I probably had already fallen in love with the game, but I think that made me like, I want to be around this game for the rest of my life. And so when you get those little moments where the rain is coming down, it kind of takes you back to that, like, why you started playing in the first place. And it's just the joy of the game. And I think one of the guys even said that, it might have been Kool-Aid, and he was just like, man, it's like being a kid. We're just playing football. Like being a kid and playing football and having fun. And I think we have that level of closeness with our group, that's what you see. Like I said, when you turn the silent tape on, you see our body language. It's like a bunch of guys having fun. And no matter what our situation is, there's a unique bond that's continuing to show up. And I think that's what I'm proud of, to be leader in a locker room that has that, because you can't buy that.
You feel that this team is getting better with each passing week, right? This team's getting better with each passing week, right? This season ends.
You can say that. You can describe it as that. I would describe it as we're putting the right ingredients in the pot. Our head coach leads us with toughness together, joy. I think toughness comes from the way that we prepare, and especially being mentally tough. When you're 3-10, you have to have a level of mental toughness and resiliency to continue to show up with the edge that we do. I think togetherness, what you haven't seen, what you see in some teams when things start going left is a bunch of finger pointing or guys go to clicks or be a bunch of stories and all different type of stuff starts to come out. You haven't seen that. That's because we have togetherness. And then it's that joy element. The greatest joy comes from when you're able to put the work in and get the results, and it starts to be momentous. And I think that bled over into our entire team today. I think defensively for like I said, the past few weeks, we've been able to put together some dominant performances that we were really proud of. And we were able to have that momentum and have that joy. And I think today it just bled over to the whole team. And that felt really good. Kellen's got ice in his vein. He don't change. Win or lose, he comes in the same. He's the same person every day. And I think that's as human beings, you respect that more than anything. You may agree or disagree with somebody, but when somebody's the same person every day, it's like, okay, I can rock with you because I know you're not going to change up on me. And that's how he's been. He's been steady. He doesn't flinch. I thought he did an incredible job of just play calling today and put us in an advantageous position to win the game. I got nothing but good things to say about him. All right, appreciate it.
All right, Demario Davis, good call.
That was Demario Davis.
My goodness. Much love to Demario, man. And, I have odds with Demario Davis at times, man, but this is not one of the times. A lot of what he was saying was factual. He was on point with his breakdown of the team today. It was what it was. The Saints put on a good performance against a team, man, that was very disrespectful. One of the family members, I think it was Jeffrey, shout out to Jeffrey Maxwell, who mentioned the fact that the Saints were, he felt that the Buccaneers overlooked the Saints. I ain't gonna say they overlooked them. I think they disrespected the Saints. I think overlook and disrespect is a different thing in terms of how they did it. They knew the Saints was a problem because they knew the Saints beat the Carolina Panthers in their building. They didn't forget that coming into this game. They just thought they can manhandle the Saints and walk past them. They were a little bit arrogant and cocky. But in the end, they got the issue. I thought it was incredibly stupid for them to keep running on them 4th down plays when they could have took field goals in their stead. They kept doing it, and a lot of that overconfidence crap, Coach Bowen should have ringed them in and was smart about it. And like I said, the defense wasn't playing that bad where they couldn't stop the Saints. But that 4th down nonsense, Pops, was ridiculous all the way through. But anyway, what are your thought process on what you heard from a lot of these guys tonight, the Demarios? Shout out to Demario, shout out to the rest of them as well. Let's see what Coach Kellen was saying this press conference at the end. Look at Gail standing up there. This is their turn. They need to turn the sound up.
Quarterback that runs the football, Tyler Shuck, 55 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. Start fast, guys. There's no way to start faster than Mason Tipton with that. Defense. Brando, 2 tackles for loss. Where's Delonte Taylor at the big time? Big time stop at the end, guys. They had a chance right
right rally, okay? The biggest thing that showed in this game, guys, is your guys' resiliency and ability to play together. That was awesome, okay? All three phases playing together. One team has a moment, okay? Lift ourselves back up. The next group responds the right way, okay? Awesome game. Way to respond. That's really, really special. Love you guys. Cam, let's go. Break it down, man.
Let's go. Hey, the world count us out, baby, but we still fighting. We still swinging. They didn't want us to win, but here we are. We say Shuck it. Saints on 3, 1, 2, 3.
All right, shout out to Cam and the Saints on that play, doing it, closing it out. We only seen 3 of them on the year. We'd love to see more of those type of performance by the Saints, but they earned it today. They spiked down on the disrespectful Tampa Bay Buccaneers and got a win and really hurt them because now Carolina is tied with them, and of course Carolina's up next. Pops, what do you thought about all those interviews?
They're just an excited team, just excited to get a win against and they just happy to get a win against a good team like the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers play great football, but the Saints came in there and they took the game away from them, and they gave the Saints a little bit more confidence for the next game they have coming up. And the quarterback play, I think, was outstanding today. The play of the young quarterback, Shuck. But I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, they could keep on going like this. We may have something. We may have found our little quarterback, but we won't know for sure until we maybe finish this season and see how they do in the last few games they have left. I mean, I just found out Atlanta is out of eliminated too. So what they lost, they had today. So that's gonna be 2. That last game in Atlanta Stadium up there, that the Georgia Dome or whatever the thing is over there. But they go that's gonna be a pretty rough time game because Atlanta. I think Atlanta comes. We go to them, right, son? Yeah, we go to them, huh? Yeah. So that's gonna be a fun game to watch, even because either one of them going anywhere. So it's gonna be. I guess they'll beat each other up to find out who for bragging rights. Okay, so we split with the Bucks. We and you think about it, son, we split with the Bucks. We also we beat Carolina. If we win this game in Atlanta, I think we have a nice little collection of wins in the division, you know. If we can win the next 2 games that we have with Atlanta and Carolina. I'm kind of thinking we can win Carolina, but they are a vastly improved team than they were when the Saints faced them the first time. So it's not going to be an easy win like it was kind of before. The Saints just punched them in the mouth, took the game away from them. But I think it'll be a lot worse, a lot tougher game for them. But like I say again, the Saints won. And they beat Tampa on a wet, rainy field. You know, they played a great game. I'm happy for them.
Indeed, Pops. So they did a phenomenal job, in my opinion. It wasn't easy, and it showed a lot of intestinal fortitude to get a win like this against the team and to beat them in a way where the strength of the team to a degree was running. Right. Vita Vey and Logan, those guys are pretty good interiorly, and the Saints still able to get 139 yards scrambling on them and handling the business. And the defense just shut their mouths on these stupid 4th down calls by them. Anyway, let's hit some more information before we get ready to close out the stream. Let me get you guys to give me a like button. If you're not a subscribe, sub up to the Coma. We in this thing representing the mighty Who Dat Nation. Both Coach, I'm about to say Coach, but Minister Demario Davis did mention about the it factor. Let me just want to clarify what he was talking about for those like, what is the it factor? I had to kind of Google this thing. And this is what the definition, as they said, is. The it factor is a compelling, often undeniable quality that makes a person magnetic, charismatic, and instantly captivating. It is a combination of self-confidence, authenticity, and an indefinable presence that draws people in without conscious effort. While hard to quantify, this quality is recognizable and is often associated with success in fields like entertainment and sports, where it's called star quality. The characteristics: confidence, quiet self-assurance, not arrogance, which means they are comfortable in their own skin and know who they are. Authenticity: people who, with this factor, are compelling because they are genuine, unafraid to be themselves, which makes them feel secure around them. Then they talk about charisma and magnetism. This factor is about drawing others in, making people feel seen, and having natural, effortless appeal. They focus on others. They have the ability to make other people feel special by giving them their full attention and making them feel heard. Unrestricted self-expression. This quality allows for a natural and uninhibited expression of one's personality or core self without self-consciousness. So that is some of the stuff that Demario was talking about with is this Tyler Shuck? Based on the it factor definition, is this who you guys think is Tyler Shuck? Does he have the it factor according to this definition? Anyway, let's kind of move forward. Possibly give you the opportunity to respond on that. Let me hit some of this stuff and we'll bounce back to it. Saints scoring drive, how it happened for the game in the 24-20 win over the Buccaneers. The first play in the first quarter, 6 plays, 45 yards, 236. Saints get the touchdown with 12:24 on the clock. Devin Neal's 3-yard rush into the end zone made it 7-0 quick. Then later on, 7:57 on the first quarter clock, Bucky Irvin, 24-yard run from Baker Mayfield. And the 7 plays, 67 yards, 4:27 on the clock. They tied the ball game up 7-7. Then the third quarter came around. The Bucs were able to get a little separation, 10-7 off Chase McLaughlin's 41-yard field goal at 9:11 in the second. Then, of course, halftime started. Saints made adjustments. They came out and secured and took the lead back with Tyler Shuck's 34-yard run with 11:27 in the middle of the third quarter. 3 plays, 47 yards, $1.19 on the clock.
On this thing. I'm
give them the score of 14-10. And of course, then a touchdown came back by Sean Tucker on a 1-yard run. 7 plays, 65 yards, 350. The Bucs took it back 17-14. Saints then tied up the game with a 30-yard field goal from Charlie Smith on an 11-play, 53-yard drive with 6:05 on the clock, made it 17-17. Started the fourth quarter. Saints took the lead for good. Tyler Shuck's 13-yard run on a 9-play, 53-yard drive for 422 at 8:26 in the fourth quarter. They went up 24-17. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers was forced to take a field goal from 37 yards out on a 9-play, 41-yard, 332-minute drive at 4:54 in the fourth quarter. Saints take it 24-20. A lot of people talked on the podium. If you look at what the Saints did, this is the draft picks that they had in 2025. Kelvin Banks Jr. has started for the Saints at left tackle all season long. We're starting to see Tyler Shuck. Shuck has played in several games thus far. We're seeing his scramble abilities, athleticism, and what he was able to do to hurt the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Vernon Brockton, the 3rd-round pick, was injured for the year, but will return. He's a big part of it too. Very raw, but showed a lot of potential. Jonas Sanker is starting for the Saints at the safety position. 3rd-round pick. Danny Stutzman is a co-starter with Pete Werner. He comes in and out of the games. He also had a couple of tackles today. Quincy Riley, the 4th-round pick, played in this game as well. Had a few plays to help the Saints, and one play that kind of hurt him. He was called on the pass interference, but nonetheless, he did have some quality plays as well. The 6th-round pick running back, Devin Neal out of Kansas, he is starting right now and had a 70-yard game for the Saints. So you can see a lot of the Saints draft picks are playing. Kelvin Banks, Shuck, Jonas Sanker, Danny Stutzman, Quincy Riley, and Devin Neal. All are in there playing. And in the 2 7-round draft picks, Matavo and Diggs are on the practice squad. It'd be interesting to see what Matavo could do if the Saints did activate him and play 6'8" tight end that can help. And you see Fadil Diggs is another guy that also played in preseason. He was activated a few times this season as well. So the Saints 9-player draft 2025 class has really bore some fruit, and hopefully they can take that philosophy into next season. Now, NFL scoreboard for today: the Broncos at halftime are beating the Raiders 14-7. Bears trail the Packers at 4:49 in the second, 7-0. Rams up on the Cardinals 17-10 with 2:47 in the second quarter. Tonight's game, Texans and Chiefs matchup. And of course, the finals from today: Seattle beat the Falcons 37-9. The Falcons are now 4-9 right now. And I'm thinking they might fire Raheem Morris on Monday. That's what I'm thinking. The Bills came back to beat the Bengals 39-34. Titans came back on the Browns 31-29. Sanders had 3 touchdowns on 364 yards passing, 23 of 42. Not good enough. as the Titans were able to get their second win of the year, 31-29 over Sador and the Browns. The Vikings, 31-0 on the Commanders in the matchup. The Dolphins win a couple of games in a row. They were able to take care of the Jets, who are now 3-10. They lose 34-10. Of course, we know about the Saints getting their third win of the season as well. The Colts lose to the Jags 36-19. Jags are now 9-4, and the Steelers, led by Aaron Rodgers, he had 284 yards on the touchdown. We're able to beat the Ravens and Lamar Jackson 27-22 as the Ravens go 6-7. The Steelers are now 7-6 on the season. So, of course, Thursday night matchup, the Lions were able to beat down the Cowboys 44-30 and make them 500 again, as the Lions had a little toughness, but they kind of climbed up. And, of course, Monday's matchup as the Eagles and the Chargers dueling it out. And teams on the bye week, the Patriots, Giants, Niners, and Panthers. We'll have the Panthers coming up this upcoming week. And, of course, that's a bit of the preview as it leads us right into this matchup. As the Carolina Panthers come into the Dome, it's a 3:25 kickoff time game next week in the Superdome. Afternoon game, Saints 1-5 at home. They improved to 3-10 overall. The question is, can the Saints take what they've had today or what they've learned today and bring that into the matchup against this Carolina team that's looking for something, heading forward? They're looking at the fact that the NFC South is now in their possession after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost today thanks to the Saints. They're thinking about, hey, man, we're tied with the Carolina. We're tied with them. We're tied for the number one spot. Tampa 7-6, Carolina 7-6. Can we do something here? Can we kind of beat the Saints, kind of leap ahead and take this division into our hands? We have it at the precipice. Only problem is the Saints are very interesting team. Like we said, we did beat the Carolina Panthers by 10 in their building 17-7 several weeks ago. We do it again to Tampa Bay. After we beat Carolina, we lost 2 games in a row. Can the Saints start stacking wins right now? The reality is after this win, really it's supposed to be a 2-game winning streak. The Saints, a catch by Chris Olave lifts the Saints in the Dolphins loss. The Saints now beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The next couple of games the Saints play will be very interesting. The Carolina game will be interesting. And of course, the Saints have 4 games remaining in the season. Carolina in the Dome. Jets come to play in the Dome, and then away games finishing the season against the Titans and the Falcons. So the Saints very well could, at the very least, get on a 3-game winning streak or a 4-game winning streak or even a 5-game winning streak to close the season and finish strong. Can the Saints pull this off? It all depends on the consistency model. That's a lot to chew on, Pops. To start off, the it factor along with the preview of the Carolina games, wherever you could want to jump in there, you can go for it.
Well, the other thing, like I said, they're winnable games. Carolina might be the toughest out of them, but I think they have a shot here. Atlanta's spiraling. They're spiraling. They're down. So we have a shot. I do say that Atlanta's would be a tough opponent because that's what his name, the little guy, what his name? He said, that's our Super Bowl to beat the Saints. He's talking about Low.
It's about Low.
Low, yeah. So Low. But anyway, they're all winnable games. If they play these teams the way they played Tampa Bay, they have a shot to win. And if we can Tyler Shuck is learning to understand the NFL game, then we're gonna see more wins like that. We could actually stumble to a fairly respectable off season there,
Yeah, it's like I said, it's on the screen for some of the family members to see, like the last few games right here, as you can see that we got here is Carolina's finish with a streak here. That could be an interesting thing. Is as you can see right here, Carolina in New York in the Dome, and then of course the Tennessee Titans away, and then the flex game Atlanta in 2026. So Saints could finish strong, man. They really could. Yeah, they could be, because they can beat the Jets, they can beat the Titans. Hell, they it's pride to finish out against Atlanta. I mean, you got to have the pride. You lost to Atlanta. You do not want to be swept by the Falcons. So at some point that has to kick in. So Saints could pick up a quick winning streak right here. They are prime for it to kind of finish the year strong. Don't want to kind of jump too fast, Pops. You want to keep game by game approach. But talk
Right.
about Carolina. What do you think about the Carolina matchup? Can we get that early preview on that?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a good game. It'll most likely be a better game than the first encounter that they had in Carolina. But then there is a certain home field, dome field advantage if they're playing them here, right? So we do have a dome field advantage here. To look at the percentages there, predictor. So that they could possibly beat the Carolina Panthers. But like I said, it all depends on how they play. The it factor has to be really showing. And then because I mean they beat them when they had Rattler at quarterback, so they should be able to beat them with Shaw, a much better quarterback than he is. So could possibly be another win for them because they played good, steady football today. Man, I'm pulling for them. I really am. I'm pulling for the Saints to get this dub, and then we'll move on to the Jets. And now there's a possibility the Jets are bad, so we should be able to get that dub too. That'll be two of the last two, and get a win the final game in the dome. Give the people something to be excited about, for toward next year. But they got to keep playing the way they played now, that they played today against Tampa, because nobody gave them any opportunity to beat Tampa. They just didn't give it to them, and they came out and they took the game from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and won it. And that's what we're going to need to do from now on through the next 4 or 5 games that they have left, whatever's left on the schedule. We got to try to win all those games.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm thinking that they have a possibility that they can win at least 2 of them. Maybe possibly all 4 of them, because all those are bad teams. They're not good teams at all. We just got to stop the mistakes. We made some of the same foolish mistakes, the jumping off sides and holding penalties, the same thing that drive destroyers. You got to stop doing that. You got to listen to the snap count before you move. And it's the same, like I think it's one of the same characters that's doing this. I mean, what is it that pay attention to the snap count? We don't want them. We don't want to give them any time or opportunities to beat us. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, very true, Puffs. The only team that we face over the next 4 weeks is over 500 is Carolina,
right?
Who's 7-6. And the rest,
you already beat them,
right? All the rest of these teams are sub 500 teams. So, and a few of the teams like the Jets and the Titans are lining up for the first and second round draft picks in the draft. So it depends on how the Saints very well, if they could put it together and stop the miscues, like you said, we talked about it during the game. Stay out. It just stop getting in your own way. You might see something positive and something build going forward. So we'll see if this counts for anything. If they could put it online and actually turn it into something tangible that we can use from week to week, this could be something strong. So we'll see how it is, man. With the Saints, we've been talking about this all the time. They'll show a little bit, even though this is a real gutty performance and win. Doesn't mean anything in the long run. Can the Saints add to it in some way where they can build around it going into the rest of the season? Nothing to play for except for the fact of finishing strong and earning your money and just representing the Who Dat Nation in the most mightiest way that you possibly can is all we can say.
Right. That's correct. And then I think they that win really lifted them, their spirits, to go out there and perform. Everybody, like the team was in motion, was in synchrony rather. I mean everybody seemed to be on the same page. And Tyler's learning how to play football, and we need leadership out of him. And he provided that today. So I think he's hitting his stride. And if he hits his stride, I think we'll see some wins come together.
All right, indeed. That's the end of it. Well, with that being said, man, we appreciate y'all for chiming in on this episode of the show. And the Saints win. Saints shock Bucks 24-20. Get their 3rd win of the season. Very respectable win. Next up, the Carolina Panthers next Sunday at 3 after 3 o'clock kickoff time in the dome. Man, we can make right. I mean, well, we have to defend. We can sweep the Carolina Panthers, but one game at a time is the approach. A bunch of winnable games going forward, man. For the Saints, can they tool up and use this to make a lot of? If they can put it together now, going into next year, that will really light a fire under the support base to see how the Saints finish the season out going into the draft and everything else. And it will definitely help out. But for right now, Carolina's up next. Saints took care of business this afternoon. I mean, the early noon after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Really proud of them doing that. And we will continue this motion. So with that being said, man, we're going to holler at you on the next one. Y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and the share button. Sports Coma representing the mighty Who Dat Nation, Big Q, Pop Q. And we're going to holler at y'all on the next one. Much love, peace. And Who Dat to you.
Yeah. Boogie like Vincent, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Long as I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, 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 huh? Boogie like Vincent, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a Who Dat. Every day I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a Who Dat. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Whether you're catching up on Saints news at Jackson Square, checking Pelicans scores in the Garden District, or staying updated on LSU while grabbing coffee in the French Quarter, there's one place that keeps you connected to everything that matters in our city. From Bourbon Street to the Superdome, from Preservation Hall to the Riverfront, New Orleanians are staying in the know with the WhoDatDaily.com. Your daily source for Saints, Pelicans, LSU, and all the sports, music, and culture that makes our city special. At work downtown, at a game in the Dome, or just relaxing by the Mississippi, wherever life takes you in the Big Easy, you can stay connected. Because when you're from New Orleans, you don't just live here. You stay in the NO. That's stay in the know. Visit the WhoDatDaily.com and never miss what matters most to Who Dat Nation. Stay in the NO, stay in the know.
Welcome to the Pro Shop, where we create authentic, NOLA-inspired clothing for men, women, and children From Saints jerseys to Pelicans gear, everything's crafted right here in New Orleans. Whether you're shopping the Pro Shop, the Pel Shop, or the Pro Shop Kids, we've got your whole family covered with genuine merchandise that represents our city's spirit. Check for links in the description section below or in the chat.